Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. One of the most dramatic crimes in recent history occurred in Samara in 2025, when a startling and unsettling crime rocked the city. A prominent political person, a former mayor, and his spouse inexplicably disappeared. People who were close to them became very concerned when they vanished, which led to a thorough search. Investigators soon discovered, however, that their own granddaughter was the main suspect. She was seen touching a suspicious barrel on security cameras. Chemical traces were discovered in the flat, and the victim's money started to show up in suspicious transactions. All the signs pointed to a well-planned performance. But what? Financial difficulties, growing debt, or something far more sinister could have pushed her to this point? Was she truly acting alone? And why has she not spoken since being arrested? Situated strategically along the Volga River in Russia, Samara is a city rich in history. It is a significant industrial center where politics, business, and exclusive elite circles are closely entwined. A special equilibrium between the power of the government, large corporations, and underground networks emerged in the 1990s. The local elite's wealth was frequently derived from oil profits, secret transactions, and behind-the-scenes political scheming, and they had influence much beyond the area. Viktor Tarkov was a major member of Samara's aristocracy. Everyone knew his name, from powerful criminal types to government officials. He was more than just the city's leader. A large portion of its economy was under his control. Tarkov, who was born in Kubyshev, rose through the ranks from chemical engineer during the Soviet era to prosperous businessman, high-ranking official, and finally Samara's mayor. His influence grew as a result of this role, but he also made strong opponents. In addition to being rich, the Tarkov family was a dynasty used to luxury and power. Viktor Tarkov possessed a fleet of luxury vehicles, large land holdings, and upscale real estate, and his family benefited from all the perks that accompanied his position. However, there were significant problems hiding under the prosperity's surface. Viktor's granddaughter, Ekaterina Tarkov, was born in Samara in 1995 and grew up in a society where having money and power was just accepted. From an early age, Lyudmila was lured to dubious circles since her father, Sergei Loganov, was referred to in some quarters as Lord. Her mother, Lyudmila Tarkov, was brought up as the heir to a wealthy family. Even though her father gave her the best education and a wealth of chances, she opted for a luxurious and carefree lifestyle. She was firmly enmeshed in the underground world by the 1990s, surrounded by people from organized networks with whom she was quite comfortable. Konstantin Cherbuk, her first husband, was killed in 2001 after having connections to a notorious Samara criminal organization. Following his death, Lyudmila started dating Sergei Loganov, who was not only associated with clandestine activities, but also a major figure in massive oil fraud schemes that generated millions of dollars. He was imprisoned in 2010 after being apprehended for allegedly planning an attack on a federal agent. However, Lyudmila stayed close to his course. She participated in fraudulent operations, formed close relationships with organized groups, and ultimately faced legal repercussions. Lyudmila Tarkov was at the focus of a well-reported judicial case by the summer of 2021. She threatened to make false personal information public and attempted to extort a sizable quantity of money from Alexander Malev, a deputy in the regional parliament. But her scheme fell apart in an instant. Malev called police enforcement right away. The arrest of Tarkov occurred in December 2022. She was sentenced to 7 years in a general regime penitentiary facility when the court found her guilty shortly after. Ekaterina Tarkov, on the other hand, experienced total independence and no supervision during her adolescent years. She never experienced financial hardship and had no appreciation for the actual worth of money because she was the granddaughter of a prominent political figure. She was never subjected to rigorous regulations, pressure to perform well in school, or spending limits like her peers were. A sense of entitlement was fostered by this lack of boundaries, and it only got stronger with time. Ekaterina adopted a life of luxury from an early age. High-end fashion labels, invitation-only events, and relationships with powerful individuals drew her in. Tarkov soon found herself encircled by the city's elite youth, the sons and daughters of wealthy families for whom extravagant entertainment was a way of life. As Samara's nightlife scene flourished during those years, alcohol and illegal drugs were ubiquitous in this setting. Ekaterina was never worried about the future. Everything she needed was supplied by her grandfather, and her mother never got involved in her life since she was too busy committing crimes of her own. When Ekaterina started using illegal drugs heavily, and her behavior started to change, that's when the real issues started. Her need increased over time, and she found it more and more challenging to operate without consistent access. Her social circle also shifted. She found herself surrounded by people who would give her anything in return for cash, favors, or power. Her grandfather provided her with substantial financial support, but her spending habits became unmanageable. She met an Israeli citizen in Cyprus in 2016, when her reputation in Samara was already far from perfect. They quickly get married as their relationship blossomed. Ekaterina became Belskaya by adopting her husband's last name. They have a kid in 2017. Family life, though, did not alter her way of living. She struggled to control her emotions, drank a lot, and kept causing scandals. After 2 years, her spouse filed for divorce because he could no longer stand it any longer. Ekaterina left her baby in the custody of his grandparents and went back to Samara after the separation. Her family once again gave her their whole support. In spite of her actions, her grandfather, Viktor Tarkov, kept giving her money, but even it was insufficient for her. Ekaterina spent enormous sums of money on illegal drugs and pleasure, but when her income started to decline, she started to run into financial problems for the first time. By 2020, she was in a dire predicament. She made an effort to undergo therapy, but she quickly relapsed and resumed her old way of life. She started acting even more strangely. Her costly habits persisted, but she was no longer able to afford them. She began selling everything she owned out of desperation, including phones, jewelry, fancy handbags, and even religious icons that her grandparents had given her. She had no interest in family treasures at the time. Money was her top concern. Ekaterina gradually started taking out loans from friends, but people soon stopped believing in her. Her debts increased, and her creditors' demands for repayment got more tenacious. She had reached a dead end. She didn't want a job and didn't have any lawful income. Viktor Tarkov began reducing his granddaughter's financial assistance to Ekaterina after he saw that she had no plans to change. This was not an effort to assist. It was a betrayal. As far as she was concerned, he had to keep supporting her. Arguments became openly hostile, and family tensions increased. Ekaterina publicly blamed her grandparents for all of her issues and no longer concealed her disdain. Her rage only became stronger with time. She eventually came to the terrifying conclusion that eliminating the individuals preventing her from receiving her inheritance was the only way to permanently resolve her financial issues. Ekaterina's financial condition had significantly worsened by 2023. She had borrowed money from a number of places, including friends, high-interest lending firms, and people who weren't known for being patient when it came to return, and her debts were growing. She assured a number of lenders that she would pay off her obligations quickly, but in practice, she was unable to do so. The calls and threats intensified, and the pressure from creditors increased. Ekaterina started trying to sell her family's possessions at this point. She began searching for purchasers for her relatives' expensive belongings, since she was in dire need of money. Her attention turned to jewelry, old religious artifacts, and even her grandmother's automobile. The investigation found that she was able to sell some of these products. However, even that was insufficient. At that point, Ekaterina started thinking about selling properties that were registered in Viktor Tarkov's name. Her grandfather, on the other hand, was a wise and cautious guy who kept tight control over his possessions and would never let her handle it without his consent. She understood that she would never have complete access to his fortune as long as he was living. Viktor and Natalia Tarkov abruptly stopped returning calls at the beginning of January 2025. Their phones were off when friends, family, and business acquaintances tried to contact them. Concerns were immediately raised when they vanished. These individuals, particularly Viktor Tarkov, who maintained constant communication with former co-workers and business associates, were not the kind to abruptly go. Those close to him became very concerned when he did not reply to birthday greetings on January 3, 2025. Tarkov's former deputy was the first to sound the alarm. When he tried to phone Victor several times without success, he got the odd message, "All questions to Katya." This appeared very suspicious. Although Tarkov was renowned for using correct grammar and punctuation, this message's writing style was entirely different. Efforts to contact the couple persisted without success. Tarkov's assistant was so alarmed that she eventually reported a missing individual to the police. The police quickly began an investigation once the report was lodged. First, detectives examined the Tarkovs' home, looked over their most recent financial records, and examined security footage. Unsettling information soon surfaced that pointed to Ekaterina Tarkov's peculiar actions. After police looked into her financial activities in the days before her relatives vanished, suspicions grew. After making dubious purchases, she made an effort to hide any signs that they were in the residence. An eerie scene greeted the investigative team when they got to the Tarkovs' house. The inhabitants were strangely clean, but there were no overt indications of a conflict. Chemicals that are frequently used to destroy biological evidence were found by forensic experts. Forensic experts employed cutting-edge equipment to find concealed traces that were invisible to the human eye. During a comprehensive examination of the apartment, they found biological residue in the kitchen and bathroom, which was later determined to include blood through laboratory investigation. The traces were determined by DNA testing to be those of Viktor and Natalia Tarkov. Investigators concluded that there was no considerable blood loss as the cause of death based on the minimal amount of blood found. Ekaterina's purchases in the weeks preceding the disappearance of her relatives also caught the attention of investigators. Transaction records show that she had ordered protective jackets, heavy-duty bags, chemicals, and plastic containers. Due of their unclear domestic aim, these transactions struck out as suspicious when made online. Furthermore, these significant expenditures were out of line with her typical spending patterns, and her financial status at the time was precarious. A closer look at her recent behavior showed that Ekaterina had also been quickly selling off her grandparents' possessions. She quickly advertised a number of important items for sale, including as jewelry, a Toyota RAV4 that had belonged to Natalia Tarkov, and antique religious symbols. Investigators were alarmed by the speedy sale of such costly goods because there was no proof that the property's legitimate owners had voluntarily given her control of it. Law enforcement also acquired comprehensive call and message logs of Viktor and Natalia throughout this period. Even after their alleged disappearance, analysis revealed that their cell phones were still operational. Friends and family received reference messages from their numbers stating that the pair had left town. Investigators suspected that someone else had been using their devices after a linguistic analysis of these texts showed inconsistent wording and phrasing. Ekaterina's use of her grandfather's phone to access his online bank account was another cause for concern. Despite not having complete access to the money, investigators found that there had been several attempts to conduct financial transactions from Viktor Tarkov's accounts following his disappearance. One of the most important pieces of evidence was the fact that she attempted to utilize his money while his location was unclear. Following the collection of sufficient evidence, authorities took action to place Ekaterina Tarkov under arrest. Her grandfather's flat, where she had remained even after his disappearance, served as the site of the operation. Ekaterina was remarkably composed during her arrest. She didn't object, protest, or even inquire as to why she was being held. Unlike someone suspected of a severe crime, there were no outward indicators of distress or concern. She was brought to the police station and questioned. Ekaterina declined to testify during the first round of interrogation, saying she was feeling ill. Investigators kept working and showed her the material they had collected. However, she started altering her version of events rather than providing precise reasons. Her claims were in conflict with one another, and her logic was not convincing. More evidence was found as the inquiry went on, which helped put together a potential time frame of the crime. Investigators examined witness accounts, CCTV footage, and digital footprints on her computer and phone. These discoveries helped to clarify the events that had taken place. Complete denial of involvement was Ekaterina's main line of defense. She asserted that she had sold her relatives' possessions at their request, and maintained that she had no knowledge of their location. But there was another picture that emerged from the facts. As they worked to piece together the events, investigators found more evidence that implicated her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I survived. After his life was completely upended, Charlie Otero said, the BTK, the morning of January 15, 1974, in Wichita, Kansas, was extremely cold. Charlie Otero, then 15 years old, had no idea that he was entering a nightmare that would follow him for the rest of his life. When he and his two siblings walked home from school that day, Lucky, the dog, was outside when Charlie Otero first noticed it. It was incorrect. He had just walked home from school with his siblings, expecting to see their father watching the news and their mother waiting, possibly cooking. Their younger siblings might have been playing. Lucky, instead, was pacing outside in the cold. He felt his stomach clench. A problem existed. Charlie pushed open the back door and went straight to it. The silence in the house was too great. It caught his attention as soon as he entered the kitchen. On the stove, his mother's purse overturned, spilling its contents all over the place. His mother was very careful. She never left such things. His voice asked, "Is anybody home?" Stillness. "Charlie, come quick, Mom and Dad are playing a bad trick on us," said one of his siblings, with a voice echoing through the house. He felt a sharp sensation of fear in his chest. His heart pounded in his ears as he ran down the hall, and then everything stopped. On the floor was his father. He found his mother on the bed, restrained, motionless, strangled. Even they didn't look like it. Charlie looked around the room, trying to figure out what he was seeing. Plastic was wrapped around his father's head. Around his throat, a belt twisted. His mother had a pained expression on her face. Her body was bound with ropes that pierced her flesh. Only when his throat burned did he realize he was screaming. Something happened. "They're not moving. We need help," they exclaimed as they rushed out the door to the neighbor's house, the phone in his trembling hands. Police arrived. He had no idea how long it would take. Time had lost its sense of reality. When they came inside and discovered his younger brother Joey dead in a different room, he was outside. After that, Josie was nowhere to be found. Not in the hallway, not in the bedroom, not anywhere. Until they opened the basement door, she was invisible to Charlie. He was not allowed by the police. They later informed him, however, that 11-year-old Josephine was hanging from a pipe. To the station they brought him. He was informed about Joey and Josie there. He couldn't recall his words. He was unsure if he had said anything at all. "I thank God every day that I didn't find them," he would later say, "because I don't know how I would have handled it." However, he was aware from that very moment that his family had been murdered. They characterized Dennis Rader as normal, courteous, and well-behaved. He was a loving father, a devoted husband, and an involved community member. Rader was a very ordinary neighbor in Wichita, Kansas. He was well integrated, had a steady job, and went to church. However, beneath this exterior was a predator, a monster who delighted in the rush of dominance, power, and death. He was known as the Bind Torture Killer. 1945 saw the birth of Dennis Lynn Rader in Pittsburgh, Kansas. He was raised in Wichita, where he passed for a typical young man. But there were sinister impulses simmering beneath the amiable exterior. When Rader was younger, he enjoyed killing and torturing stray animals. He dreamed of suffering, power, and control. After enlisting in the Air Force, he wed Paula Dietz in 1971. They were parents to 2 children together. Rader seemed like a typical family man. Nobody was aware of the desire to kill that was hidden beneath the surface. When he selected his first victims, the Otero family, in January 1974, that desire erupted. He had been keeping an eye on them for weeks, observing Julie's habits and the weaknesses in their house. Then he struck on the morning of January 15. Raider disconnected the phones and bided his time. The youngest, Joey, let the dog in through the back door, and Raider crept inside. Holding the Otero family at gunpoint, he fed them a false narrative about him being a California wanted man in need of only money and food. But his made-up story was far less ugly than his real intentions. Binding them all with the ropes he had brought, he pushed the family into a bedroom. Raider overpowered Joseph Otero Sr.'s resistance, securing his feet and wrists. He covered his head with a plastic bag after that. After Joseph chewed a hole through it, Raider covered him with another bag and watched him slowly suffocate. Julio Taros then made a fervent plea saying, "Please, save my son," in reference to Joey. It was a cruel illusion of mercy, but for a moment, Raider took the bag away. Shortly after, he used a rope to strangle her to death. Joey then arrived. The 9-year-old's head was covered with a plastic bag by Raider, who then added t-shirts and another bag. The child thrashed, gasping for air, and he watched until he finally stopped. The worst, however, was still to come. 11-year-old Josie Otero had been there for everything. Raider now ushered her into the basement. He wrapped a noose around her neck and fastened it to a pipe. Josie's feet were barely off the ground as he pulled the rope. With a cry, "Mama, Mama, what will happen to me?" she asked, her long hair getting in the way of his struggle, a question that still haunts people who hear it. In response, Raider said, "Well, honey, you're going to be in heaven tonight, with the rest of your family." It was frightening. He hanged her. He extended her agony by letting her toes hang just above the ground. Thus, as her body became motionless, he desecrated the scene in the most heinous manner imaginable, while he watched his accomplishment with the greatest satisfaction on his face. For 30 years, Dennis Rader escaped from justice. His confession when he was eventually taken into custody in 2005 demonstrated how deranged his thinking was. Prosecutors showed him a macabre collection of mementos, including drawings, crime scene photographs, and trophies he had gathered from victims during his sentencing. Rader himself gave a very casual account of his crimes, making everyone who watched shiver, talking as if he were talking about a pastime. He remembered how he used a squeeze ball to train his hands to strengthen his grip for strangulation, how he broke into homes while posing as a phone repairman, how he made sure Josie's toes barely touched the ground to prevent her from dying too soon, and how he made fun of his victims' final words by imitating their frantic cries as "yada yada yada." Rader revealed in a particularly graphic moment that he meticulously documented his victims' roles in his sick fantasies. The only sound in the courtroom was the sobs of the victims' relatives, and he wrote that Josie was my star young maiden that I will teach sex to. After seeing a picture of his sister Josie hanging dead in the basement where he used to play as a kid, Charlie Otero, now an adult, started crying. He couldn't stand the sight and buried his face in his hands. Rader was given 10 consecutive life sentences, each with no chance of parole or escape, just a cell to spend the rest of his wretched life in. However, there was no real closure for the families of his victims. In the words of one victim's son, "What do you expect from a demon?" He had other victims besides the Otero family. Months after the murders of the Otero family, on April 4, 1974, Rader struck once more. Catherine Bright, 21, was unaware that she was being stalked by a predator in Wichita. Rader picked her out, observed her, and became familiar with her habits. He took the initiative and broke through the screen door when she left her house that day. However, the plan didn't work out. He hadn't anticipated the presence of her brother, Kevin Bright, who was 19 years old. Taking out his gun, Rader made Kevin restrain his sister by giving him a rope he had brought specifically for this purpose. He led Catherine into a different room after that. He struggled with her, so much so that his usual technique of strangling her failed. Angry, he reached for a knife and gave her 3 stab wounds to the lower abdomen and back. Her body gave one last shudder and then went limp as she bled out. Rader strangled Kevin and then shot him in the head in an attempt to kill him, but Kevin resisted. He played dead, clinging to life until Rader departed, and then he escaped, running for his life with all the strength he had left. In contrast to the Oteros, Kevin Bright lived. The story of the man who went by BTK is one he lived to tell. But Dennis Rader wasn't even close to being done. Shirley Ruth Relford, 25, was the victim of Dennis Rader's deranged fantasies and was discovered dead in her Wichita home on March 17, 1977. She was stalked by Rader, who had followed her 5-year-old son home to find out where they lived. Once inside, he produced a pistol. An immediate and suffocating fear gripped the room as the weight of his presence drained the air. After tying up her 3 kids, he locked them in the bathroom and confined them. Their hushed screams and desperate banging on the door didn't deter him. He guided Relford to the bedroom, where she was so overcome with fear that she puked, with accuracy and what appeared to be a great deal of practice. He was unconcerned, though. He restrained her with the icy efficiency of a man who had done this before, binding her legs to the bedpost. Subsequently, the rope and the plastic bag were stretched tightly over her face. Her body twisted and writhed against the bed as he pulled. The muffled screams of her children just down the hall blended with her choked sobs. They pleaded for their mother, but Dennis's inner monster would not hear them. He had made up their minds already. He was also going to murder them. Rader only had their mother's dead body as a trophy, though, because the kids escaped before he could complete the rest of his scheme. And then he vanished into the night, reverting to the ordinary world in which nobody had any suspicions. Although he was still Dennis Rader, the family man, the churchgoer, and the courteous neighbor, BTK lurked in the shadows, waiting for his next victim. The next person Dennis Rader targeted was Nancy Jo Fox, who was 25 at the time. He had spent weeks observing her, learning her habits, and following her routine. Her single status made her a prime target. On the evening of December 8, 1977, Rader drove up to her house with a sense of excitement in his heart. Before sneaking inside, he cut the phone lines, a tactic he employed on nearly all of his victims. He then waited in the shadows of her kitchen. Nancy didn't realize the nightmare that was waiting for her when she finally entered the room. He pounced just as she was about to react. He pushed her to the ground while brandishing a gun. He told her to undress in an uncanny, calm voice. Despite the flash of fear in her eyes, she obeyed. She lay helpless on her bed while he bound her ankles and wrists, enjoying the control. Dennis fastened her neck with a belt. He gave her a slow squeeze, making her pain worse. Her fate had been decided the instant she entered that door, despite her struggle and gasp. Rader leaned close to her before she passed away and made a sick confession in a whisper. He was the one who killed Otero. He used a payphone the next day to dial 911. He said in an emotionless voice, "You will find a homicide at 843 South Pershing," and then hung up. Despite Nancy Jo Fox's death, the monster remained at large. In a letter to the Wichita television station KK on February 10, 1978, Rader took responsibility for the killings. He came up with a lot of names for himself, including BTK. He demanded media coverage. He asked, "How many do I have to kill before I get a name in the paper or some national attention?" in this second letter. The letter contained a poem entitled, "Oh Death to Nancy," a parody of the lyrics to the American folk song, "Oh Death." Rader claimed that he was motivated to kill by a supernatural force he named Factor X, which he described as the same force that drove Jack the Ripper, the Son of Sam, and the Hillside Stranglers. Additionally, he requested that the police reply with a covert message. During one of the station's evening newscasts, police chose to flash a subliminal message because they knew the BTK killer watched KAKE. "Now call the chief," the message briefly said, and included a drawing of an upside-down pair of glasses that had been discovered at the Fox crime scene. They hoped the message would persuade the murderer to come forward. But it didn't work. Dennis became obsessed with a 63-year-old woman named Anna Williams, and in 1979 he set his sights on her. He waited inside her house for hours, getting angrier every minute when she failed to come home in time. He was angry. He ruined his perfect plan. Inadvertently, Anna Williams avoided death that evening. His later killings became more sophisticated and purposeful. In 1985, 53-year-old Maureen Hedge was abducted from her home. After bringing her lifeless body to the church where he served as president of the council, Dennis Rader photographed her, twisted her corpse, and then disposed of it in a ditch. A similar horror was experienced by Vicky Wegerle, who was 28 years old. In 1986, she strangled herself. Dennis pretended to be a telephone repairman, which led the police into a false sense of security. The last person he is known to have killed was Dolores Davis, 62, who was strangled with pantyhose and then discarded beneath a bridge in 1991. The BTK case was no longer active by 2004. Prior to Dennis, who couldn't help but play the game again because he needed attention, the police had no leads and no fresh evidence. In an attempt to mock law enforcement and relive the times he had caused his victims to suffer, he sent 11 cryptic messages to local media between March 2004 and February 2005. In a letter to the Wichita Eagle in March 2004, a fictitious Bill Thomas Killman admitted to killing Vicky Wegerle in 1986. Photos of the crime scene and a copy of Vicky's pilfered driver's license were enclosed. Vicky's fingernails provided DNA evidence that the BTK killer was the culprit. Despite gathering the DNA of hundreds of men, police were unable to find a match. Rader kept up his sick game, dropping off packages at random places. One mimicked the murder of Nancy Fox by containing a doll that was bound and had a plastic bag over its head. He wrote in one letter, "They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and with no one's help. I can't stop it, so the monster goes on. Good luck hunting." He came up with his own nickname by concluding the letter with the words, "Bind them, torture them, kill them. BT." Lieutenant Ken Landwehr, the lead investigator, was threatened by a poem held by another. He left a cereal box in the parking lot of a Home Depot in January 2005 in the hopes that it would be discovered. He inquired about it in his subsequent message when it wasn't. After looking over surveillance footage, police discovered a man operating a black Jeep Cherokee, which was Rader's registered vehicle. But the last error was his own conceit. Rader asked police in February 2005 if it was possible to track down a floppy disk. In a newspaper ad, they replied that it would be safe. Rader sent a purple floppy disk to a news station playing The Bait. In just a few minutes, police were able to extract metadata that showed Dennis had last edited it at Christ Lutheran Church. After a brief search, they found Dennis Rader, the church council president. His Jeep was parked outside his home, supporting the police's presumption. Although they required DNA evidence, a warrant was issued. Rader's daughter gave them a pap smear at a clinic at Kansas State University. A familial match to the BTK evidence was confirmed by the results. This led to Dennis Rader's eventual arrest. "Mr. Rader, do you know why you're going downtown?" one of the officers asked him as he walked up to him. Dennis Rader had no hesitation in responding. "Oh, I have suspicions." Police confiscated a cylindrical container, black pantyhose, and computer equipment during their search of his home office and church. In front of the cameras the following morning, Wichita Police Chief Norman Williams said, "The bottom line, BTK is arrested." Following his guilty plea, Rader was evaluated psychologically by forensic psychologist Robert Mendoza. Mendoza determined that he had antisocial, obsessive-compulsive, and narcissistic personality disorders. Rader was a conceited individual who was completely devoid of empathy, obsessed with order and structure, and in dire need of praise. Because of his inflated sense of self-importance, Rader thought he was unique, above the law, and a genius who had managed to deceive everyone. He yearned for power, not only over his victims but also in the courtroom, where he described his atrocities in graphic detail while showing no remorse. Controversy erupted after his court-approved interview with Mendoza was aired on NBC Dateline. After suing Mendoza and his company for violating confidentiality, the Kansas Attorney General settled the case for $30,000, 0 cents. The assessment validated what the world already knew. Dennis Rader was a heartless predator who couldn't comprehend the emotional damage he inflicted. 10 counts of first-degree murder were brought against Dennis Rader on February 28, 2005. He first pled not guilty, but on June 27, 2005, he changed it to guilty, proudly detailing each murder as though it were a worldwide accomplishment. He gave a lengthy 30-minute apology during his sentencing on August 18 that he compared to an Academy Awards acceptance speech. he received 10 consecutive life sentences, each of which included a minimum of 175 years. At the time, the death penalty was not applied in Kansas. While chatting with officers about the weather on the way to El Dorado Correctional Facility, he broke down in tears when victim impact statements came on the radio. He now spends his days in a tiny cell with few privileges, confined in solitary confinement, a much more humane fate than what he inflicted on his victims. Dennis Rader's horrific nightmares and unexplained crimes have served as the basis for numerous fiction and true crime adaptations. Rader's double life served as the inspiration for Stephen King's novella, A Good Marriage, which was later made into a movie. Thomas Harris's portrayal of Francis Dolarhyde in Red Dragon was influenced by BTK. Law & Order SVU, Criminal Minds, and Netflix's Catching Killers and Mindhunter have all examined the case. Steven Wilson's eerie song Raider 2 and the thrash metal band Exodus, BTK, for their album Blood In, Blood Out, were both influenced by the monster's evil desires and the acts he committed to satisfy them. Even music has examined his crimes. However, Dennis Rader has committed more crimes. Nobody wanted to believe it, but in August 2023, authorities found evidence that Dennis Rader might have had more victims. As investigators searched his former Park City residence, they found possible trophies from other unsolved cases. The disclosures prompted them to re-examine long-standing icy disappearances such as Cynthia Dawn Kinney's. He admitted to 10 murders nearly 20 years ago. BTK, which he abbreviated for Bind, Torture, Kill, was his nickname. The notorious BTK serial killer is currently serving life sentences at a maximum cellity facility in Kansas, and new evidence has surfaced that could link him to more killings. Cynthia was last seen at the Osage Laundromat in Oklahoma on June 23, 1976, when she was just 16 years old. Before she disappeared, witnesses remembered a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere, which was faded and beige. After discovering an unsettling entry in Rader's writings, decades later, Sheriff Eddie Verdon linked him to the crime. Bad wash day. At first glance, the phrase seemed harmless, but authorities discovered that an ADT alarm system had been installed at a bank across from the laundromat. Dennis Rader had been in the area, working as an installer on the day Cynthia vanished. Even worse, Dennis reportedly admitted in his writings that he had fantasized about robbing a girl in a laundromat. Dennis, perhaps fearing the death penalty in Oklahoma, denied involvement, despite growing circumstantial evidence. How many more people are still out there, waiting to be found as victims of his vile fantasies? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. We've all heard the heartbreaking tales of cheaters who somehow destroy their families over the years. The case from today will definitely go down in history. The crazy thing about this one is that it completely upended our preconceived notions about cheaters and murderers, and it took an incredible 13 years to unravel. At the heart of this bizarre tale is David Camm, a guy who was once thought to have killed his whole family. But did someone else pull the ropes, or was he the actual murderer? And who could have committed such a horrible deed if it wasn't him? I promise you that this is one of the most bizarre and astounding mysteries you will ever hear. And as always, we will dissect this case in detail. Kimberly and David Camm are shown here. The two met in the middle of the 1980s and grew up in the same city, New Albany, Indiana. By 1989, Kim had become David's second wife after they clicked. Everything appeared to be moving in the correct way. David applied for and was accepted into the Indiana State Police that same year, eventually serving as an officer in the Emergency Response Unit. A few years later, in 1993, the couple had Bradley, a boy, as their first child. It was David's second child, as he already had a daughter from his prior marriage, but Kim's first. When David began an affair with Stephanie McCarty, a younger woman he met at the gym, in the summer of 1994, everything looked to be going well for the expanding Camm family. Kim was expecting their second child, so the timing of this treachery couldn't have been worse. Things immediately got out of hand. Kim was left to rely on her family for support after David left their house and moved in with his mistress. In spite of everything, her family and David's supported her and provided the assistance she required during such a trying period. On February 28, 1995, Kim gave birth to their daughter Jillian, and the entire family was there to support her. That is, everyone but David. However, the affair ended by March of that year, and David made an effort to make amends. Motivated by her love for her family and her responsibilities as a mother, Kim thought about giving him another try despite the grief. Unexpectedly, David returned, and both families supported Kim's decision to forgive him. Soon after, the couple started construction on a new house on Georgetown, Indiana's Lockhart Road, marking a new beginning for them. Because of the personal connection, they decided to make this place their home. In fact, the road was named after some of David's mother's side relatives, giving their house more background and meaning. Things appeared to get better for a time, and they appeared to be headed in the right direction. However, as the adage goes, a cheater is a cheater forever. Despite his reputation as a flirt, David did more than just flirt. He would locate ladies with whom he could have casual romances, frequently hooking up in his patrol car. In addition, David and 2 other state troopers were sued for allegedly punching a 19-year-old while making an arrest. In addition to his already dismal record, he was the target of countless other complaints. When he was demoted once more, his ego suffered, which only made his narcissistic tendencies worse. David, fed up with the disrespect, took a risk. After submitting his resignation, he accepted a sales position with his uncle's basement waterproofing company. The benefits became immediately apparent. He was able to spend more time with Kim and the children because of his new job's better hours, which he had not been able to do while working as a state trooper. He was no longer only an outsider in his own house. He was present and actively participating. Their lifestyles were made a little more luxurious by the fact that he was earning far more money than he ever did as a police officer. Everything appeared to be coming together for the family by the year 2000. While his younger sister, Jill, was only 5 years old and in kindergarten at Graceland Christian School, Bradley, now 7, was excelling in the 2nd grade. Kim appeared content as she thrived in her role as a senior accountant at Louisville's insurance group. Life appeared to be ideal from the outside. Even in this apparently contented household, there were still rumors that David might have cheated. Kim had even confided in her best friend about her concerns regarding the circulating reports. However, until one fateful evening in September, nothing ever came of all the rumors. David went about his daily business on Thursday, September 28, 2000, playing basketball at the local church recreation center with his friends. As usual, Kim supervised the children's activities and escorted them home. The night was much like any other, but the game took longer than David had anticipated. When he finished, he was anxious to get home because he thought Kim might be angry. He reached for his garage door remote and pulled into the driveway, knowing that their house was only a few minutes away. However, David was stopped in his tracks when he saw what was inside the garage when the door slowly opened. He found his wife Kim lying on the floor in the garage, apparently shot in the head. Below her, a puddle of blood splattered on the floor. Her black Ford Bronco's passenger door was open, but David couldn't see right away if his children were inside. He hurried over and peered into the Bronco. His greatest worries materialized in the rear seat. Bradley and Jill, his kids, were in the same terrible shape as Kim. David's instincts as a law enforcement officer took control. After a cursory assessment, he concluded that Kim and Jill could not be saved. Since his son didn't appear to have any brain injuries, David Cam thought he might still be alive. On the basis of optimism, he got into the Bronco's passenger side, pushed his way past the 2 bucket seats in front, and gingerly took his son out. There was a slight warmth in Bradley's little body when he touched him. After setting the youngster on the garage floor, he started doing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Jill's head and torso sagged forward and to the left as a result of David's left knee pressing into the center of the rear seat throughout this procedure. She touched David's t-shirt with this motion, putting bloodstains on it. Whether David was guilty or not, this moment became one of the most important ones in the case. His DNA was now entangled with the crime scene as a result of his actions. and reality struck him like a truck after his efforts failed. David realized he had to move fast. He dialed his old employer, the Indiana State Police Department, seeking assistance in a panic. He ran across the street to his uncle's house, following the call, yelling for someone to inform him of what had transpired. Then, overcome with panic and perplexity, he ran back to the garage. Kim was just as David had described when the cops arrived on the scene. Her corpse was on the ground, her pants were taken down, and blood was streaming from her skull. Jill's body was discovered in the rear seat of the vehicle, and Bradley's lifeless body was discovered nearby. All three of the victims were suspected of having been shot dead at once. A bucket that smelled like bleach was now in the garage. Kim parked in a public lot every day for work, so the investigators didn't give it much thought when they discovered some unidentified fingerprints on the outside of her car. Nobody seemed to identify the sweater with the term backbone inscribed under the collar that was tucked beneath Bradley's body. David said it wasn't his when the cops questioned him about it. As previously stated, Kim was discovered wearing only her blouse and underpants and no pants, but there were her blood-stained jeans close by. David was not an exception to the rule that the spouse is generally questioned first in murder cases. David was quite cooperative, giving a detailed account of his day and stating that Kim and the children had most likely returned home at 7:30 or 7:40 p.m. Given the condition of the vehicle, David reasoned that the killings had to have taken place shortly after they got home. However, he was unable to identify the person who might have wished to harm his family. There was nothing that would have made Kim and the children adversaries. Furthermore, David remained steadfast in his alibi. He maintained that, from 7 to 9:20 in the evening, he was at a basketball game at the rec center, just as he had stated. Additionally, David persisted in his assertion that Kim would never have incited such violence. The investigators initially pondered whether it might have been a robbery gone awry, but that thought was quickly dispelled. The garage showed no indications of forced entry. No one had attempted to enter the house, and nothing appeared to be missing. The evidence pointed to something far more sinister than theft: a deliberate assault on Kim, Bradley, and Jill. Later, however, the phone company disclosed that David had called at 7:19 p.m., which was the most incriminating proof. The evening of the killings. Given that David had stated that he was playing basketball starting at 7 p.m., the fact that the call was placed from his home landline raised serious concerns. Until 9 p.m., considering that he called after 7 p.m., cast severe doubt on his story and contradicted it. The question was further compounded by the autopsy report. In addition to Jill's blunt force trauma to her vaginal area, the examiner discovered that all three victims had died from gunshot wounds. Her death and this injuries appeared to have happened within the same 24-hour period. An assault could not be ruled out, although the examiner speculated that it might have been caused by a fall. Oddly enough, Jill had sobbed and complained of pain in that area during her dance session. It was a terrifying detail, but it was unclear if this had anything to do with the devastation to her body. Before the killings, Kim had told a friend, "History is repeating itself." She didn't go into further detail, but her friend recommended that she take the kids to Florida so they could talk more. Kim concurred that a vacation could be beneficial, but sadly, she was never given the opportunity. Was Kim talking about a past of abuse, something connected to David's supposed adultery, or something more sinister? Since Kim was removed from her family before she could tell the truth, we might never find out. There was also something disturbing in the medical examiner's report. The tops of Kim's feet were sliced and bruised. It seemed strange that her shoes were on top of the automobile. It didn't make sense. None of this had a clear explanation from the police. Even though the inquiry was still in its early stages, Kim's mother and other close friends of David began to have severe concerns about him. According to her mother, Jill was an outgoing, feisty youngster who would have spoken up if she had been heard by someone she didn't know. She believed that David was the only one who could have effectively silenced Jill. The rumors persisted on Sunday 3 days later, particularly because no one had been arrested. However, David continued to attend church as usual with his parents and friends in spite of the mounting strain. The church had close ties to the family, and his uncle, the pastor, led the service. David's grandfather had even assisted in the construction of the church, and Kim had been the treasurer. David wept throughout the event, displaying what appeared to be sincere grief. But when he exited the church, everything changed drastically. He was besieged by reporters, and the media coverage immediately made him seem suspicious. People saw that David didn't appear to be grieving as they had anticipated. More questions were raised by his icy, unyielding manner. Was David accountable for the heinous killings of his wife and kids? If so, what is the reason? Things were a little heated when David visited the station later that afternoon to talk to the cops. It just took two things, his clothes and a phone call, for the police to arrest him following this interview. His alibi of being at the rec center from 7 to 9:20 did not align with the call that was placed at 7:19 in the evening. That inconsistency was sufficient to get him arrested. However, the fallout affected David's entire family, not just him. The Cam family rose to the top of the public enmity list in Georgetown, a small town where everyone knows one another. They received harsh looks from strangers. Hateful messages flooded their answering machine. As if that weren't enough, the locals began referring to them as a pack of wolves. Even David's grandfather was affected. His church closed because so many people didn't want to be associated with the Cam name. When it came time for the trial in March 2002, the prosecution was ready to address the most pressing question. Why would David do this? His affairs, they hypothesized. They claimed that David was so fed up with his marriage to Kim that he decided to kill his entire family rather than simply file for divorce. About a dozen women who either had affairs with David or said he had approached them while he was married to Kim were brought in by the prosecution to support this theory. They portrayed David as a chronic cheater who had little regard for his marriage vows during the course of weeks of testimony. Then the proof arrived. Blood splatter and that dubious phone call were the two main pillars upon which the prosecution built its case. The defense, however, had no intention of surrendering. They contended that gunfire was not the source of the blood on David's shirt. Rather, they said that it arrived while he was attempting to save his son Bradley, and Jill's blood-soaked hair touched him. Using wigs and fake blood, they performed a live presentation in court to demonstrate how the same pattern might occur with ease. The defense attributed the phone call to Indiana's infamously erratic time zones. They clarified that a 1-hour zone difference was not taken into consideration by the call's timestamp. The call really fit David's schedule when it was modified. Before he even went for his basketball game, it was made. Then there was basketball. David's alibi. He was at the church gym the whole time, according to the testimony of all 11 of the guys on his team. Not even for a minute did he leave. It appeared that the defense had exposed some significant weaknesses in the prosecution's case, with this incredibly strong lineup. However, the jury didn't think so. David was given a sentence of 195 years in jail after being found guilty on 3 counts of murder and 1 count of conspiracy. Everyone initially appeared to be able to exhale in relief. Surely justice had been done. Not so quick, actually. David wasn't prepared to die in silence. He filed an appeal, claiming that the court should never have admitted the evidence on his affairs. And you know what? The judge concurred in 2004, reversing his conviction. The case was suddenly cast back into disarray. A pivotal event occurred in early 2005 when the defense pressed for a second examination of the DNA from the sweatshirt discovered at the crime scene. David's second trial was set for January 2006. They specifically requested that the National DNA Database, CODIS, be used to analyze the 2 unidentified DNA profiles. After a court order, the prosecution was compelled to comply, even though they had earlier refused. It turned out that one of the DNA samples had never been tested before, despite the prosecutor's assurances that it had been examined and no matches had been identified. The test findings showed that one of the samples had a match. Charles Boney, a convicted felon from nearby New Albany, was identified by the DNA after being found guilty of a string of armed assaults on women, many of which involved stealing their shoes. Boney was on parole at the time of the crime. He attempted to kidnap 3 women at gunpoint and committed an armed robbery as one of his most recent crimes. Boney now has a troubled past. Prior to the attack, some of his victims said that he had been pestering them over the phone for months, asking them if they were wearing high-heeled shoes and what they were wearing. Considering that Kim Camp's shoes had been taken off and neatly stacked on top of her car in a chaotic crime scene, Boney's admission of having a foot fetish also sounded significant to the defense. Additionally, Kim's foot displayed abrasions and bruises that appeared suspiciously connected to Boney's previous actions. Boney underwent a polygraph test and an interview, but the findings showed that he was lying. He claimed to have given the sweatshirt to a charity and denied any participation, but 2 weeks later, Boney was arrested after his palm print was discovered on Kim's car. However, he was accused by the police of planning the killings alongside David. Charles ultimately revealed how he knew David in a 5-page written confession. He claimed that they met at a pickup basketball game in New Albany and that David seemed like a really sincere guy. Additionally, he said that David urged Charles to buy him an untraceable gun for $100, 0 cents at a meat store, where their paths eventually crossed again. Charles unintentionally left his palm print on David's Bronco when he accepted and handed him the rifle. But when more questions were asked, Charles's account started to change. He went on to say that David was a nasty guy, accusing him of cheating on his wife, Kim, and intimately assaulting his daughter, Jill. Charles claims that David wanted the entire family killed to hide his secrets when he lost it, when Kim found out what he was doing to their daughter. Charles claimed that in order to stop oil leaks, he wrapped the gun in a gray sweatshirt before giving it to him. He waited in the driveway after following David to his residence. A furious debate was heard by Charles, followed by a gunshot. In a terrifying moment, he said he heard Bradley, Kim's son, yelling, "Daddy, Daddy," just before a gunshot was heard. Charles said that a few moments later, David came outside and pointed the gun at him, perhaps intending to kill him as well. Moving Kim's shoes as though cleaning up while running for his life, Charles sought refuge in the garage. Charles ran away when he heard a woman pull into the driveway. Charles confessed that he did not pull the trigger, simply sold David the rifle. Being a black guy, he was hesitant to report the killings for fear that he would be held accountable by the authorities. He was ultimately arrested for conspiracy to commit murder as a result of his statement, and he was returned to custody for trial. Charles had already spoken to Stan Faith, one of the prosecutors in David's initial trial. It was discovered after his arrest. Charles said that he was close to Stan and had conferred with him prior to being named as a suspect. Stan then apologized for his part in it. Police found Charles's ex-girlfriend Mala's DNA on the gray sweater, which led to the discovery of another clue. They were in a relationship at the time, but it terminated soon after the killings. Mala explained that, after telling her he was heading to work that night, Charles returned home at midnight with scraped knees. She was uncomfortable when he showed her a gun, which she had never seen before. Charles and his mother watched news reports about the killings the following morning. Mala departed after an argument and didn't see Charles again for weeks. She later ended their relationship, but the reason for the blood on the hoodie was that she has diabetes and often pricks her finger to check her blood sugar levels. Charles's tale started to take shape. His girlfriend's account contradicted his assertion that he left the scene without getting the gun, implying that Charles may have gone back for it. This increased skepticism regarding David's guilt. Nevertheless, the killings were charged against both individuals. Charles publicly disclosed selling the gun to David and his involvement in the killings in his autobiography Blackbone, which he wrote while incarcerated. He added that in return for the gun, David had offered him Kim's life insurance money. In 2005, Charles was found guilty of conspiracy to commit murder thanks in part to his writings, confessions, and Mala's testimony. As a repeat criminal, Charles received a sentence of 225 years in jail. And what about David, if you ask? On January 17, 2006, his second trial began, and things were going to get even more convoluted. Recall that the judge decided that the prosecution erred in discussing David's numerous affairs, which is why he was initially given a retrial. His adultery, which had been one of the prosecution's main points at the start of this second trial, was thus formally off the table when the trial started. The prosecutors needed a fresh perspective without that piece of the puzzle, and they didn't hold back. They turned to a startling charge. David had been mistreating his daughter Jill for a long time, and he killed his whole family to hide his crimes. The accusations were extremely upsetting and instantly complicated the situation. David's defense team, however, refused to give up. They called in a reputable medical examiner who reported that Jill's autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, notably no hymenal injury. The defense team contended that there was insufficient evidence to support the allegation of sexual assault, and that the prosecution was fabricating the evidence to support their theory of the crime. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility of other types of abuse, since some techniques would not cause obvious harm. Although Jill did sustain blunt force injuries, some of which were in her pelvis, this expert also noted that these injuries weren't always a sign of sexual assault. The expert stated that there was no hard proof to back up the prosecution's allegations, and that these were only wounds from the vicious assault. The charges against David were only one aspect of this trial. Another was the fresh evidence that had surfaced as a result of some investigative work that had located Charles. Charles provided a lot of the fresh information that the police discovered. Charles's own evidence even revealed to them that David had bought a gun with the intention of killing his family. However, the defense persisted in claiming that the prosecution's evidence was insufficient to convict David beyond a reasonable doubt. On March 20, 2006, following weeks of testimony, the jury found David guilty of killing his wife Kim and their kids, Brad and Jill. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. However, David immediately filed an appeal after being found guilty, this time because of the claims of abuse against his daughter. He contended that the claims had affected the jury's verdict and insisted that there was no proof he had ever hurt Jill. And you know what? In a shocking decision, the Indiana Supreme Court sided with him. In agreement with David's argument that the prosecution's abuse claims lacked sufficient evidence, they reversed the verdict. According to the court, the allegations of sexual abuse were not supported by any reliable evidence. What was going on for Kim's family amid all of this, do you think? They had to repeatedly witness the terrible deaths of their daughter and grandchildren in the courtroom. Frank, Kim's father, was heartbroken by the choice. His voice was filled with fury as he stated, "I was kind of surprised by the overturn of the last verdict. All we want is the truth, and the truth is that David's guilty." Kim's family was adamant about David being permanently imprisoned. They simply wanted justice because they were tired of the back and forth. In August 2013, almost 13 years later, David's third trial got underway. This trial was not like the others. The prosecution chose to take a different approach, concentrating on the life insurance policy David had purchased for Kim prior to her passing. Charles said David wanted the money and had no intention of letting anyone stop him. It's interesting to note that Kim signed off on the modifications, indicating that she was aware of and approved of the fact that her life insurance policy had been enhanced just before she passed away. During this trial, Charles mounted the witness stand once more, and his testimony was as shocking as ever. He asserted that David had deceived him into attending the house at the time of the killings. Charles also stated in his testimony that David almost shot him before he was able to get away. Charles claims that David carried out all of the murders and that he never came into contact with Brad, Jill, or Kim. David's defense, however, was prepared. They had more DNA proof. This time, they provided evidence that Kim's underwear and Jill's and Kim's clothing had Charles's DNA. Furthermore, Kim had retaliated before being killed, as evidenced by the discovery of Charles's DNA beneath her fingernails. The blood spatter on David's shirt was the most convincing evidence connecting him to the crime scene, even with all the DNA evidence and Charles's dubious involvement. Although David's defense team maintained that this could be readily explained by the fact that David had attempted to assist Brad after he was shot in the head, brushing up against his hair and left blood on his shirt, the prosecution maintained that the blood belonged to the victims. On October 24, 2013, the jury reached their verdict, not guilty on all counts, after weeks of deliberation and dramatic courtroom proceedings. David was found not guilty. He was so overcome with emotion when the news was revealed that he started crying and thanked the jurors and his legal team for having faith in him. After years of stressful court cases, it was a historic occasion. Not everyone, though, was overjoyed by the decision. There was division in the community. After all, a lot of people had been wondering whether David had really been innocent after 13 years of media coverage. Despite the overwhelming evidence, some people believed there were still unresolved issues. David made the decision to remain in the town where everything took place in spite of the controversy. He went back to work at his uncle's company and started to put his life back together. David sued other members of the prosecution team in a civil case, as if his trials weren't already grueling. You can't wreck someone's life, take away their freedom, their reputation, their identity. You're not supposed to do that in this country, he stated, clearly expressing his rage. He ultimately got a settlement of more than $5 million, 0 cents, some of which he utilized to pay back people who had helped him during his 13-year fight. David is attempting to move on today. Even after starting over, he still feels the pain of losing his family and reputation. He has been in touch with the jurors who contributed to his release since his acquittal. He even became a case coordinator for the Innocence Project. Given his personal experience, David seems to be an ideal fit for the foundation, which seeks to clear those who have been unfairly convicted. Charles, the subject of all the controversy, continues to insist on his innocence in the meantime. He is now a devoted Christian and says he has found Jesus. He has provided multiple accounts of what transpired that evening in previous interviews, but his account hasn't altered all that much. He claims that he brought an untraceable weapon to the Cam home the night of the murder. He asserts that David was the one who pulled the trigger after he heard arguments and gunfire. With so many contradictory tales, it's difficult to understand why Charles did what he did. Although there are still many people who think David was involved in the killings, the evidence was insufficient to indict him. Some people wonder if Charles was driven by jealousy, avarice, or something else entirely. It's comforting to know that David has found freedom and serenity, rebuilding his life and profession, even if you think he is innocent. However, if you believe he is guilty, you can't help but wonder how he got away with it. What are your thoughts? Did David get away with murder, or was he really innocent? And what motivated Charles to behave in such a drastic manner? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. A vibrant 29-year-old heiress named Agnes Leroux disappeared from the French Riviera in October 1977, leaving her friends and family in the dark. Her lover, Jean-Maurice Agnelet, who had a complex relationship with her, became the first focus of the investigation. Police encountered dead ends while pursuing false leads, and suspicions about local mafias with a reputation for influence in the area increased. It became more and more like a Hollywood film at every turn, with rumors circulating that Agnes's disappearance might be connected to these perilous links. Finding the truth seems to be more difficult. What was Agnes Leroux's actual fate? Would anyone divulge the mysteries that lie underneath the Riviera's glitzy exterior? Let's get started immediately. The Palais de la Méditerranée was located in the heart of Nice, a fantastic city on the French Riviera in the early 1960s. Constructed in the late 1920s, this imposing structure was a bustling institution. It was well known for its bustling casino, which drew glitzy tourists from all around. Half of this lively establishment was owned by Henri Leroux and his wife, Renée Leroux, but they rarely spent time with their 4 children due to their hectic social schedules. Despite owning a portion of this vibrant paradise, their house frequently felt more like a background because they were always busy with social and professional obligations, but the palais was bustling with conversation and laughing. There was an odd silence in the Leroux home. They rarely had family dinners, and raised their children with the help of tutors and nurses, which caused some distance between them and frequently made the children feel a little cut off from their parents. Renée stepped up to take over the company. When Henri died in 1967, she was resolute despite the challenges of leading a location like the Palais, particularly as a woman in a world dominated by men. She was supported by her 3 children, Patricia, Christine, and Jean-Charles, who worked together to maintain the family business. As the 1970s arrived, Nice started to evolve. With the mafia having a significant impact, the city turned into a hive of corruption. The mayor at the time, Jacques Médecin, was ambitious about transforming Nice into a French Las Vegas. He surrounded himself with greedy businessmen who dreamed of redeveloping the Palais and wanted to purchase the waterfront. The Leroux family battled to keep their beloved Palais safe in the midst of the mayhem. Together, they overcame obstacles and gave their all to keep it alive. This conflict demonstrated their close family ties in addition to being business. Despite the shifting tides of their city, they remained connected by love, ambition, and a common goal of leaving a lasting legacy. There was more to the Palais de la Méditerranée than just a structure. It represented their unity and fortitude in the face of shifting circumstances. Agnes Leroux was René's fourth daughter as well. Born on September 14, 1948, she had her own ideas about life by the time she was 29 years old in 1977, and they did not include the family casino. "I won't be working in the casino because I'm not interested in that field," she famously said. "I wouldn't want to become a pimp even if I had inherited a brothel. I want to spend my life doing something else." Agnes's thoughts were on seeing the globe, and she dreamed of freedom and travel. In 1970, after Hennequin married Jean-Pierre, they relocated to Côte d'Ivoire, where Agnes fell in love with and began selling native products. She was happy, artistic, and full of love and charity, according to Jean-Pierre. He also praised her sensitivity and rebellious nature, which added to her allure. Following her divorce, Agnes established an import-operated store in Monaco in 1976. Agnes was characterized by those who knew her as a vibrant, obstinate woman with a distinct sense of style. She even picked her water as meticulously as some pick wine, according to her sister Catherine. Her sisters praised her lively demeanor, and her artistic ability was apparent in everything she did. Patricia recalled her as vivacious, happy, and incredibly giving. This was confirmed by her brother Jean-Charles, who emphasized their strong relationship in a family that was heavily involved in the gambling industry and said she was generous and full of affection. Agnes wished for a different existence. During this period of her life, Agnes Leroux developed a strong relationship with Jean Maurice, who was frequently called Maurice. He had previously worked with Agnes's mother, Renée, and was not only a lawyer but also a family friend. In each of his divorces, Maurice was a key player, and even before her marriage had formally ended, they started dating as their bond grew. In addition, he had repeatedly approached her sisters, Catherine and Patricia, without permission, and even begged their mother, Renée, for a position at the Palais de la Méditerranée, but she had always declined. He eventually became a member of the family exclusively through Agnes, which resulted in their toxic relationship. The difficulties they encountered only made her feel more vulnerable and alone as she dealt with her love for Maurice. Observers noted that Agnes appeared completely engrossed in Maurice. As Maurice recounts, she would frequently quote him, demonstrating his immense power over her. Agnes was unable to escape his grip and grew nearly dependent on him. But there was a high price for this devotion. She highlighted her inability to understand who he truly was and compared him to a chameleon, a creature that changes its color depending on its environment. Agnes suffered greatly as a result of Maurice's refusal to marry her. She stayed fixated and even assumed the financial burden of their relationship, which included covering all expenses, even though she knew she was being misled. Agnes was frequently treated with contempt by Maurice. He publicly called her my crust, implying that she was only a source of money for him. His warm use of the phrase la surmamme to refer to another lover, Françoise, demonstrated his contempt. He chuckled and remarked that Agnes was simply his pocketbook when she inquired as to whether he used the same name for all of his other loves. The key player who would ultimately be crucial in preventing Agnelette's arrest later in the case was Françoise. Later in the video, this will be shown to be a sensitive young woman who has a tendency toward depression. Agnes's relationship with Maurice was becoming more and more problematic. Because of previous betrayals, she was cut off from her family and felt incredibly alone. She was so desperate to connect that she wrote letters to Maurice, sharing her desperation and longing. "I desire you. I am waiting for you I hope." When Agnes made her first attempt at suicide on October 4, 1977, her life took a terrible turn. When Maurice was informed, His reaction was unexpectedly sloppy. Agnes was horrified to find bruises all over her body after being admitted to the hospital. She described having to take medicines because she was confused and had trouble remembering what had happened. Later, a hospital roommate observed that Agnes appeared afraid, demonstrating the depth of her anguish. Unfortunately, she made another attempt at suicide 2 days later. Maurice felt strangely unconcerned that he had been asked for assistance. This series of incidents brought into question Maurice's intentions and his care for Agnes's welfare. His behavior and lack of enthusiasm revealed a troubling disregard for her difficulties. Even though Maurice hurt her, Agnes was stuck in a toxic cycle of love and manipulation that kept her attached to him. The difficulties in their relationship made her feel even more vulnerable and alone as she struggled with these strong emotions. Known for his attractiveness, Jean-Maurice Agnelet was a lovely but conceited man. He was born in Monaco on February 10, 1938, and was raised in a low-impact household where rigid parenting caused conflict. He developed an inner shell to deal with his upbringing after his older brother Gerard's terrible demise in 1961. At the age of 20, Maurice met Annie Ladas, his first love, while working as a supervisor at a school. He married her to avoid military service, and by 1962 they had 3 sons. In spite of his incompetence, he practiced law in Nice and drew clients by refusing to charge. Maurice developed a fascination with the Leroux family in the late 1960s and tried to become involved with them. A complex connection with Agnes resulted from this preoccupation, setting off events that would have far-reaching effects. Because her mother, Renée, was constantly under pressure from Jean-Dominique Fratoni, the manager of the Rouge Casino, Agnes Leroux found herself in a difficult familial situation. Determined to seize the Palais de la Méditerranée, Fratoni turned to Maurice Agnelet for assistance. The atmosphere in the Palais de la Méditerranée on June 3, 1977 was tense. The annual Board of Directors meeting was held in this opulent Art Deco structure. Renée and her 4 children, Patricia, Catherine Jean, Charles, and Agnes, sat on one side. They were adamant about maintaining control and owned half of the company. The wealthy businessman Jean-Dominique Fratoni, dubbed the Napoleon of gaming, stood in opposition to them. Fratoni was a dubious character who had connections to the mafia and a close friendship with Jacques Metzen, the dishonest mayor of the city. It was an important meeting. To determine whether Renée would continue as CEO, a vote was required. Fratoni had been attempting to acquire control of the casino for a long time, with the intention of banishing the Leroux family and making it a more lucrative enterprise. Tension increased in the air as the votes were cast. With the help of her son and 2 children, Renée cast her ballot for herself. After then, the answer was yes. She turned to Maurice Agnelet, her lover, who had acted as René's attorney and had grown close to her. Agnes voted against her mother in a startling moment after he gave her a modest nudge. There was silence in the room. She had betrayed her family and given Tony control of the casino with just 1 vote. Agnes had transferred the funds from Fratoni to a Swiss bank account and granted Agnelet complete authority over them. Only a few weeks prior, she thought that this financial decision may bring them closer together because she was incredibly in love with him. Agnes understood that Maurice's financial difficulties were a hindrance to their relationship. She thought this would help close the gap, and she was excited to sell her interests in the family casino. She realized that even after she had taken that action, their relationship had not changed. That, she believed, was what he needed. However, he felt that becoming an annuitant was insufficient. An annuitant is a person who, typically after retirement, receives regular payments from an annuity, a financial product that generates income. Put more simply, it's a person who consistently receives money from an insurance or investment plan. Her recorded phone chats with Agnelet, which showed her increasing dejection, made the emotional pressure clear. She felt stuck in a terrible relationship and was bewildered and heartbroken. Agnes was shrouded in mystery after going missing over the All Saints' Day weekend in 1977. Prosecution investigators calculated that she disappeared between October 26 and November 2. However, these dates had an annoying ambiguity. This uncertainty was caused by multiple factors. 4 months after her last sighting, in February 1978, her family finally filed a missing persons report. Investigators found this wait to be extremely difficult, particularly since the first 24 hours are critical in any case involving a disappearance. One major problem was the report's timing. The recollections of people closest to Agnes become less trustworthy as 4 months passed. For example, her mother changed her mind and now believes that their last chat was on October 26 instead of October 27. These disparities demonstrate how time can distort the facts and make it more difficult for investigators to piece together the true events. Why, therefore, did it take so long to alert the police? A number of factors were involved. Agnes was first and mainly infamous for her capriciousness. She frequently took impromptu vacations without informing anyone. Her family didn't freak out when she stopped talking because they were accustomed to her impetuous behavior. Second, her vote against her mother at the time caused tension in the family dynamic. Although her relatives were concerned about their tumultuous relationship, Agnes had separated herself from them and was not in frequent communication with them. So, her silence was somewhat expected. It should come as no surprise that Agnes turned down several of her mother's calls. This complexity was further compounded by the time period. We did not have instant communication in the 1970s. There were no cell phones, and it was much harder to stay in touch while on the road. Individuals weren't accustomed to checking in frequently, particularly when they were out of town. The delay was also caused by Maurice Agnelet. When her family contacted him, he assured them that Agnes was probably having a party somewhere. He presented her as creative and impulsive, making them assume that her silence was typical. Any real worries were further postponed by this delusion of security. Agnelet's behavior during this period was similarly perplexing. There were suspicions regarding his motives because he had previously sent emergency personnel to fictitious places during Agnes' suicide attempts. Following Agnes's discharge from the hospital, he spoke with her family, the possibility of spending All Saints' Day weekend in Italy, and obtained insurance for her vehicle. However, she stopped communicating with everyone after October 26. Agnes was scheduled to attend a crucial board meeting at the Palais on November 4. Her absence caused worry in addition to raising questions. Her absence was an indication that something was horribly wrong because everyone anticipated her to be present. This absence marked a sea change in the narrative and ultimately implied that Agnes was confined in some sort of place. Together, these elements put her in a very precarious situation. As Christmas drew near, the anxiety only grew. Agnes's disappearance was unsettling because her family had traditionally enjoyed the occasion together. Renée Leroux eventually decided to report about her daughter's arbitrary incarceration on February 13, 1978. This created a sense of urgency instead of just worry. It entails being detained illegally and without cause. The investigation encountered numerous difficulties because of the complex web of factors that surrounded her life, in addition to the delay in reporting her absence. As time went on, it grew more difficult to uncover the truth, and Agnes's tale evolved into one of how miscommunications and emotional turmoil may have disastrous results. Talk of suicide gave the mystery surrounding Agnes Leroux's disappearance a sinister twist. The suicide explanation was difficult for investigators to accept, though. Why? Just plain because her car, a Range Rover, had disappeared without a trace and a corpse was never located on Yesi? They kept their thoughts open to a variety of theories because they knew they couldn't rule out any possibilities. According to one opinion, Agnes may have decided to go missing on her own. As we have already discussed, she was a defiant and unpredictable person, but it was difficult for her friends and family to accept that she would do this. Agnes and Jean-Charles, her brother, were especially close and frequently confided in one another. Given her thriving firm and exciting local projects, it seemed improbable that she wouldn't get in touch with him at some point. It didn't seem like her to leave all that behind, especially after what she'd done to her family. The background of the casino warfare became apparent as the investigation went on. Given her family's role as a roadblock to Jean-Dominique Frattoni's intentions, the casino manager, who was collaborating with the mayor of Nice to turn the city into a gambling hotspot, Agnes, a wealthy heiress, might have been targeted by local mafia interests. This notion, however, was also not very credible in the absence of hard data. Furthermore, Frattoni suffered a setback when Agnes vanished, and he once more required her support to advance his ambitions. Then, Renée Leroux said, Yes, mother. After the betrayal, some people theorized that she might have wished to get rid of her daughter. Investigators were dubious, despite Renee's valiant efforts to keep control of the palais and her resistance to multiple threats from rivals. If she was somehow responsible for her daughter's disappearance, why would she actively search for her and file a missing persons report? The main suspect in this case was the lover of Maurice Agnelet. He may have wanted retribution in addition to financial gain. Prior to Agnes Leroux's disappearance, Maurice Agnelet was the main suspect after she began moving the money she received from Frattoni to an account in his name. Earlier in the year, Renee had refused to give him control of the casino, and he was allegedly heard saying, "I'll get even for investigators." He apparently took a sizable amount of money out of their joint Swiss account, which was completely depleted by February 1978. While the investigation proceeded, Agnelet was detained by the police for 48 hours in September 1978, denying any wrongdoing, but confessing to having an affair with Agnes. When the police eventually searched Agnes's Monaco home 2 weeks later, they discovered a strange amount of stuff, including a piece of paper pinned to a drawing table that appeared to be a farewell note. "Sorry, my journey is over. I'm stopping here. Everything's fine. Oh yes, I want Maurice to handle everything." The date on the top of the note, which was dated October, 6 weeks before he, went missing, sparked curiosity. How did Maurice obtain that note? Could he have staged the scene to make it appear as though she had committed suicide? This note only added to the mystery surrounding Agnes's disappearance. What journey was she referring to? Why was she saying everything was fine when it was obviously not? And why did she want Agnelet to take care of everything? These questions remained, leaving investigators and family members with a haunting uncertainty. The judge overseeing the case was obviously disturbed by Agnelet's demeanor, who pointedly remarked, "You're the only one who isn't trying to find out what happened to Agnes?" That was a strong accusation, and it made Agnelet appear even more suspicious. At the criminal level, Maurice Agnelet was still regarded as innocent by the law. By the end of the 1980 cess, he had served his sentence for seizing Agnes's money and had relocated to Panama to live with his son Guillaume. In August 1983, an international wanted notice was issued for Maurice Agnelet, who was charged with homicide and breach of trust. Agnelet was struck off the bar in December 1978, after being found guilty of serious violations pertaining to the financial aspects of the case. After living in Canada since 1980, he returned to France on August 8, 1983, where he was arrested at the airport and subsequently imprisoned in 1983. Agnelet married his former mistress, Françoise Lechour. In France, a spouse of a suspect cannot be compelled to testify against them, which means they can lie during a trial without facing prosecution. This rule has since been extended to cohabitants, but at that time, marriage was necessary. Therefore, Agnelet had a strong incentive to marry Lechour to ensure she wouldn't feel pressured to admit any false testimony. It's clear that Maurice Agnelet A. was an ambitious man who was willing to do whatever it took to succeed and rise socially. Those who knew him noted this trait. On October 7, 1983, the criminal charges were dropped due to an alibi provided by his second wife, Françoise Lechour, which led to his release on February 17, 1984. She confirmed his alibi and stated that he had been with her in Geneva from October 27 to 28, just after the last known contact with Agnes. They allegedly stayed together at the Hôtel de la Paix on the shores of Lake Geneva. This complicated things for investigators as they had to sort through various timelines and alibis, but this was the same thing that helped Agnelet get released during this time. His involvement in Freemasonry also came to light. Agnelet was the worshipful master of a lodge he founded in Nice, which was associated with the Grand Orient of France, one of the biggest Masonic organizations in the nation. This association raised concerns about his character and motivations regarding Agnes's disappearance. His leadership in a Masonic lodge and his legal issues suggested a potential for dishonesty and self-interest. Freemasonry is a fraternal organization that encourages moral and ethical development among its members, frequently using symbols and rituals. He was exonerated of some charges on September 30, 1985, but on November 13, 1986, the Lyon Court of Appeals sentenced him to 30 months in prison, 6 months of which were suspended for breach of trust and vote buying. He started serving his sentence on November 17, 1986, and remained in prison until 1988. As the years went by, a private investigator hired by René Leroux made a breakthrough discovery in 1993 when he learned that hotel records in Geneva only listed François Lesueur, not Maurice, in Geneva. This led to the question of why investigators hadn't discovered this information sooner, as it could have drastically changed the investigation's conclusion and kept Agnelet behind bars. In 1997, René Leroux had filed a complaint against Lesueur and Agnelet. In June 1999, Lesueur, now the ex-wife of Maurice Agnelet, was potentially charged with collaboration in concealing a body overwhelmed by the situation. Lesueur withdrew her earlier statements and claimed she had lied about Agnelet's location during Agnes Leroux's disappearance in early 2000. Judge Anne Vella reopened the investigation after learning of this new information. Agnelet, who had returned from Panama voluntarily, was placed under judicial supervision and charged with voluntary manslaughter and false imprisonment. He remained free during the entire process, while Judge Vela diligently worked on the case, conducting extensive research and interviews. Agnelet's trial began on November 23, 2006, in the Alpes-Maritime Court, and on December 20, 2006, the jury found him not guilty because they had doubts about his guilt, which led his prosecution to appeal the verdict. This background of deceit and manipulation is further elucidated by the observations of ALA, the psychologist who evaluated Agnelet in 2002, who described him as an indecisive man with an endless desire to dominate others and driven by a deep need for recognition that may stem from a troubled relationship with his father. Agnelet reopened the case on December 7, 2000, and Agnelet was charged with murder. Agnelet and his defense team attempted to overturn this decision at the European Court of Human Rights in 2009, and in 2010 he requested conditional release. In the meantime, dubious reports surfaced that connected deceased gangsters to Agnes's disappearance in March 2011. And Jean-Pierre Hernandez, a former gangster, claimed Agnes was innocent and named Jean Lucchesi, a criminal connected to the Marseille mob, as the real murderer. Agnes Leroux was officially declared dead on April 12, 2007, with her death certificate issued in Nice on October 26, 1977, but he was discharged due to a lack of evidence, which included no body or car. Before his death in 1987, Lucchesi allegedly told Hernandez that he had killed Agnes as part of a contract, disposed of her body in the harbors, and crushed her car afterwards. The Zampa family's lawyer filed a complaint against Hernandez for defaming a deceased person and accused him of damaging Zampa's reputation. The Leroux family believed this was a publicity stunt to promote Hernandez's book, while Agnelet's lawyers saw it as fresh evidence to appeal to the Court of Cassation. On January 10, 2013, the European Court of Human Rights ruled against France, ruling that the murder charge was not clearly established due to the absence of a body and that the Aix-en-Provence verdict lacked justification. Personage, last season box, the courtesies accolade on Zoom, position and defensive. In March 2014, the French court held a third trial of Agnelet, which resulted in shocking developments that no one saw coming. On the day of the trial, Maurice, the analyst, appeared weak and aged in court for his trial. At first, it seemed like the proceedings would follow a familiar pattern, as Agnelet had been tried before. But just days before the verdict, a shocking twist occurred. Agnes's rebellious and generous nature was revealed by her family, while Agnelet insisted she was not a traitor. At the age of 76, Agnelet abruptly defended Agnes, saying there was no betrayal when she voted against her mother for the casino's presidency. Before the 2014 trial, Maurice Agnelet and his son Guillaume had a complicated relationship. Guillaume had always publicly supported his father, but during the court proceedings this changed drastically. On April 6th, Guillaume made his shocking claim, saying, "I have a case of conscience. I believe my father is the murderer of Agnes Leroux." This statement was read at the beginning of the hearing, and Guillaume repeated it during a video conference with the court. Guillaume claimed that his father had confessed to the crime, stating that he had shot the 29-year-old woman while she was sleeping in Monte Carlo, Italy, threw her belongings in a river, left her body in a forest, and then parked his white Range Rover at a train station with the keys left inside before taking a train back to Nice. Annelies hinted at a suicide threat in an email to their son Guillaume on April 9, 2014. In court, she disowned him and denied his accusations against Maurice. On April 11th, The jury upheld Maurice Agnelet's 20-year prison sentence, which he appealed the following day. The conviction was finalized on July 8, 2015. The Leroux family received €3 million, 0 cents, from Agnes's inheritance in May 2015. René Leroux died on June 6, 2016. In September 2020, Agnelet was granted a medical suspension of his sentence, but there were delays because of Agnes's prosecution appeal. He was released early on December 24, 2020, and moved in with his son in New Caledonia. Agnelet died of a heart attack on January 12, 2021, at the age of 82. For 45 years, both families endured intense scrutiny and suffering, with the truth about Agnes's disappearance still unresolved. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Is it feasible to live a twin's life while stealing their identity? When twins appear together, people are generally always quite interested in them. It should come as no surprise that they have also always been the focus of close examination for scientific studies. From biology to psychology, such research is thought to be essential for understanding the genetics of their behavior. Even though they live far away, many twins say they can sense their sibling or sister's emotional state, and occasionally even their physical suffering. They have a unique bond that sometimes even causes them to repeat each other's fate. Since identical twins are produced when a single fertilized egg divides, they are identical. In addition to their striking physical similarities, their fingerprints are strikingly similar in terms of pattern type and line count, albeit the finer details are obviously different. Though it took place in real life, the story of Sunny and Gina Hahn, twin sisters, reads like the plot of a thriller or even a horror film. After being split up in their early years and then reunited, the girls experienced a peculiar emotion that turned into jealousy and a never-ending rivalry in everything. Every girl thought her sister was luckier and more successful than she was, and their relentless pursuit of perfection at all costs led to a true tragedy. On April 3, 1974, sisters Sunny and Gina Hahn were born into a modest household in a South Korean province. Sunny and Gina were the names given to the twin daughters. The couple's modest, if not impoverished lifestyle was severely impacted by the way their two children looked. The parents chose to divorce when the daughters were under 2 years old because they were continuously scandalized. In this instance, the children only shared during the divorce proceedings. The mother stayed in her home province with Sunny, while the father took Gina to a nearby city. The sisters did not see each other throughout the nearly 4 years that the ex-spouses did not speak, but when Mr. Hahn found a woman in 1980, she made the decision to be married and start a family. But Gina was detested by his new partner. Almost once, by forcing the man to give the child back to his mother, the lady tensely posed the question and only agreed to marry him in this situation. He took the girl to his ex-wife in the fall of that year and simply left her there without providing an explanation or even taking note of the circumstances in the home. After that, he departed and never again showed concern for his children's welfare or provided them with financial support. By that time, the daughter's mother was severely struggling with alcoholism, had no steady employment, and was addicted to gambling, which led to her accruing enormous debt. For days at a time, the lady might be gone from home, leaving her girls alone with a bag of inexpensive convenience foods or perhaps no food at all. They appeared to have no one else in the world but one another, and they were both hungry and terrified. Still, the sisters' relationship was falling apart quickly. They started fighting over everything and were always vying for their mother's attention. Their arguments frequently resulted in violent altercations that left them with abrasions, bruises, and ripped hair. In an interview many years later, the mother herself stated that she never tried to reconcile her daughters or separate them. She did not step in to stop the clashes between siblings because they were usual in Korea. In the early 1000s, 980s flee to the United States of America. Mrs. Hahn chose to leave the country by sea in order to avoid creditors and attempt to start over, since she was unable to pay off her growing debts and was worried about her life and the safety of her daughters. The woman, who had only seen images and articles of the sunny state of California, wanted to visit. She purchased one-way tickets for herself and her kids and just packed the essentials in her suitcase. They encountered a number of issues as soon as they moved to Irvine, a city in Orange County, California. They had no family, friends, or acquaintances to offer any assistance. The girls who didn't know English struggled in school, and Mrs. Hahn was unable to get employment since she didn't speak the language. Living on a limited stipend, the family was barely surviving, and the future appeared ghoulish and terrifying. The mother and kids took a few years to get used to their new surroundings. However, just as things appeared to be improving, the woman developed a gambling and alcohol addiction. The same thing happened again, but this time she also started exhibiting mental health issues. She wanted to place her daughters in a foster home or orphanage because she couldn't raise them herself. Mrs. Hannah, AUREM, sister and her spouse, relocated to California in 1986. She herself offered to take the 12-year-old girls to her for rearing, after learning about the circumstances in a relative's home, as the pair did not have any children of their own. Mrs. Hahn eagerly accepted the offer, but she didn't even discuss it with her daughters. She hurriedly packed their things in a suitcase, caught a bus to Sunny and Gina in a nearby town, and just told them where to go when she dropped them off at her sister's house at the bus stop. The girls' lives quickly started to resemble a fairy tale, as they were embraced with open arms at their aunt's house despite their confusion and fear. Auntie and her husband made every effort to ensure the sisters were comfortable and had nothing to require. For the first time in their lives, Sunny and Gina ate enough, dressed beautifully, and were driven to a prestigious school. However, not only did the sisters' relationship not get better, it got so bad that it broke down. They were in the same class, studying together, and they were always competing. Each of the top-achieving females attempted to get around her sister in this way. In an effort to outperform their sister, they participated in athletics as well. Shared pals liked boys and vied for the attention of guardians and teachers. The sisters appeared to be very inspired and motivated by this rivalry, which pushed them to excel in all they did, rank first in their school, excel in athletics, pay close attention to their appearance, and set a good example for others. Love was the single thing that never occurred between them. The second sister didn't want to lag behind and give in because they all believed she received the best treatment. It should be mentioned that Sunny found it simpler to establish friendships or connections with boys because she was more outgoing, gregarious, and talkative. Her guardians unknowingly provided her more love and attention, and her teachers treated her better. However, Gina appeared to be motivated by hatred and rage. From the army to the alcoholic to the gambler, she would make a special effort to beat her sister and show everyone that she was superior. The sisters' paths took different turns after high school. Gina signed a 4-year contract to join the U.S. Air Force after deciding she could fulfill her potential as a soldier. The girl was physically fit and hardy, but she quickly came to the conclusion that she did not enjoy being in the military. Strict order and discipline prevailed here. The soldier did not truly belong to himself, and orders were not debated. He tried to breach the contract for the first time after a year, but was unsuccessful. Another 6 months later, she pretended that she had to care for her father because he was gravely ill. Naturally, she was unable to obtain the medical certificate that the management required as proof. Gina was really suffocating without any personal freedom. After another 6 months or so went by, in Bexar County, Texas, at Lackland Air Force Base, her unit was moved. Enlisted members of the U.S. Air Force and Space Force can only get basic military training there. Furthermore, Lackland is most famous for being the sole place where the U.S. Air Force conducts military training. Although many individuals aspire to visit this base, Hahn felt that it was a true jail. Gina didn't want to wait for her contract to end for another 2 years. Thus, she chose to cheat once more. She approached a senior official and told him about her nonconformist views. Note that it was 1994, and at that time, a scandalous comment like that was a valid grounds to end the contract right away. After being released from her responsibilities, Gina went back to California and made her home in the Los Angeles suburbs. The attractive 20-year-old lady soon secured a position at a well-known casino, earning roughly $20,000, 0 cents annually. Even at the time, the amount was modest, but tips occasionally far outstripped her daily income. Gina's life appeared to be improving for a while. She had her own car, although a second-hand one, rented a residence in a nice neighborhood, made a solid living, and could afford to buy clothing and cosmetics from high-end stores. However, that was short-lived. She quickly developed an addiction to hot beverages and started using them virtually every day. It wasn't as bad as that, though. After working a shift one day, Han decided to try her luck and sat down at a slot machine after picking up her paycheck and collecting a respectable tip. She lost everything she had made in a matter of hours. However, she woke up with a genuine, excruciating excitement rather than remorse. Every day, once her work ended, she hoped to win back and hit the lottery. She sat at the machines where she lost all the money and drank. She initially only bet her salary and tips, but she soon started taking out loans from friends and co-workers, which led to her debt. Gina was unaware that she was following in her mother's footsteps, who also struggled with gambling and alcohol, and as a result, the woman once fled her own country to America while carrying 2 children. Gina became more addicted. She soon stopped lending money as she just didn't repay them, and she started doing common thievery. She took money from her coworker's purse for the first time, but after realizing the loss, the coworker felt terrible for Han and chose not to call the police. The thief was brought to administrative accountability when the incident recurred, but she was simply given a fine and a suspended sentence. She visited her aunt, who reared her, in mid-1995 and stole from her a few months later. For the first time, Gina was given a real sentence after being found guilty of stealing. She was sentenced to 3 months in prison, but she was released early after less than a month. She was seen by the police a few more times for drunken revelry after that, but she was only in prison for a few days. Sunny, a successful twin, attended a renowned university after graduating from high school. She pursued a scholarship to study law, made many wealthy and accomplished acquaintances, moved around in high society, and led that painfully ideal life that many often boast about on social media. She rented a large apartment in a high-end apartment building in a posh neighborhood, complete with a gym and swimming pool. Sunny and Helena Smith, a fellow student and close friend who was the heiress of extremely affluent parents, split the rent. In addition to owning a pricey white BMW, Han was in a relationship with a young, attractive man from a bright family who was enrolled in medical school and aspired to become a surgeon. She appeared to be the total opposite of her sister, to have fulfilled all of her dreams and to have a long and contented life ahead of her. Sunny was almost forgetting about her twin sister. Since high school graduation, they had not seen or spoken to each other. She was aware from her aunt's statements that Gina had previously served time in jail for stealing, struggled with alcohol, and accrued debt due to gambling. The girl didn't try to locate her sister, get in touch with her, or offer assistance because she was too preoccupied with her education, relationships, and creating the ideal existence. But early in 1996, Gina called her sister out of the blue and requested assistance. Is it feasible to take another person's life? Gina called Sunny in April 1996 and requested to see her. For the first time in 4 years, the sisters saw one another, but they were not happy about it. Because it appeared as though they were seated in front of a mirror, the folks in the cafe across from them had their eyes fixed on them. Gina told her sister that she was having a lot of problems and was unsure of what to do. Unemployed and very indebted, Gina had no place to live and no one to turn to. Sunny truly felt sad for her sister and paid close attention to what she had to say. Without even talking to Helena, she recommended that Gina remain at her apartment for the time being. With just a bag and her possessions, Gina moved into her sister's apartment that same day. Gina had heard that Sunny wasn't impoverished, of course, but she hadn't anticipated seeing such an opulent and comfortable apartment in a nice neighborhood with all the amenities one could want. Gina, of course, did not pay for the apartment and lived at her sister's cost for almost a month. Envy and loathing consumed her more and more each day. She was always wondering what might have happened in her life. In what way was her sister superior to her now? Gina had an apparently insane idea. After all, she and Sunny had the same appearance, and only her mother and aunt had ever been able to tell them apart. What if the twins simply vanished, and Gina was able to lead her ideal life? Since Gina had virtually no friends and her family, to be honest, didn't like her, she believed that no one would even notice the changeover or her disappearance. Such thoughts quickly became obsessive. Over time, a sneaky scheme developed in Gina's brain. She closely observed who her sister spoke to, where she went, and how she dressed and spoke. She also meticulously imitated her hair, cosmetics, and mannerisms. In an effort to get to know her sister's friends better and keep them from noticing the changeover, Gina made every effort to interact with them. The sisters continued to argue and struggled to find common ground. Sunny's constant threats to evict her sister were the primary point of contention, but she simply gave up and bottled up her resentment since she had nowhere else to go. After yet another scandal, on August 18, 1996, Gina had been drinking when she walked through the apartment, took all the money she could find, and went to the casino, while her sister and a neighbor went somewhere else. The property was in disarray, and the money was gone when Sunny and Helena got home. They could no longer stand Gina's pranks and went to the police as soon as they understood what had transpired. That same evening, the girl was taken into custody in the casino. She was convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, after 2 months, the terms of her incarceration were loosened, allowing her to go for work 6 hours a day, but having to return to the prison at night. After 2 weeks of compliance, she made the decision to flee in order to finish her scheme, a cunning one. After being set free, Gina returned to Orange County by hitchhiking. The hunt for her was not a full-time job because she was not a dangerous criminal. Gina had to spend the night in a homeless shelter in a highly underprivileged area since she had no money. She wanted to replace her sister and kill her as quickly as possible, but she couldn't do it by herself, and she couldn't afford to hire a hitman. Then, after meeting 2 local adolescents in the same problematic neighborhood, Gina recruited them. They were identified as Joni Sirrett and Archie Bryant, his friend. In the event that they were successful, the girl agreed to give them each $100, 0 cents. The men made extensive preparations for the crime, purchased duct tape and rope, and even obtained a gun, albeit unloaded, that they could use to threaten people. After borrowing funds from friends, Gina hired a used Ford Mustang on November 15, 1996, with the intention of traveling to her sister's home with her accomplices. Everything was to take place on Wednesday, November 20, in the afternoon, when Sunny would undoubtedly be home by herself, based on her sister's estimates, as well as to do reconnaissance. The invaders also purchased a pack of magazines so that Johnny, posing as a salesperson, could inspect the apartment and see who was inside. The strategy appeared to be perfect. Each of the 3 criminals understood what they were supposed to do, and their roles were scripted, but all of a sudden, everything went wrong. A failed assassination attempt, to be exact. When a Mustang arrived to Sunny's apartment building at midday on the scheduled day, 2 men got out. While Johnny carried the magazines to the victim's apartment, Archie quietly moved to the side. Sunny answered the door when he knocked, but she didn't bother to knock and just slammed it in his face, claiming she didn't want anything. Johnny returned to his assistants, filled them in on everything, and they went over the plan's specifics again. Because the girl had opened the door without calling anyone, nobody was suspicious that she might not have been home alone. The young guys returned to the apartment after concluding their discussion of the subtleties and retrieved the rifle, duct tape, and rope from the car. When Johnny called the apartment again at around 1, Archie was standing a short distance away, ready to kick down the door when Sunny opened it. But by that time, Sunny had already gone to shower because she had a crucial meeting to attend. When the bell rang, her neighbor, who was seated in front of the TV in the living room, refused to even open the door. However, the unexpected guest persisted, so after a few minutes, Smith gave up and made his way to the door. Without any fanfare, the males kicked out the door as soon as the latch clicked and it started to open, knocking the girl on the ground before realizing that it was not Sunny in front of them and brandishing a revolver. After duct taping Helena's mouth shut and tying her up, Johnny rushed to Gina to ask her how to handle the problem and whether to allow the witness to remain alive. A bank card in Sunny's name was on the dresser when he left. Sunny, who was still in the restroom at the moment, heard a sound and warily peered out. After concluding that the house had been broken into, she went back to the bathroom, picked up the cell phone in the corridor, and began phoning the emergency services. She only had time to inform them about the armed robbery and provide the address. The friends anticipated being tortured to discover where the money and valuables were in the house, or being abused when Archie grabbed a terrified Sunny by the hair, tied her up with rope, taped her mouth shut, and threw her on the floor next to a bound Helena when the connection was abruptly cut off and the room door swung open with a powerful kick. But the police showed up a few minutes later. When the cops got to the residence, Johnny and Gina were still in the Mustang. A few minutes after the initial 3 police officers rushed past them, a second vehicle arrived to assist. Every force was hurried to the scene because it was a hostage situation. The intruder sitting in the car heard the number of the apartment radioed by a passing police officer. Gina shouted that she was Sunny as she exited the vehicle. Law enforcement officer Han glanced at her, but he couldn't make out what that meant. He requested that she rush to the location, where his colleagues had already disarmed the assailant and freed the hostages. The policeman was astonished and confused when he walked into the flat. The same girl he had just rushed past on the street was sitting in front of him, weeping and terrified. The policeman briefly questioned whether what was happening was genuine when he inquired her name, and she replied that it was Sunny Han. Since the same person could not be in two locations at once, he believed he was going insane. The Ford Mustang carrying the girl and her accomplice, the good twin and the bad twin, had already vanished when the man who had told his colleague that he needed to check something leaped back into the yard. Gina knew the attempt had failed when she heard the radio announce the apartment number and saw the cops coming. Then, in a desperate move, she jumped out of the car and called herself by her sister's name. By claiming that the true offender was now in her flat, the girl attempted to appear like a victim, but the rushed officer ignored her and merely requested her to wait. Gina, of course, didn't wait. She and Johnny went to the closest ATM and used her sister's stolen card to withdraw a couple $1,000s. The crooks then hurried to the Mexican border, but not before they had to swap their car for a less noticeable one at the car dealership. Gina used her sister's name when introducing herself, but she accidentally wrote her own name on the form. The staff found this extremely odd and requested her to wait while the formalities were completed. The management was then notified and the police were contacted. Gina insisted that Sunny was her and that the other sister was impersonating her even after she was jailed. Even after fingerprints were used to determine each girl's identity, they both continued to identify themselves as Sunny during the inquiry and in court. The Han sisters appeared to be ordinary good and bad twins at first, but a closer look at their past showed that this was not the case at all. Sunny had a successful and happy life, while Gina struggled with addictions, was frequently in problems, and had multiple criminal records. Sunny lost her primary motivation, though, when the sisters' paths parted and they ceased their ceaseless rivalry. She enrolled at a prominent university, but her academic performance declined in the second year, and she was unable to maintain her scholarship to pay for her education. She carefully concealed the fact that she was working as a dancer in a nearby city's nightclub from her boyfriend and friends. Sunny made an effort to keep up the appearance of an ideal existence, but in actuality, she was no longer leading one. Gina and her lesser accomplices were accused of conspiring to kill Sunny Han throughout the trial and punishment. Additionally, the girl was charged with attempting to pass for her twin sister, whose she even used while introducing herself at the hearing. Overall, the process was both intriguing and unsettling since the sisters, who were experiencing the same emotions, started crying, had panic attacks, and, during one session, passed out all at once. Gina stated that she merely intended to remove her sister's possessions from her apartment and had no intention of killing her. Johnny and Archie were meant to assist her with that, but instead they chose to act like gangsters and frighten Sunny and her neighbor. A bit too much, though. The defendants argued that since the rifle was unloaded, the girls would not have actually been harmed. A year after the attempted murder, on November 20, 1997, the court rendered its decision. Gina had a history of many convictions, had fled from jail, and was wanted at the time of this offense, all of which the jury considered. Given all of this, Gina Han received a 26-year prison term after being found guilty on all counts. In the case's aftermath and cultural reflection, her accomplices, Archie Bryant and Jonia Sirat, were sentenced to 14 and 8 years respectively. After serving 21 years, Gina was released in May 2018 after her lawyer's appeal was approved by a California state commission. It's important to note that Sunny supported her in her parole case because her sister was able to pardon her. After Gina gained her freedom, she moved into her mother's home and now looks after her. The Khan sisters' story received extensive media coverage, was featured in several prominent talk show episodes, and served as the inspiration for several documentaries and feature films. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The cost of love. What will shape our future? Without a doubt, the choices and behaviors we make. However, they believe that you can't escape fate when chance gets in the way of your normal existence. The protagonists of today's tale, Joseph and Olga Connell, experienced this as well. Their paths in life unexpectedly intersected, and they remained together forever. Unfortunately, because of their terrible fate, the couple were unable to fully enjoy one another. Numerous gunshots were heard close to the Paladin Club condominium in Wilmington, Delaware, on September 23, 2013 at around 2 in the morning. Witnesses noticed a guy and a woman laying on the ground when they rushed to the site. A call was sent to emergency services a short while later. The incident and its victims were reported by the caller. First aid was administered by the arriving medics. In contrast to her friend, the victim was still alive despite suffering facial bullet wounds and blood loss. There was no sign of life in the man who had been shot. He was apparently shot in the back of the head and killed instantly. But sadly, time was not on his side. When the police realized this, they asked the woman what had transpired. She replied with an unintelligible word and passed out. They hurried the victim to the hospital. Halfway there, though, she gave up her final fight for survival and passed away. Specialists on the scene discovered documents and personal items. The deceased turned out to be Connell's newlyweds. Since none of the valuables, including Olga's wallet, pocketbook, cell phones, and even the diamond ring on her hand, were taken, the incident was a targeted murder rather than an attempted robbery. After the young guys came home from celebrating their spouse's 39th birthday, it was later discovered that the victims had been attacked outside their house. About 25 rounds were fired into their backs by the treacherous attackers. Investigators had to determine what broke up the couple's romance and whether a long-running domestic conflict could have served as the crime's motivation. Joseph Connell was born into a prosperous and close-knit family. He has a younger sister named Kelly and an older brother named John. He was the middle child. The children used to fight about nothing when they were younger, but after their parents' divorce, they joined together and became inseparable. The lads stayed to live with their mother after their relationship ended. After some time, a woman's life was occupied by another man. The second marriage went according to plan. The stepfather took the role of the father, and the family continued to be self-sufficient. The neighborhood where the family lived was rather calm and comfortable. Everyone went about their daily activities during the day, and in the evenings they all gathered around a round table to talk about personal matters. Joe was raised as a righteous and tenacious youngster. These attributes, however, were more related to labor and education. Other than that, he was the lifeblood of the business and a joyful, affectionate youngster. The young man had aspirations of being a businessman and launching his own company from a young age. His efforts were successful because of his resourcefulness and commercial sense. The protagonist of the story, Christopher Rivers, opened a machine store and a specialty store in Tullyville with his closest friend. The young men were well known around the area as prosperous partners who had started from the beginning. The friends were amiable. Additionally, they developed their business and burned a shared idea. According to the acquaintance narrative, Joseph was certain he was a bachelor until he met Olga, a Russian beauty. The young people started talking to each other on the dating site. As they were already quite mature individuals with a wealth of life experience, they soon discovered similar ground for conversation. A female friend just moved to the United States and disclosed on the internet that she was going through a divorce. The man discussed his past relationships as well as his future goals. Both interlocutors were intelligent and gregarious. Interests and life perspectives were comparable among personalities. It is therefore not surprising that their sentiments eventually developed into something more. Joe made her an offer after realizing one day that he could no longer picture his existence without his lover. Olga did the same. The bride has not yet been introduced to the family, which is the only subtlety, but this did not frighten the man. He had faith in his decision and in his family's response. His relatives were enchanted by the selected one's beauty and temperament. They were shocked to learn that a woman could win over a hot, affectionate relative. The couple's connection progressed quickly. Joe didn't disguise his affection for Olga because he was proud of her looks and personality and carried her everywhere with him. But as time went on, it became evident that the beloved's true Siberian character was hidden beneath the woman's sensitivity and malleability. Everyone was in awe of her boundless enthusiasm and spirit of entrepreneurship. It felt like she could accomplish anything. Connell was so happy and in love that he made the decision to hold off on getting married for a long time. Maybe he was eager to get married and was unaware of what was about to happen. It's common to say that these folks are rushing through life. You have all undoubtedly seen cases like this in your surroundings. Police conducted interviews with the victim's neighbors, spectators, and the crowd as part of their post-attack investigation. Maybe some of these people might provide clarification? Regretfully, none of them had witnessed the incident. Nevertheless, a lot of individuals fled after hearing gunfire. Some also reported hearing loud male voices just before the shooting, as if they were having a heated argument with the newlyweds. Crime broke out not far from the crime scene, and forensic specialists discovered numerous fired casings from two distinct kinds of guns. Consequently, it became evident that multiple attackers were present. The pair was originally sentenced to death, based on the sheer volume of gunfire. In such a shootout, it is doubtful that anyone would have survived to execute their strategy. The thieves bided their time till the youths returned from the celebration. One of the well-known bars served as the venue for the birthday celebration. The party was attended by some Connell family members as well as friends. After dancing till midnight and having a great time, everyone headed home when they were exhausted. After parking at the residence, the pair made their way to the front door. The intruders discovered the best moment to execute their illegal plan at this point. Interviewing the victim's relatives was the next stage of the investigation. Joseph's parents were questioned by officers. The man's mother and stepfather said they had no knowledge about the couple's supposed adversaries and critics when they were questioned about it. The newlyweds appeared to have no enemies. On the other side, very few people do not have jealous others. At any rate, none of the recently married couples mentioned it. Meanwhile, the investigators received some intriguing information. It comes out that on the eve of the wedding, Joe and his sister Kelly got into a fight. It had to do with a pricey diamond-encrusted family ring. Experts estimated its worth to be around $20,000. Relationships between the relatives changed after the argument. All of Kelly's relatives, however, asserted that she would never have attended the crime. In particular, the ring was still on Olga's finger following the assault. However, it was a weird coincidence that forced the version concerning the hidden crime to be checked. Even though the woman lived in a different neighborhood, Kelly was among the first people on the site of the murder that fateful night. She was close to the ring story at the time. The couple intended to wed in the Virgin Islands. The engagement ring was the single thing that ruined the wedding planning. The mother gave the family treasure to her son in accordance with family custom. The youngest daughter, however, had already received the jewelry for the wedding 10 years prior. Joe carefully removed the ring from his sister and swapped out the precious stones for zirconium so as not to alter the long-standing tradition. He then surreptitiously gave the mistress back the ring and diamonds that had been placed into Olga's engagement ring. Given his financial circumstances, the protagonist's action is hard to justify. He may have made the decision to follow the regulations in this way. None of the women were supposed to have guessed it, but the calculations had not worked out. After spotting the switch, Kelly started searching for the offender. The younger sister was furious when she found out about her brother's behavior. She was understandably outraged and told Joseph so. The latter, however, was furious because he believed the sister's anger was unfounded and that her only intention was to break family customs and somehow sabotage the wedding. However, the ceremony happened. Kelly excused her absence from the event by stating that she was working at the time. The woman chose to ruin the celebration in retribution and sent Olga, the gullible bride, a mocking message. Discovered the truth. Following that, there was tension in the brother-sister connection. There were fights between them from time to time. Mutual insults and rebukes were common, and the subsequent incident, a strange robbery, completely jolted everyone out of their rut. In the Virgin Islands, the newlyweds started their joint life. The honeymoon was a happy time for the newlyweds. Olga and Joseph enjoyed fishing, sailing on a yacht, swimming in the sea, sunbathing on the beach, and sampling local food. There was no shortage of funds for these uses. The newlyweds purchased a pricey Mercedes, and Joe was delighted that the business was flourishing and earning a solid revenue of almost $1 million annually back home. They spent $100,000, 0 cents, on the new convertible. Olga started to assist her spouse because she didn't belong to the group of ladies who enjoy sitting on her neck. Olga possessed a rare appeal in addition to being well-read, intelligent, and fluent in English. She entered the company and worked in administration with ease because of her prior experience working on the stock exchange. Joe and Chris had a lot more customers after the attractive blonde took over the firm. While the couple was busy conducting business, a young family's home was broken into a week prior to the attack near the condominium. Jewels and family heirlooms were taken by an unidentified individual. Olga owned the diamond ring. When the Connell couple got home that day, the family's head of household saw the unauthorized entry and phoned 911. Surprisingly, when law enforcement investigators inspected the area, they found no evidence. There were no conclusive findings in the burglars' hunt. Investigators presented the theory that the heist was staged or the product of a professional. Many people thought the sister had every incentive to fake the crime, which is why Kelly was highly suspicious. Maybe she eventually decided to discipline her brother because she could no longer forgive him for what he had done. However, the case investigation quickly reached a standstill. The spouses were the victims of a more horrific crime, and detectives' focus was diverted to the investigation of a double crime in an attempt to find a motivation. During her interview with detectives, Kelly appeared distraught. The woman didn't conceal anything and helped with the investigation. She described the argument with Joe and even produced correspondence pertaining to it. Olga stated in one of the chats that she believed Kelly was the one who planned the most recent heist. Kelly denied it, but the inquiry could not rule her out as a suspect. The woman later acknowledged that she applied strong pressure in some areas, despite the clear motive, and all the evidence pointed to the opposite conclusion. The victim's younger sister appeared devastated, yet she did not alter her testimony during any of the interrogations or appear perplexed during Joe and Olga's funeral. She was clearly suffering the loss and loved her brother. Other theories about the murder were being considered at the same time. Jealousy was not ruled out as a motive for the crime, because Joseph Connell was one of the many ideal grooms, and his bride was exceptionally beautiful. Perhaps not everyone in the couple's immediate vicinity was as happy as they were, and some of the former youths might harbor resentment and seek retribution in life after marriage. Nevertheless, the inquiry did not substantiate the detectives' assumptions. It was discovered that Joe had a cordial farewell to his former friends. They are also happily married and have been for a long time. This also holds true for Olga's previous partnerships. She severed all ties with her Russian spouse and filed for divorce, but a man who feels wronged would scarcely go to any lengths to make amends with his ex-wife, much less journey across the ocean to do it. This theory has been disproved in this respect. However, while the detectives were searching for the newlyweds' opponents, they continued to focus on the issue of brother-sister conflict. One of the most frequent motivations for criminal activity is greed. As a result, after interviewing Kelly, the inquiry turned to her husband, Garrett Catalano. The man would do everything for his wife since he loved her so much. The possible suspect acted coolly and persuasively, but it's likely that he could have committed a double crime during the chat at his beloved's request. It turns out that he had a solid alibi and that his wife was innocent. Garrett nevertheless questioned whether his brother-in-law earned a multi-million-dollar income by hard work. Catalano made vague hints that Joe might have been involved in illicit drug trafficking. His remarks gained traction over time. Others asserted that Joe was profiting greatly from the covert sale of steroids. We know another man who was identified by secret witnesses as one of his friends. Thus, the detectives discovered Christopher Rivers' best friend, Chris, who has been a lifelong friend and business partner. Chris appeared unconcerned with the incident. In contrast to everyone around him, he carried on with his life as usual. It made sense that he was in charge of both aspects of the company. He was forced to hold on by meetings with suppliers and dealing with clients, but his uncontrollable energy and mental toughness still produced odd ideas. The detectives made the decision to speak with the man one day. He said that he was meant to attend the party on the fateful night, but was unable to do so due to his business obligations. Despite their long-standing friendship and his partner's untimely death, Christopher suddenly made a disparaging statement. He claimed that Joseph had recently changed and was now acting dishonestly. Rivers didn't stay away from Olga, as a successful marriage only untied her hands, he allegedly heard, because Joe's wife was not as simple as she wanted to appear, and had come to the U.S. to defend the interests of the Russian mob. The companion's explanation for the family's considerable income required thorough confirmation of his suspicions. Maybe there was a valid explanation for the man's statements, or perhaps they were all merely rumors and conjecture. But it quickly became clear that Joseph was connected to the underground. The information was openly accessible and not a secret. It turns out that her partner had been charged with unlawfully possessing guns a few years prior to their meeting and had even received a respectable sentence for it. The individual was able to make new friends while he was incarcerated. It is possible that local officials drew him into the illegal drug trade after he completed his term. Maybe someone chose to take Connell out after he eventually crossed their path. But was the attack motivated by the connections made while incarcerated? While the investigators worked on the shady enterprise, the investigation was gaining steam when an intriguing fact emerged. Renowned heroin dealer Harry Cook claimed to have overheard Rivers disparaging Joe. Rivers also accused his business partner of snatching Chris. Rivers told him he and his friend were using an auto parts store to sell illicit medical substances, but Buddy is avaricious and divides the earnings unfairly. Chris is more in need of money and has a lot of debt, and Joseph himself spends all the money on a sedentary lifestyle. Because of this, Rivers made a joke about not minding if his friend vanished. Then, he asked Harry if he wanted to help him with this, to which Harry said no. As a result, Rivers' identities took on new significance. Chris was questioned about this on multiple occasions during the investigation, but he had an alibi. Both internal and external video surveillance cameras verified that the man was home when the murder occurred. Simultaneously, experts chose to review his criticisms and examined the company's accounting records. It turned out that the company did experience losses in spite of the high revenue. But as it happened, Connell had nothing to do with a number of embezzlements. Who was at fault was the stipulator himself. According to police informants, Chris has a lengthy history of excessive substance use, and recently, his addiction has grown out of hand. This explains the high rate of shoplifting and debt. In light of this, the man became paranoid. He confessed to associates on multiple occasions that they wanted to kill him because of this. Furthermore, it was discovered that he was directly involved in the sale of steroids, and Joe was unaware of what was going on right in front of his nose since he naively trusted his colleague. Joe's focus also shifted to the new connection. The knowledge of an enigmatic informant with a warped mind made this information public. After reviewing Rivers' phone logs, detectives found the man. On the evening of September 23, he was known to make a number of phone calls. His phone did not go mute even though he was at home when the crime was committed. After all calls were removed from the cell phone, experts were able to piece together the scenario with ease. Joshua, a former FBI informant, was responsible for the majority of the calls. Joshua acknowledged that he frequently used Rivers' services when police approached him. Chris Rivers once made him an alluring offer, $65,000, 0 cents, for the head of his buddy. The man was certainly drawn to the large sum of money. Joshua, however, sought for other hitmen in order to avoid getting directly involved in the case. He went back to the mercenaries, Aaron Thompson and Dominic Benson, who had cost him $5,000, 0 cents, which he had collected in advance from the client. The perplexing crime scene eventually emerged. The best friend had condemned his pal and his wife to a life of misery. Was resentment and a desire for sole control of a joint venture the driving forces behind the crime? No, the $1 million was the insurance benefit that one of the partners was entitled to. It found out that the former partners had secured the business and insured their lives long before Olga showed up. If one of them died, the other would get the money to pay off the machine shop's mortgage. The money obtained would cover all of Chris's debts in the event that Joe passed away. The issue is that Rivers chose to remove 2 of them at once because his partner got married and all payments were owed to the lawful spouse. The discussion that occurred on the night of the crime between the organizer and his accomplice. This was indirectly corroborated by the fact that Rivers was clearly worried about the operation's success even though the men's conversations were encrypted. Detectives confiscated the phones of the 4 suspects in order to properly examine the communication between the 2 guys. Their activities on the night of the incident were captured on camera thanks to the mobile devices. At that point, Dominic and Aaron were close to the young couple's home. Curiously, Connell was swayed by the video footage that supported Chris's alibi. It shows the man is apprehensive and keeps the phone in his hands. Joshua didn't resist when investigators approached him and turned himself in to the police to lessen his penalty. The man testified against the customer and agreed to a deal with the investigation during the interrogation. So Christopher devised a clever scheme. He intended to frame Kelly by using the argument between his sister and brother. The heist at the Connell residence was shown to represent the subsequent phase of the criminal scheme during the course of the investigation. Joshua broke into the couple's house and committed a burglary after receiving orders from Christopher. But the target's head was a diamond ring, a contentious family relic. That day, Olga happened to be wearing it. Had the scheme been successful, Joe's sister would have been held responsible for everything, and the investigation would have followed a false trail. However, this was insufficient for Rivers, who attempted to discredit his friend after the crime. Later, it was discovered that a cold-blooded and meticulously organized crime for money justice in 2014 was the cause of Joe and his lover's deaths. First-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a criminal, first-degree conspiracy, and first-degree solicitation of a felony were among the charges against him. They tried his co-defendants as well. The experiments were conducted simultaneously but independently. Aaron Thompson's possession of the weapon was established during the trial. Consequently, he was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree conspiracy, and 2 counts of possessing a firearm while committing a felony. The offender was sentenced to 45 years plus 2 life terms. Due to his active cooperation with the police for the murder conspiracy, his friend Dominic Benson was only sentenced to 5 years in prison for first-degree conspiracy and aiding and abetting criminals, as he was acquitted on the felony charge because he changed his mind about shooting at the last minute. Joshua received the same punishment as Chris Rivers, who was the primary motivator of the crime. He received 2 life sentences plus 50 years after being found guilty of all charges. According to the well-known proverb, we can forgive someone for anything other than success in spite of his youth. Joseph was an extraordinary individual. He discovered the love of his life and established a business, but he was deprived of the chance to share happiness with her. The pair might achieve great things, create a solid family, and produce children. However, their measured life was irrevocably altered by his partner's distaste and his greed for money. During his years in prison, Christopher's selfishness, pernicious addiction, and money, one of the traditional and prevalent reasons for criminal activity, ruined many lives. The prisoner will undoubtedly be healed of his harmful substance addiction, but will he be able to suppress the remorse that will inevitably surface? Or, in his situation, may the voice of conscience never be heard at all? Ultimately, not everyone has the courage to live a lifetime of persistent self-doubt. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A violent crime shocked Los Angeles on October 29, 1990. In a garbage can, the mutilated body of William Newton, a 25-year-old gay adult video performer, was found. Authorities tried their hardest, but they were unable to solve the murder case. However, a few years later, a group of amateur investigators set out on a mission to find justice by being persistent and resolute. The murderer, who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time, was finally exposed by these detectives. What caused the ruthless disfigurement of Newton's body, and who exactly killed him? Today, we'll examine a cold case that dates back 33 years and was resolved in 2023 because to a podcast, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. The city of Los Angeles, a thriving metropolis in Southern California, will be the subject of today's case. It is well known for its star-studded walkways, famed Hollywood sign, and gorgeous beaches. With its internationally recognized museums, theaters, and music venues, Los Angeles is also a center for the arts and entertainment sector. This vibrant city offers something for everyone, from mouth-watering cuisine to booming fashion and technological sectors. On July 26, 1965, William Newton was born in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Richard Harriman was his dad. Oliver Michelle, Newton's half-sister, was born 6 months after Newton was born, and his parents were not wed. The two siblings couldn't be separated. Newton developed a love for art as a child and often used his leisure time to write creatively. His imagination went wild, and his poetry reflected his soul. He loved to read and dreamed of the day when he could tell the world his own stories. Newton was a young man of great intelligence. Richard once spoke about his son to the media. The majority of Newton's early years were spent in the city where he was born. He went to elementary and middle school there. Following his graduation from middle school, he and his mother, whose name is unknown, moved to Ladysmith, a city in Wisconsin. Newton found the surroundings change all too abrupt, but he gradually grew accustomed to it. But before his mother started discussing moving again, Newton was only able to finish his first year of high school in the new city. They relocated to the city of Oklahoma this time. This occurred in 1980. Newton quickly became weary of the seemingly never-ending cycle of traveling from one location to another and wished for greater stability. He then packed his things and went down to visit his father, Richard, one day. At the age of 16, he had already decided to live with his father. He was sure he would put his arms around him. That proved not to be the case, though. Instead of the kind greeting he had expected, he received a startling reception when he arrived at Richard's house in Eau Claire. Richard slammed the door shut in his face and refused to let him in after being instructed to leave. Newton was left devastated and defeated by the cold treatment, which was a sharp contrast to what he had anticipated. However, something within of him changed at that precise moment. He bravely decided to go out on his own, accepting his independence. Newton would travel the United States over the following 3 years. He resided in Oklahoma, among other places, where he met Terry Elliott, with whom he began a romantic relationship. Newton also found that he was passionate about makeup and beauty. Therefore, he made the decision to pursue this as a career by training to be a professional beautician. In just a few months, he obtained his beautician license after learning everything there is to know about skincare, makeup, and the newest trends in beauty. He started a new life in Los Angeles after relocating there in 1984. He didn't have to wait long for job prospects to present themselves, despite the difficulties that came with establishing a new life in a new city. Equipped with his extensive knowledge and experience, he attracted the attention of a music video production firm right away. They soon employed him as a choreographer and beautician. Additionally, Newton started working at the Hollywood Spa, a gay bathhouse. He met a man named David Ray at the spa one fateful night, and he immediately warmed up to him. David had been in town to serve as a judge for a homosexual magazine's beauty pageant. Their encounter marked the beginning of Newton's unexpected and novel voyage. Gay adult flicks were David's specialty as an adult filmmaker. After recognizing Newton's talent, David mentored him, exposing him to the business and helping him get parts in a number of his films. Eventually, the economic relationship between Newton and David developed into a love one. The two decided to start their own adult film firm, London Ray Productions. After forming a partnership in 1987, Newton joined the organization and brought his experience as a makeup artist, stage designer, and film producer to the table. In addition to acting in a number of films under the names Billy London and Billy Porter, he produced pictures under the pseudonym Bill E. London. Their flat was frequently used for movie shoots, and Newton would redecorate the rooms to give the impression that they were in different places. Newton and David started living life in the fast lane as their money started to come in. When they weren't working on a film, they would spend their evenings using drugs and going out to clubs. They settled into this way of life, which they would maintain for many years. The couple's relationship soured in 1990, and they started living apart. Newton made the decision to temporarily relocate to Las Vegas, where his sister Michelle was living at the time, since he thought that he had had enough of Los Angeles and that he needed a change of scenery. He had had enough of Los Angeles. Michelle, Newton's sister, remembers that Newton simply needed a mental health vacation. In addition to providing him with something novel and thrilling, Las Vegas would also provide him the opportunity to see his mother, who at the time intended to move to the area. Now that everything was in place, Newton started to count down the days until his trip to Las Vegas. But destiny had a different idea. Newton went to Rage nightclub, a well-known club in Los Angeles, on the evening of October 28, 1990. He walked over to his favorite spot in the club and sat down to watch the people having a good time around him. Newton soon began to feel the beat and joined in on the fun. He lost himself in the thrill of the evening after taking a few drinks and letting loose. The hours passed quickly, and before long, he knew it was time to return home. As he stood up to go, it was immediately apparent to anyone who happened to catch sight of him that he was drunk. He found his way to the exit and walked out of the building. No one would ever see him alive again after that. Unaware of a murder that would frighten many, the majority of Los Angeles citizens went about their everyday lives as the week started on a Monday morning. The same morning, a homeless individual looked through dumpsters in an alley just behind Santa Monica Boulevard in search of food or trash. He received the shock of his life when he opened a specific dumpster. A human head was sitting in the center of the rubbish, staring back at him. The homeless man could see a pair of feet that had been haphazardly put next to the head, but the remainder of the body was nowhere to be seen. In terror, the man closed the dumpster since it was just too much for him to process. He promptly sounded an alarm, warning others of the disgusting discovery, and police officers soon arrived on the scene in their cars. Newton was quickly identified as the individual whose head had been severed and found in the bin. One of the first cops to reach the site on the day of the murder was retired Detective Wendy Burnt, who was deeply disturbed by the murder's savagery. "It was just so heinous in my mind that something like this could happen," Wendy stated. Newton had methamphetamine, a detective drug, in his system prior to his death, according to the results of his autopsy. Additionally, there was proof that he had been strangled before, to being decapitated. Detectives started looking into what had happened to Newton and how he got into this condition right away. Wendy was in charge of the team of investigators assigned to the case, and she made sure to give it her all. "It was a murder that I felt was my responsibility to solve, so I put everything into this case," Wendy stated. Detectives investigated every tip that came in over the months following the murder, but none of them turned up any useful information. Newton's killer and the location of the rest of his body were unknown. The investigation finally went cold since detectives had nothing concrete to work with for a long period. 15 years after the murder in 2005, the Los Angeles Police Department said that they were working on a reinvestigation of the case. However, nothing significant came of the examination and the case was closed. The case then returned to the press at the end of 2006. The following year, the Los Angeles Police Department had neglected his son's murder case and could have done much more to try to solve it, according to a reporter named Mickey Ski, who said that Newton's father had contacted him this time. In response to this charge, the LAPD issued a statement informing the public that they were still working on the case and were making every effort to find a solution. Richard, however, never saw justice for the murder of his son. On May 3, 2011, he died at home at the age of 65. Authors Christopher Rice and Eric Shaw Quinn, who were best friends, became fascinated with Newton's murder around 2022. After reading an article about the case from an adult entertainment journalist, Christopher had become aware of it, and it had stuck in his head ever since. In addition, Christopher and Eric co-host The Dinner Party Show, a podcast they started in 2012. As it occurred, Christopher chose to bring up his interest in Newton's murder during one of the podcast episodes, expressing how intrigued he was by the fact that there had never been an arrest and no leads in the case had been made public. He ended by requesting useful information about the case from the audience. In their subsequent podcast episode, which aired 2 months later, Christopher and Eric discussed some of the new information they had discovered since their previous discussion of Newton's death. Christopher claims that he was contacted by an unnamed man who claimed to have crucial information regarding the murder case. The man told Christopher that the night before Newton was discovered dead in a garbage, he had seen him at Rage nightclub. He asserted, however, that Newton had not left the club by himself, but had instead been with a man who bore a striking resemblance to notorious serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Christopher learned that Dahmer was a serial killer who killed 17 men and boys in the Milwaukee region between the late 1970s and the early 1990s, when he conducted a background investigation on him. However, Dahmer was apprehended by the authorities in 1991, a year after Newton's horrific murder, and was given 15 consecutive life terms. Without a doubt, Dahmer's profile matched that of a person who might have killed Newton. But since Dahmer was already deceased, there was no way to verify this. In November 1994, a fellow prisoner attacked him and beat him to death. Christopher maintained his optimism that someone with more information would come forward, after outlining in the podcast what he had learned about Newton's murder and its potential link to Dahmer. Detective John Lamberti of the Los Angeles Police Department started to get interested in this case about the same time, in 2012. He was astounded by the amount of effort his predecessors had put into solving the murder after reviewing all the documents they had on the subject. Detective Lamberti told reporters, "They looked into this case like crazy." Lamberti also started to examine every aspect of the case more carefully, taking into account all of the earlier research that had been done on it. He looked up Newton's name on Google as one of his first actions. He found the episode of Christopher and Eric's podcast in the search result, where they discussed Newton's murder and made assumptions about Dahmer's involvement. Detective Lamberti became interested in the case after clicking on it and hearing what the two individuals had to say. Sometime after this, he contacted Eric and Christopher to arrange a meeting. The three men discussed what they knew about the case in detail and exchanged information during this encounter. An alliance was established right away, and their shared objective was to find a permanent solution to the matter. In the midst of all of this, documentary filmmaker Rachel Mason had also become fixated on the case and was working on her own covert investigation. It was by chance that she had discovered Newton's murder. She was working on a documentary about Circus of Books, an adult bookshop and gay adult materials store back in 2017. She visited Mike Szymanski, a local writer and activist, in search of reliable material for the documentary. Mike had consented to let her browse through his old collection of pictures from West Hollywood. During the search, he and Rachel were looking through one of his notebooks when a fragile newspaper story from 1990 dropped out and drew Rachel's attention. The article discussed Newton's murder and how the police were unable to identify the perpetrator. Mike happily gave Rachel all the information he knew about the enigmatic murder when she asked him right away what it was all about. The story she heard captivated her. She didn't give it much thought, though. She then proceeded to work on the Circus of Books movie, and as soon as it was over, she began looking for a new project to work on. During this time, she remembered the account of Newton's murder that she had heard from Mike. She gradually became enthralled with it and couldn't get it off her mind. She looked more closely as a result, and she started looking into the matter. Rachel was resolved to learn as much as she possibly could. In order to do this, she decided to approach the public for any advice or insights they might have. That's when she got a reply from Sherman Oaks resident Clark Williams, a gay, stay-at-home father. Like Newton, Williams was raised in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Because of this, he thought he could help Rachel complete the details of Newton's life. Rachel was excited about the new development, since he had a unique viewpoint on what it was like to grow up in Eau Claire. She pondered whether she had at last found someone who could help her unravel the riddle surrounding Newton's childhood. She eagerly set up a meeting with Williams to find out and hear his thoughts. She learned at the discussion that it was while perusing a Facebook page that Williams first learned about Newton's murder. When he happened onto a specific post concerning the 1990 murder, he was instantly drawn to it. He was startled by how much his upbringing resembled Newton's as he read the specifics. He was unable to stop thinking about the case after that and made the decision to act alone. Something was propelling me, moving me to just get involved in whatever capacity that I could, Williams stated. What I really wanted to do was to help tell Billy's story because I think he reflected the lives of so many young gay men and teenagers who came up in that time. He continued. He developed a greater interest in the murder once he got to know Rachel and told her everything he knew. Detective Lamberti eventually learned that Rachel and Williams were also interested in the investigation, and he quickly included them. Williams used every spare moment to try to solve the case as closely as possible. Soon later, he found out about Rick Pashy, a local amateur detective who had spent a significant amount of his time and effort trying to solve the murder of Newton after it had already happened. During the first inquiry, Rick had also collaborated closely with Wendy, a retired investigator. Williams was disappointed to learn that there was no way to contact Rick because he was long dead, but because, to his extensive and persistent research, he was able to learn some other crucial information about Rick, including the fact that he was a gay adult film producer going by the name Richard Lawrence in addition to owning and operating a skate store in West Hollywood. Given that Rick and Newton had been employed in the same field at the same time, Williams knew he needed to identify the connection between them. Williams started carefully going over Rick's movie credits to find the identities of the actors, producers, and editors. He wanted to find everyone who might still be alive so they could tell their story. The films he prioritized had been made in the immediate aftermath of Newton's murder. He was particularly interested in one movie. The Devil and Danny Webster, as it was called, had debuted Billy Houston, a young, talented actor. Williams took a particular interest in Billy right on and started learning everything he could about him. Upon more investigation, he learned that Billy's true identity was Daryl Lynn Madden and that he was incarcerated for the life term for the killings of 2 men. Williams learned that Daryl confessed to the authorities about his crimes after being apprehended, claiming that he and another man named Bradley Qualls were responsible for the initial offense. On the day of the event, Bradley and Daryl had gone out with a dark plan to kidnap a gay guy in order to introduce Bradley into a white supremacist gang called Chaos Squad Skinheads. They eagerly waited for an unfortunate person to walk by. Unfortunately, a man by the name of Stephen Domer fell into their carefully set trap. Bradley and Daryl both enticed their victim to a remote location, bound him in their own car, and then took him on a ride. The poor man begged, but in the end, he was strangled to death with a coat hanger. The 2 men then disposed of the body in a nearby creek after realizing they had killed him. In a surprising turn of events, Daryl later shot Bradley, his accomplice, for an unspecified reason before running away. However, he was caught by the authorities after being unable to hide for very long. All of this had taken place in Oklahoma City. And Williams learned all of this, he continued. As he continued, he soon learned that Daryl had been interviewed for a book called American Honor Killings. Williams decided to try to obtain the book since he felt it had more potentially significant material. After what seemed like an eternity of waiting, he finally received the book that he had ordered online. He started reading right away, and as he turned the pages, he was astounded by what he saw. In the book, Daryl not only discussed killing Stephen, but he also discussed another murder that occurred in Los Angeles. He did not, however, elaborate on that specific occurrence. Williams was both astonished and thrilled by the startling discovery. He was aware that he was right. Daryl had admitted to killing someone in Los Angeles, the same city where Newton had been murdered. Williams was convinced that Newton was the person Daryl had mentioned, but just to be sure, he made the decision to contact Detective Lamberti and tell him all he had learned. Lamberti didn't waste any time in getting to work. He checked Daryl's background. He was shocked to learn that Newton's body had been recovered on Santa Monica Boulevard, which was also the location of the gay adult movie production firm Daryl had worked for. The detective went to see Daryl in order to question him, because he realized it was all too coincidental. Therefore, Detective Lamberti and Detective Tamara Maez went to Oklahoma on January 4th, where Daryl was incarcerated for his offenses. They were shocked to learn that Daryl had changed her name to Daryl Lynn and was now an Orthodox Jew and a proud transsexual lady. There was a flurry of excitement in the air as Lamberti and Maez sat opposite Daryl Lynn, who sat with a poised assurance, prepared to respond to whatever queries the 2 investigators might have. They questioned Daryl Lynn about Newton's murder during their meeting, and to their surprise, Daryl knew right away who they were referring to. According to Daryl Lynn, he and 2 of his friends had spotted Newton strolling down the street the day of his murder. They thought Newton would be an easy target for a robbery because he had looked drunk. Things took a turn for the worse after he was kidnapped. It had concluded with Newton being strangled to death, Daryl Lynn admitted. When Daryl Lynn finished his story, Detective Lamberti and his colleague were in complete disbelief. Their ears were almost unbelievable. They then inquired as to how and why Newton's body had been disfigured, to which Daryl Lynn denied any involvement. Newton's body was left with his 2 pals after they killed him, Daryl Lynn informed them. Daryl Lynn will not provide the names of the 2 accomplices when questioned about their identities. In the days that followed, Detective Lamberti went to the office of LA County District Attorney George Gascon and made a compelling case against Daryl. To their dismay, however, Gascon's office declared that they would not be charging him since the evidence was insufficient. However, Lamberti and the other team members who had been working on the case non-stop were ecstatic that it had been solved at last. In addition, Michelle was appreciative of the investigators' commitment to the investigation and the sense of closure they provided her with by resolving it. For more than 30 years, the brutal murder of Newton rocked the metropolis of Los Angeles. There is a sense of justice served when one considers that his killer has finally been found and is in prison. The location of the remainder of his body, however, remains a mystery and might potentially haunt the community for years to come. What do you suppose happened to the rest of Newton's body, and who do you think disfigured it? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We're delving into yet another horrifying situation today. You can't truly know what goes on in someone's house behind closed doors. Even the closest friends or family members might be clueless at times. Behind the scenes, what appears to be a picture-perfect family may be concealing a fatal threat. Many times, people are too afraid to talk about their problems for fear of upsetting or burdening their loved ones. It's more comfortable to deal with difficulties alone rather than to include other people in your suffering. However, what occurs if domestic violence is the problem? What if the partner already instills fear and submission in their significant other because they feel untouchable? Victims in such circumstances frequently experience a fear of physical abuse that is on par with their fear of their partner abandoning them. When Yulia Fireman, a well-known young businessman, killed his wife in January 2013 and attempted to make it appear as though she had committed suicide, the whole city of Samara was startled. When it was discovered that the offender received no punishment at all for his crime, the issue sparked popular indignation. Alexander Fairman was convicted guilty of killing his child's mother. However, the investigation's conclusions inexplicably changed, and the incident was attributed to a brief episode of insanity. 11 years later, Yulia's family continues to strive for justice and the punishment of her perpetrator. Alexander and Yulia, a tale of love. On August 21, 1986, Yulia Sergeyevna Fairman née Naumova was born in Samara in the Russian Middle Volga area. She was raised in a modest working-class household. Her mother, Ludmila Naumova, was engaged in the food service sector, while her father, Sergey Naumova, was a driver. Despite Yulia's difficult upbringing, her parents made every effort to make sure she never went without. They were committed to providing her with the greatest education they could afford and a decent upbringing. Yulia began attending Samara's public school, number 67, in 1993 and received her diploma in 2003. She continued her education in management at Samara State Academy's Faculty of Economics and Management. After receiving her degree in 2007, she quickly found employment at VIP Auto, a significant local auto dealership. This is where she first met Alexander, a young man, and their romance started. Samara was also the birthplace of Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman. He came from a wealthy family in 1985. His father, Mikhail Fairman, made a fortune in farming throughout the 1990s, raising cattle, owning factories that made dairy products distributed all over the country, and operating beekeeping operations to sell honey and other bee products. He rose to become one of the city's most prominent and wealthy individuals. However, the creation of LLC Teplizhny, one of the most prosperous agricultural businesses in the Samara area and the entire Volga economic zone, was his greatest achievement. Alexander met Yulia while working for a short time at the VIP car dealership after graduating from college. He started courting the young, attractive woman as soon as he saw her. Regretfully, Yulia reacted to his attention, and they began a fast-paced romance that initially seemed like a fantasy. After dating for around a year and a half, Alexander formally proposed in 2009. Friends and family claimed that Alexander planned a romantic surprise for Yulia. He brought her to the window, paid her an unexpected visit, and signaled his buddies who were waiting outside when he proposed. They let go of a balloon with a tiny box holding a stunning engagement ring inside. After catching the balloon and putting the ring on her finger, he proposed to her. Yulia was so happy that she couldn't contain her tears and said yes. Shortly after their engagement in late 2009, they were married. Alexander's parents threw a magnificent celebration for their adored son, spending a lot of money. With a big guest list, a huge Hummer limousine, the most renowned banquet space in the city, a stylish master of ceremonies, and a spectacular fireworks show to round off the evening. They planned an enormous celebration. Yulia looked like a fairy tale and was beaming with happiness, as her bridesmaids remembered. To outsiders, the princess's wedded life appeared idyllic and content. They were living pleasantly and worry-free in their well-furnished flat on Stavropol Scale Street. At that point, Alexander had begun working for LLC Teplichny, his father's business, where he assumed the position of executive director. The couple began considering starting a family shortly after the wedding. However, Yulia was unable to conceive for more than a year. According to Alexander's family, the first noticeable rifts in their marriage appeared during this period, but both of them thought that the birth of a child would save their union and fortify their relationship. When the pregnancy test eventually showed those two eagerly anticipated lines, it was evident from the happy pictures Yulia posted on social media that they were looking forward to the birth of their kid. Yulia gave birth to a boy on September 6, 2011, and they called him Pavel. A few days later, Yulia announced on social media that the baby had been delivered, weighing 9 pounds 6 ounces and measuring 23.6 inches in length. She also thanked everyone for their well wishes. The countless pictures of Yulia and young Pavel show how much she loved every second of her maternity leave. Her life appeared to be perfect from the outside: a devoted husband, a healthy child, a comfortable home, stable finances, and a solid family. Many of her acquaintances were envious of her, but everything fell apart in a flash, and the horrifying late-night call made the idea of a perfect family disappear like smoke. The quiet at the Naumova home was broken early on January 4 by a phone call. Ludmila Naumova answered the phone half drowsy, not quite understanding what was being said. On the other end was Alexander, her son-in-law, who icily informed her that Yulia had passed away. The earth seemed to have vanished beneath her feet. Unbelievably, she began to scream and cry, thinking it must be some cruel, pointless prank, which prompted her shocked husband to hurry in. Everything felt like a nightmare after that. When the first automobile passed, Ludmila Naumova and her husband hurried outside, pulled on some clothing, and begged the driver to take them to their daughter's apartment. An ambulance was already parked close to one of the entrances when they reached the building on Stavropol Sky Street, which was about 15 minutes away. Ludmila, barely conscious of herself, rushed to the paramedics, but they simply shrugged, expressing their sympathy and informing her that there was nothing further they could do. Elena Fairman, Yulia's mother-in-law, was outside with their 1.5-year-old grandson Pasha. Ludmila rushed to her, desperate for answers, but all she could infer from Elena's statements was that Yulia was no longer there. When the mob finally reached the apartment, they were met with a terrifying sight. Inside, the floor near the bathroom had light bloodstains, and their daughter's lifeless body lay on the floor near the entrance. Her face was covered in blood and her hair was matted and twisted. Her mother was too shy to come close. She had to be taken into another room as she began to lose consciousness. After Ludmila Naumova had calmed down, Alexander, her son-in-law, rushed up and shoved a phone in her face, demanding that she look into what her daughter had done. He persisted until she took the phone, even though she was having trouble understanding everything around her. She struggled to concentrate as she read this message, which contained an odd farewell note. According to reports, Yulia admitted to cheating on her spouse 6 months prior and claimed she was unable to forgive herself. She said that if her actions damaged her family and the life of their child, she didn't know how she could continue. According to Alexander, Yulia had committed suicide, making the murder scene initially strange. He claimed that she had been so overcome by remorse over her supposed affair that she was unable to handle it any longer. He claimed that she had behaved oddly that night, and they quarreled before Yulia entered the restroom. She had been in there for too long, he realized after a while. He knocked on her door and she didn't answer, so he opened it to see her hanging from the doorknob with a hairdryer cord around her neck. He says he tried CPR on her and summoned emergency services and his parents when he realized he was powerless to save her, to assist with the youngster. Alexander didn't phone his mother-in-law to let her know what had happened until paramedics confirmed Yulia was gone. He spent the entire time in the flat, conversing with the law officers and medical staff who came to the site. But Alexander did not act like a widower in mourning. He appeared uncomfortably composed, but he became obviously agitated when Ludmila Naumova showed in. He didn't feel sorry for her. Indeed, He appeared determined to exacerbate her suffering. The condition of Yulia's body, however, was what really drew the investigators' attention. Not Alexander's strange behavior. On her neck, forensic specialists found 2 ligature marks. One was quite noticeable, as if she had been strangled. The second mark showed after she had passed away, although it was faint and at a different angle, suggesting hanging. Her body also had a lot of other wounds that were healing in different phases, but more on that later. Another oddity is that Alexander called his parents and a hospital worker relative first, rather than the emergency services, after finding his wife's dead. Their arrival at the scene preceded that of the paramedics. What was wrong with the message of farewell? After losing her daughter, Ludmila Naumova was in a state of shock and was hardly able to process anything when her son-in-law first gave her the message on her daughter's phone. She had reasonable suspicions from the beginning that her daughter had not authored that note. First of all, Yulia had never texted her mother before, understanding that she didn't read texts at all because of her terrible vision. Secondly, Yulia never spoke to her mother in the manner described in the parting message. Third, Ludmila had no doubts whatsoever that her daughter would never abandon her kid. He was the center of her existence. Furthermore, scientists concluded that Yulia's heart had already stopped beating when the message was transmitted. Alexander clarified this by saying that he may have mistakenly sent his wife's last message to her mother while attempting to contact for medical assistance, and that Yulia may have typed the message and left it in drafts. Yulia's phone also showed a conversation she had with a close friend in which she disclosed marital issues and her husband's aggressive actions. She didn't elaborate, but it was obvious that she was terrified of Alexander. In one of her final letters, Yulia stated that she couldn't bear to die and that she would remain strong for her kid. After analyzing Yulia's body and the murder scene, the original theory was that police had determined that this was a poorly orchestrated crime rather than a suicide. Alexander was the main suspect right away. He was arrested and placed in a correctional facility, pending the completion of the investigation. Initially, Alexander persisted in his belief that his wife had committed suicide. He accused her of adultery, saying that her need was fueled by regret and guilt. But it was evident from the forensic report that Yulia had been brutally murdered. The preliminary theory states that the pair got into a furious dispute over a pointless issue on the evening of January 3. Alexander attempted to disguise his wife's death as a suicide after beating and strangling her during the dispute. He was formally charged with the offense on January 18. The investigation went on and his prison period was prolonged. Alexander later acknowledged that he and his wife had a heated argument that evening during which he punched her and grabbed a nearby hairdryer, but he said he couldn't recall what transpired next. Only when he noticed Yulia's motionless body, the hairdryer cord around her neck, and blood on the floor, did he realize what had happened. At that point, Alexander said, his sole worry was that their 1.5-year-old son, Pavel, wouldn't wake up and discover what had occurred. Alexander began wiping the bloodstains off the floor once they were able to put their son to sleep. Then, to make it appear as though his wife had committed herself, he carried her body to the bathroom and hung it from the hairdryer cord on the doorknob. He maintained that he had some kind of memory blackout and was unable to recall how he accomplished all of this. According to the results of the initial psychological and mental assessment, Alexander was completely sane at the time of the crime and knew exactly what he was doing. Things at the funeral, however, started to drastically change in the months that followed. Yulia's body was taken home from the morgue on January 5 in order to get ready for her funeral. After a custody dispute, on the same day, Alexander's parents visited the Naumov flat and begged for as much forgiveness as possible for both themselves and their son. They then departed, and neither they nor any other member of the Fairman family showed up for the funeral or memorial service. The following day, January 6, the funeral was held. Not a single member of the Fairman family attended the more than 100 guests who gathered to honor the young woman who was taken too soon. Ludmila Naumova started the process of requesting custody of her grandchild a few days after she had begun to accept her loss. She went to the appropriate authorities, who told her what paperwork she needed to collect. She saw physicians, psychologists, and other specialists for weeks, but when all the paperwork was prepared, Ludmila was abruptly turned down. Due to their affluence and ability to give him a more comfortable living, the child welfare authorities chose to leave little Pasha with his paternal grandparents. Ludmila and her husband were only permitted to take their grandson on weekends, which they did as frequently as they could. The small boy now resided in a spacious suburban villa in the Volsky area. Who, then, was actually unfaithful? As previously mentioned, Yulia's husband, the murderer, wrote and sent the farewell message discovered on her phone after she had passed away. There was no question about it, even if Alexander denied it over and over again. He only invented a fictitious lover to present the tragedy as the result of an unfaithful, guilty wife's regret. He made the text up as he went along and typed it. Yulia had no affairs and couldn't have had any, according to the results of a comprehensive inquiry and witness testimonies. She was totally focused on her son once he was born, spending every moment with him and hardly leaving him. In the hopes that things would improve in the future, she was even prepared to put up with her violent husband's abuse in order to keep the family together. Alexander wasn't so innocent for the sake of little Pash. He didn't even bother to conceal the fact that he had been having an affair. He was frequently spotted with a young woman who lived close by, and it was obvious that their relationship went beyond simple friendliness or neighborliness. Elena, Julia's cousin, claims that she saw Alexander and this woman cuddling in his car just before the catastrophe, but she just told her mother about it, and she subsequently had confirmation from her. After arguing with his wife on New Year's Eve, Alexander went out to celebrate with friends and Yulia, the same woman. She confided in her best friend, whom she could always rely on, rather than telling her parents about it to avoid upsetting them. Everything was altered by the new assessment. In May 2013, a second psychological evaluation came to the unexpected conclusion that Alexander was temporarily insane at the time of the crime against his wife. Because of this, the murder charge, which was previously punishable by up to 15 years in prison, was immediately reduced to 3 years by being categorized as a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Alexander had gone to considerable pains to stage his wife's death as a suicide after killing her, which is not the usual behavior of someone in a temporary state of insanity, but for some reason, no one seemed to care. In order to conceal the evidence of the beating, he cleaned the floor. He even emailed Yulia's mother a phony farewell message posing as her, regarding the lawyer's actions and the custody dispute. By the end of May, Alexander was freed on a travel restriction order, which basically allowed him to move around and carry on with his life as he awaited trial. Alexander's attorney had sought to modify the terms of his client's detention almost away. Devastated by this ruling, Yulia's parents filed an appeal with the prosecutor's office, requesting a third psychological assessment. This time, experts from Moscow's Serbsky State Research Center for Social and Forensic Psychiatry were consulted, and the results took roughly 3 months to obtain. The psychiatrist did, however, only confirm that the accused had acted while temporarily insane. Regarding the initial assessment, which said that Alexander had been fully aware of the crime and had purposefully attempted to conceal it, it was argued that the experts had merely misunderstood the accused's conduct and actions. Alexander, meanwhile, kept changing what he was saying. That evening, he was in a state that sounded like the definition of temporary insanity from a textbook. The trial starts. On January 22, 2014, the Kirovsky District Court in Samara hosted the initial hearing in the Fairmont case. Alexander claims that the issues in their relationship started when they moved in together before the wedding. He asserted that Yulia had high standards and an entitlement complex, expecting nothing less than the best. He claimed that he and his parents responded to her desires, which included the lavish wedding, the pricey limousine, and all the extravagance. According to Alexander, Yulia and he tried in vain for more than a year to conceive after the wedding, which strained their relationship and even led to Yulia discussing divorce. Nothing changed after the birth of their son, Pavel. According to the defendant, his wife only cared about his paycheck and was totally preoccupied with the baby. Alexander's parents supported his allegations by calling their daughter-in-law materialistic and avaricious. Alexander spoke of an oppressive environment at home that was constantly getting worse, claiming that his wife, who he had once adored, had become aloof and that he had no one with whom to discuss it. The young businessman claimed that on that particular night, he and his wife got into a heated argument once more, during which she raised the subject of divorce once more. He said she became irate and threatened to kidnap their son and keep him from seeing the boy. Alexander said that he then blacked out after feeling his tongue dry out and his ears begin to ring. Yulia was already dead when he regained consciousness. He did not provide an explanation for his decision to stage her death as a suicide, but he acknowledged that he brought her body to the bathroom and cleaned the blood off the floor to prevent frightening their son. Additionally, the defendant insisted that he had never hit his wife, blaming the multiple wounds and bruises on her body on rough play with their child. Alexander and the lawyer his rich father had hired had obviously done their homework. According to the defense lawyer, his client committed the crime while suffering from a cumulative state of temporary insanity. This indicated that he had been subjected to long-term psychological stress as a result of Yulia's alleged insults, humiliations, and oppressions. To put it another way, they were effectively holding the victim responsible for her own terrible destiny. The prosecutor first requested an intentional manslaughter penalty of 8 years, but Alexander's maximum punishment was reduced to 3 years in a correctional colony, a slap on the wrist for a killer, after the seasoned defense lawyer swiftly succeeded in having the charge dropped back to a crime committed in a condition of temporary insanity. Several strange things happened during the trial. First, the first panel's forensic psychologist, who had determined that the defendant was completely sane and had acted with intent, abruptly disappeared and never showed up in court again. Then, as if they had never been mentioned or were somehow considered unimportant, any reference to the victim's cuts and bruises appeared to vanish. At each hearing, however, the victim was gradually presented in an unfavorable light. Alexander Mikhailovich Fairman received a sentence of only 2.5 years of probation after being found guilty of a crime committed while temporarily insane on August 8, 2014. That is to say, he was not imprisoned. His only penalty upon returning home was to pay Yulia's parents 1 million rubles in moral damages and to be required to check in with the Federal Penal Service on a regular basis. The court considered Alexander's alleged remorse, including the fact that he had apologized to his in-laws and that he had a young boy to maintain, even though the prosecution had initially asked for 3 times that sum. But right once the Naumovas declared that they would appeal the punishment, even going so far as to appeal it to the Supreme Court. However, their appeals were denied, and they were unable to contest the decision at the cassation instance of the Samara Regional Court. The sentence didn't change. Ludmila Naumova noted that animal abuse has a more severe penalty under the Russian Criminal Code, which includes actual jail time. The distraught mother is still holding out hope for justice, since she couldn't see why her daughter's life was worth even less than a stray dog's. The incident occurred more than 11 years ago, but the lawsuit has not moved forward. There was never any, according to Galina Kislyakova, Fairman's attorney. There is proof that the crime was planned, so the court's decision is upheld. She believes the victim's mother's grievances are unfounded, solely sentimental, and devoid of any legal merit. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Consider a scene from any film when the main character is fleeing from a chase, but just as he is about to be safe, the villain's foot blocks the door from closing, making the protagonist a helpless victim. This scene marked the beginning of a young woman's grieving. She was stuck. We are all aware that in a state, the protection of freedom and human rights must always come before religion or tradition. However, the lady is impacted by societally enforced childhood stereotypes and attitudes from many years before, and she continues to live with a tyrant and accept abuse due to the effect of unwritten rules. Because of the state of the world now, these attitudes are still applicable and have the power to transform people's lives. We will travel to Kyrgyzstan, which is in Central Asia, today to examine the traditions and way of life of the citizens of the state with the longest history. Natural beauty is abundant in Kyrgyzstan. After all, mountains cover 3/4 of the nation. Its 2 mountain systems include nearly all of its land. Muslims make up the vast majority of Kyrgyz believers. At the same time, there are Orthodox Catholics, Christians, and other Protestant movements. The state of Kyrgyzstan is secular, It is a state with a system that keeps religion apart from state power and regulates it according to civil standards rather than religious ones. The government of the nation punishes clergy members for engaging in religious practices that are against republic laws. However, the authorities were completely uninterested in the instance of one vulnerable young woman who pleaded for protection and assistance from the state. Azel Nogobeva was born in Tokmak, Chuy Oblast, Kyrgyzstan, in 1986. The girl completed hairdressing classes after graduating from school and relocated to Bishkek in order to work at a salon. Large cities can make it simple to get lost, but they can also make it much easier to meet people. Azamat Estebesov visited the hair salon where Azel worked one day in order to obtain a fresh haircut. He invited the attractive, slim girl for a cup of aromatic coffee because he thought she was really attractive. For both of them, the encounter proved to be fatal. After all, Azamat also thought highly of Azel. He appeared to be a straightforward, considerate man who had grown up in a wealthy household and was incredibly diligent. Because Azamat was very devout and respected Muslim customs, Azel's family supported her daughter's decision. Azel's parents calmly approved the marriage because they could not perceive the groom's shortcomings. Azel married her lover Azamat when she was 19 years old. The young family soon welcomed a son as their firstborn child. It appears that every man longs for a successor, someone who will carry on the family tradition. However, in our myth, the humble and nasty demons of Azamat were brought about by the joy of fatherhood, as if it were a genie from a jug. Thus, a straightforward family tale on a typical evening descended into a genuine drama, which in turn sparked a string of depressing incidents. The inexperienced father unintentionally spilled too much water on their son as Azamat and Essel were bathing him. He sobbed uncontrollably and trembled with fear. In a nasty reaction, Azel yelled at her husband. Without hesitation, Azamat responded by striking her in the face. When Azel and the child visited her mother's home that same evening, Azamat expressed regret and begged for forgiveness. Saying that this will never happen again, he pleaded. It is important to note that the mindset of Kyrgyzstan differs greatly from other mentalities. Given the traditions and customs of the Turkic family, girls are taught patience from an early age, and that a husband should live alone for the rest of his life, because divorce is not encouraged, but is not prohibited. Additionally, the Muslim faith plays a significant role in establishing and maintaining a family by any means. Azel, who was fatherless herself, did not want her son to experience the same thing. The girl thought they would be able to live happily ever after Azamat raised his hand for the first and last time. She was wrong, but Azel returned. The family moved back to Tokmak, her hometown, to be close to her parents after a year in Bishkek. She was expecting her second child, so the return was a happy occasion. Azel met a number of her classmates while strolling with her son on the playground close to her house. They greeted one another and struck up a pleasant discussion, but on the way home from the walk, Azel was struck hard once more to the face. She was hit so hard that she stumbled on the linoleum and collapsed. Unfortunately, a miscarriage was caused by this blow and fall. Azamat became the shadow of Azel after he moved to Tokmak. He stalked down the street after her. He was always trying to find an excuse to start new fights. The man developed a liking for it and was unable to stop pounding her. Only the gentle and considerate Azamat's exterior remained. For the sake of her children, Azel had accepted life under complete control, even though his eyes were filled with hatred and rage, which caused Azel to alter. She had another son, after all. Once more, the abuse continued for years. When the mother of Azel learned about her daughter's family drama, she became enraged and brought her home. However, the man continued. He repeatedly visited his family, pleaded for their forgiveness, and vowed that this would never occur again. Once more, tradition stepped in since, according to Kyrgyz law, a son must grow up with his father. In the end, Azel returned 5 times. Azamat's life turned into a nightmare, and she had had enough of it. She went to the police hoping to receive assistance after each day of the excruciating beatings. However, domestic violence in Kyrgyzstan carries no criminal penalties. Azamat was subjected to a maximum of 3 days in an isolation center before returning, and this nightmare persisted for 6 years. A divorce was the last thing Azamat wanted to hear. He vowed to find his wife, the kids, and her family and murder them all if she filed for divorce. She was taken to Italy by the Asl family during the harshest beatings. Asl had huge intentions in Italy. She moved in with her brother, who assisted her in obtaining employment. She worked as a cleaner, a nurse, and a dog walker. In order to become financially independent, save money for an apartment, and escape her oppressive spouse, the woman worked non-stop on the weekend. She had saved enough money after 3.5 years to start a small business and purchase an apartment. Throughout his years in Italy, Asl witnessed several firsts. Her moral condition steadily improved as she interacted with fascinating individuals, but her mother heart still grieved for her kids. After all, in order for them to have a bright future, she had to leave them for 3 long years. The woman remained composed because she was aware that the father never physically abused the kids or shown any aggressive behavior toward them. However, she was met with a dismal scene upon her return from Italy. The living conditions of the children were appalling. They slept, ate, played, and even used the restroom in one little room. The kids didn't go for walks or to school. Their food was poor, and in keeping with custom, Azamat brought up actual Turkic guys and made their lives extremely difficult. They learned Islam and how to read the Quran at a madrasa, a Muslim educational and religious establishment, in place of going to school. Azamat didn't object that Asl took the kids. She appears to have been freed from the harsh confinement. But Azamat resumed his pursuit of his Asl. He offered to meet her over the phone. Asl was unambiguous and stated that she would report harassment to the police if it occurred. However, this didn't deter him. Asl went to get some dishwashing detergent in the evening. The shop wasn't far away. She ran across Azamat on the way, who was once more pursuing her. There, he led her to a dark, isolated location, directly on the street after grabbing her and threatening her with a knife. He exploited Asl and beat her viciously. On September 1, 2022, bystanders became aware of the odd noises and contacted the police. Asl reported the rape of her ex-husband to the police in a written statement. A criminal case was opened and he was placed under arrest. Azal's family was confident that he would stand trial and that their suffering would come to an end. But Azamat's family took action because they could not believe their son was a despot. Azal was constantly urged to withdraw the application by Azamat's mother and sisters. Another peculiar custom is that a woman in Kyrgyzstan is not allowed to report her husband, since it is considered extremely disgraceful to be raped, beaten, and humiliated, even though it is not. As much as possible, Azamat's family used deceit to dissuade Asl. They were successful. Asl is still their legal father, even if he retracted the application in response to Azamat's request to give up parental rights. Due to the victim's counter-application and the parties' reconciliation, the Sokoluk District Court dropped the case. Azamat initiated a fresh round of threats and harassment after being freed. He sent threatening letters to Asl every day, changed phone numbers in order to keep applying pressure. He made it clear in voicemails that he would kill her if he captured Asl. In the driveway, he waited for her. At work, he waited for her. For 3 months, he followed her everywhere. Relatives of Asl alternated between living with her and her kids, shielding her from Azamat's attacks. However, the victim was still subjected to the second act of abuse. The woman went to the police once more on January 31, 2023, to report that her ex-husband had once again used force on her. The suspect was also taken into custody and a criminal case was opened. The materials were handed to the court following the investigation. The family anticipated a genuine term of at least 5 years and was awaiting the judgment. Asl was invited to a separate office by the judge and 2 prosecutors on the day of the trial. In front of her eyes was Azamat. After removing his shackles, they told him that 3 years of probation had been applied, rather than 5 years in jail. Indeed, he was still at liberty. Because Azamat has 2 children from his marriage to the victim and an elderly mother with a disability, the court deemed this ruling appropriate. To be clear, probation is a set of rules that are imposed on convicted individuals. Correcting behavior and preventing the commission of future offenses are the goals of probation. Asl wept. She was pushed into the deepest recess, from whence she could not get out. Fear and despair once again took a firm hold on the woman's life. Asl, however, didn't wait for fresh assaults. She stopped believing people and stopped paying attention to Azamat's family. All of the beatings were taken down by Asl. She filed an appeal with the Chui Regional Court after hiring an attorney. The lawyers presented the court with all of the voicemails and threats in the messages, and this time the matter proceeded to court. However, a number of incidents repeatedly delayed the hearing, bringing the worst day of Asil closer. The trial was first postponed for a month due to the lawyer's illness. For unknown reasons, the second and third hearings were also postponed. Asil pleaded during the fourth hearing that the hearing should not be postponed any further because she was terrified of dying, not of being beaten. Azamanat persisted in moving freely and trying to kill Asil. He emailed her a picture of a black rucksack with a knife and a rope on the eve of the rendezvous, along with the message, "I'm ready to meet you at the bottom." However, the case was once more put on hold indefinitely. With such disregard from the legal system and law enforcement, since Azamat rejected the state attorney and a private attorney became involved, there was just no way Asil could save herself. As usual, September 20, 2023 got underway. Asil woke up her kids at 6:30 a.m. After eating breakfast together, the loving mother wished her oldest son a good day and went with him to school. She didn't close the door because Asil was also going to go. And completing the preparations, the front door opened abruptly and she combed her hair. Azamat entered with great speed and aggression. The woman shut herself in the bathroom before she could react. He struck her twice on the head right away, and Asil went into a daze from not understanding what was going on. The pervert took her by the throat and began choking her after striking her head. Azamat passed out, nothing more. Asa was unconscious. At times she thought that everything was a horrible dream when she heard Azamat's voice. But her son's cries pulled her back to the present. When Asil saw that she was awake, he wrapped a blanket around himself and sobbed as he repeatedly said, "Daddy, don't do it." However, his father told him to be quiet or else he would kill him as well. Asil tried to hide in the bathroom, but she couldn't recall how to get out. The kitchen was where she ended up. Like a needless object, he flung the poor woman to the ground, then scooped her up and proceeded to mistreat her. The pervert quickly raised Asil once more, leaned her against the wall, and began cold-bloodedly stabbing her face and neck with a clerical knife. When Asil regained consciousness the following time, she noticed that everything was covered in blood, but she was unaware of what was going on. Her throat was dry, and she had lost a lot of blood. She insisted on getting a drink. She received a bucket of rags from her once-loved spouse, which contained blood and water. The giver began selecting a knife because he had become so enamored with the taste of blood. He selected the kitchen knife that would reach Asil's heart after trying each one on. But all of a sudden the door opened and policemen came inside. As it happened, the screams were heard by a downstairs neighbor. She contacted the police after learning of Azel's and her ex-husband's precarious circumstances, which prevented the terrible torture and ultimately saved her life. Azama Estebasov resisted and used a knife to strike the officers. Nobody understood what had transpired in such chaos. There was blood all throughout the apartment. Azama began slicing Azel. After cutting off his ex-wife's nose and ears in the restroom and dragging her along the hallway to the kitchen, he repeatedly injured her face and neck. He severely assaulted her, sliced her face and chopped her neck. An ambulance was called by the district police officers when they arrived. They evaluated the appearance of the cell and then hurriedly started searching for the sliced organs, but they were not there. Would you be shocked to learn where the woman's nose and ears were discovered? In the pocket of the monster. In an attempt to make up lost time, the police officers drove Asel to the 4th City Hospital in Bishkek, but they refused to administer first aid, stating that she was not a patient of theirs based on her propiska. In addition to failing to administer first aid, the doctors failed to halt the bleeding. She just received first help and stopped bleeding in the 2nd hospital. After that, she was sent to the National Hospital, where she underwent a 9-hour operation. Asel's face was painstakingly restored by 6 physicians. The district police officers carefully handed the discovered dismembered organs, and the doctors carefully gathered everything, because the nerve nodes and earlobes had been entirely severed. Azamat used a unique knife to accomplish it. The work was quite delicate. In the hospital, the nose was also amputated entirely. Azamat did not come to for a while. Her survival was amazing. Psychologists cautioned that recovery would be extremely risky and take a long time. The incident resulted in the disfigurement of the young, attractive woman, and a criminal case was filed under the Kyrgyz Republic's Criminal Code's article on causing grave harm to health. The suspect in the crime was taken into custody by the police. On September 27, 2023, he was transferred to a pre-trial custody facility. By presidential decree, 9 judges were removed from their positions, and Azamat Estebasov's sentence was reduced to 8 years in prison. Among them is Kilbek Toktomamitov, a judge in the Chuy region's Sokuluk District Court, who granted the guy a probationary release. According to the President of State's proclamation, Toktomatov was fired for failing to uphold the standards of a judge's faultless conduct. Alongside him, Sadir Japarov prematurely terminated the powers of several judges who had in some way broken the standards of impeccability by issuing a decree on November 1 at the Council of Judges' suggestion. The incident was further investigated by 6 investigators. They revisited and reviewed all of Azamat Estebasov's earlier cases. After considering all of the information they discovered, they included 11 articles in the new indictment case by the end of December 2023. All investigation work was finished, and the first court hearings were held on January 9, 2024. Azamat Estebasov evaded answering the judge's inquiries in any manner possible, and in other instances claimed that he was unable to talk because he was possessed by a demon. He did not confess to any of the 11 incidents that were brought against him. The trial was postponed as a result of his hostile behavior toward the witnesses. The last closed court hearing took place on January 26, 2024. Given the complexity of the case, Judge Talikul Kadir Kanolova condemned Azamat Estebasov to 20 years in prison without the possibility of probation. In addition, he has to pay his ex-wife $2 million, 0 cents, and the state an 80,000 sum punishment. 1 day in the pretrial detention facility was counted as 2 by the judge. Despite the defendant's appeal in the spring, the 20-year prison sentence was upheld. Azel Nogobaiba stated that she would go farther and insist that the ex-spouse receive a life sentence, and that everyone who supported and encouraged his behavior be publicly removed from government and subjected to punishment. Let this serve as a model for all. No woman in Kyrgyzstan should have to bear the suffering that my family and I am going through. Thank you to everyone who did not support the victim. Advocates and Asel Nagoy Bivas's family demanded that her ex-husband receive a life sentence. In the end, Azamat kept sending threats to Asel via text, saying that he would still go out and find her even after being imprisoned. Lawmakers have finally reached a resolution in the Asel Nogaibova case, which concerns a woman's helplessness before the nation's laws and how a once loved and caring individual may suddenly transform into a heartless monster. Kyrgyzstan's public was deeply affected by this case. Diana Yelkin, Asel's sister, urged lawmakers to enact legislation against domestic abuse. She threatened to force the MPs to consider the value of one poor choice by showing them a child's face without bandages if they failed to enact legislation against domestic abuse. Asel's sister filed a petition to sentence her sister's ex-husband to life in prison without the possibility of parole. She remembered how her sister had divorced her husband 5 years prior due to his abuse and poor behavior, but he continued to harass, beat, and abuse her even after the divorce. Azamat Estebasov poses a threat to civilization. His kind shouldn't be allowed to live freely. They are maniacal and compulsive individuals. People like him ought to be imprisoned. We demand that this monster be given a life sentence. Morally, he has already killed a seal. In front of her little children, he disfigured her face. He and all like him ought to get life sentences without the possibility of release. In the petition, she makes an appeal. Regardless of the nation, family violence frequently takes on horrific forms. All women worldwide should be united on the issue of domestic violence, and we must remember that a person's religion is not a sign of their suitability. Asel has a new life now. She suffers greatly from her new identity, and although Asel's wounds are slowly getting better, it will take a while for her to fully recover her breathing and hearing abilities, all described in her interview how she first saw her face following the tragedy. It was a day off. There were no mirrors in my room because I was not allowed to look at myself. I proceeded to the first level to dress because neither my doctors nor the on-call doctor were present. There was a metal operating lamp and my bandages were off. The on-call physician hadn't put it away. In the reflection, I recognize myself. My fear is of me. I am unable to look in the mirror. My ears were already visible due to the shock. I passed out. Asil saw her face in its entirety 2 weeks later. Her brother gave her a home address. All of the mirrors were taken out beforehand with the exception of the bathroom mirror, which was impossible to remove. Asil got up and chose to take a short peek at herself after her brother left for 3 seconds. She fainted upon seeing her reflection. Her frenzy was intense. Although Asil stated that no one should ever witness such ugliness, she still has work to do to restore her face. She will undergo a number of procedures to rebuild her face and repair the structure of her nose and ears prior to the plastic surgery. These operations necessitate extensive planning, skin augmentation, and a year or more of recuperation. Asil has also lost 20% of her hearing, which will undoubtedly be fixed as well. The fact that these procedures are not carried out in Kyrgyzstan presents a challenge. Large sums of money are needed to carry out such intricate activities in Turkey or other nations. Turkish plastic surgeon Mikhail Surar volunteered to do the procedure for free, meaning he would pay for it entirely. Doctors in Kyrgyzstan initially told him that Asil only had the tip of her nose, but Sauer was astonished to see the woman's face unbandaged. As it happened, plastic surgery was insufficient to solve the problem. In this instance, a number of procedures were required to repair the organs. Asil Nogoybeva's ex-husband disfigured her ears and nose, and the procedure to restore them will cost at least $45,000, 0 cents. All intricate activities will be conducted in Turkey, according to ASL sister Diana Yelkin, who is actively involved in spreading information and collecting money for the operation. Regretfully, we still haven't raised half of the $45,000, 0 cents that is required. Accommodations, psychologists, rehabilitation, interpreters, medications, and other costs are also included. I have more photos of her without bandages, Diana Yelkin stated. They're terrifying. The faint of heart should not attempt these. Because yesterday I have been unable to regain consciousness, and because her nose and ears are gone, I am unable to accept this fate. I am grateful to the physicians. They exerted every effort. The most important thing is that gangrene and sepsis did not go, Diana Yelkin, the victim's sister, stated. She says she will publish her sister's face sans bandages if they are unable to obtain the required funds soon. Show the real face of lawlessness and the real face of a victim of violence to the entire world. Allow each judge, police officer, and deputy to view the mutilated Asil's face by hanging a picture of her. Before enacting the required laws and judgments, take a picture. All of this would not have occurred a year ago if the judge had not placed this monster on probation. The seal and the family hoped that the statute would allow for independent judges. We are now posing a challenge to the Kyrgyz courts and to everyone else. Diana frequently planned activities to raise awareness to the issue of domestic violence against women in Kyrgyzstan. Fundraising has been done thus far to assist in regaining Asil Nogoybeva's health. Despite the horrific experience she had, Asil's support is a testament to bravery and tenacity in the face of abuse. After 12 years of abuse, Asil, who has not yet fully recovered physically and mentally, aspires to start a foundation to support other battered women. You can't stop helping others to wrap up the story after experiencing abuse. The essence of her ex-husband is the true ugliness that no one should see, not even the face of Asil. It is evident that Asil is a very feminine, delicate, and attractive woman, despite the weariness and pain in her eyes. She is a lovely woman because of the beauty of her soul and heart, regardless of how her face seems right now. All women should heed my advice. Never put up with or expect your chosen one to change, flee, and never return. There are tyrants in every country. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. An unexplained disappearance. Globally, one person goes missing every 3 minutes, according to depressing data. People are frequently discovered, occasionally dead. On the other hand, they are also never reported. The majority of disappearances are connected to accidents or criminal activity, regardless of the hoax. On June 6, 2006, we traveled to Namyangju City, South Korea, for another enigmatic tale. Lee Yoon-hee, a 29-year-old student, vanished into thin air. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Individuals frequently vanish. The public is still thinking about this case nevertheless. Even now, a lot of people still dispute and have their own theories on what transpired during the disappearance. On June 7, her friends and classmates raised the alarm for the first time about the girl's disappearance. It was quite unusual of Lee to miss the last classes at the university. She had never missed a class before and was a responsible and effective learner. Min, Lee's friend, went to her house to see how she was doing after studying, but when I rang the doorbell, nobody answered it. Then she departed without bothering. The girl later acknowledged in an interview that she had taken a day off after deciding Yoon-hee wanted to be by herself. As it occurred, her acquaintance had recently been plagued by a string of problems, so she might have needed some time to escape. On June 8, nevertheless, she failed to appear once more. This time, Min went to the missing person's house with 2 other males and Kim Lee's friend. She could not be reached in any other way. Coincidentally, the main character's purse was taken a week prior to the events mentioned, along with her cell phone, Idaho card, and purse. The dog responded to the disturbance from inside the house when young people knocked. The owner did not respond to the dog's loud barking. The digital lock on Yoon-hee's door meant that only a person with the code could unlock it, and nobody there had that knowledge. Min then contacted the sought woman's older sister, but regrettably she had not received a response from her sister and was unaware of the door code. The excitement was only increased by all of this. It was ultimately decided to call the police. The apartment's owner was phoned by law enforcement and invited to come unlock the door. Everyone noticed the bad scent as soon as they walked into the student's house. Life story: Lee Yoon-hee was a vibrant and attractive young woman. She first attended a women's institution in Seoul to study statistics and visual arts, but after graduating, she came to the realization that she had made a mistake since she was a young child. Along with her passion for art, the main character adored animals and, even as an adult, took good care of her 2 dogs. She enjoyed going to zoos, farms, and animal shelters, as well as watching films on the natural world. After earning a diploma, the girl opted to pursue a career in veterinary medicine at the age of 25, since she was not scared to start from scratch. Parents didn't help their daughter right away. At this age, the traditional family thought it was time for her to marry and have a family. But Lee wanted to start a profession because she was a sophisticated girl. She thus enrolled in the Higher School of Veterinary Medicine in 2003. The student was well liked by the new specialization, which was also delivered with ease. She started working part-time to gain independence. The girl has been tutoring younger pupils and teachers' kids lately. Lee was getting ready for final exams in 2006 as the studies was drawing to a close. It makes sense that she was exhausted from juggling work and school, but the situation, a robbery, demanded it. Lee was on his way home from a private class on June 2. She was lost in her thoughts and moving slowly. Abruptly, 2 men riding motorcycles rushed by her at high speed. The student discovered that her pocketbook had been taken by the invaders as she was getting over her fear. A number of onlookers attempted to assist and pursued them. For a while, their van was able to follow the motorcyclist, but when the robbers turned, the chase had to be abandoned along a tiny alley. Yoon-hee was left without her valuable possessions, and the offenders went free. She then informed everyone she knew that she would be disconnected for some time. The girl was so distraught that she said to her buddy, "It's unbelievable how awful the world can be." But she had no idea at the time what she was going to go through under the circumstances at Lee's flat. There was nobody in Lee's flat. What stood out was the mess the dogs had created. Without food or water, 2 puppies were sprawled on the ground. They weren't drinking enough water. It seemed that the creatures were looking for food. As a result, there were pieces of clothing and paper scattered around. The pets had obviously not been walked in a number of days, thus the strong smell that pervaded the space. Since it held the necessities, Min saw her friend's ostentatious backpack standing silently in the room's corner. Without it, Yoon-hee never went anywhere. This suggested that she had left the apartment quickly or briefly. At first examination, the police did not find anything strange about the state of the house. There were no indications of forced entry, and nothing was gone. Therefore, the police left, figuring that the desired girl had left willingly and would return shortly. But her buddies weren't satisfied with such reasoning. To begin with, Lee would never in a million years wouldn't have allowed the animals to go hungry. Second, she had to inform someone about her disappearance. Thus, the business got in touch with Lee's relatives. The family acknowledged that it had been days since they had heard from her. Min and her buddy headed to the station because they were unhappy with the police officer's findings. However, Korean law enforcement organizations have been constantly criticized for their actions owing to the investigation's delay and bad management, so the young people made the decision to formally report their friend's missing evidence on their own. Two of Lee's other pals were staying at the residence at this time. They wanted to talk about everything as they waited for her parents. In order to avoid embarrassing the missing person's family, the men made the decision to tidy the apartment. In general, they removed all the evidence that had occurred by cleaning the floors, throwing out the trash, and even washing the filthy laundry. The cigarette butt discovered on the veranda was also subsequently discovered to have been thrown away by Lee's sister upon arrival. She didn't want to make her sister look bad in front of her parents, who would be furious to learn that their daughter smokes. The problem is that, according to Yoon, every one of his acquaintances said they had never seen it. It's possible that this led to the subsequent destruction of another reliable piece of evidence in the case. The lads expressed their regret that their desire to perform better had made matters worse. The youths clarified that the police had not yet begun the investigation or issued a warning to them not to touch anything. Lee's parents checked out the apartment when they got there in the evening. The girl's father, Dong, reported that his daughter was missing along with a number of other items. A hammer was the first object he named. "I personally insisted that such a necessary item be in the house," the man explained. Lee Eun-hee had kept it in full view and frequently laughed about it. An antique coffee table was the other piece that was absent. It was especially beloved by the student, who frequently used it as a bedside table and to dine. The location of the girl's disappearance and the disappearance of two unrelated objects were unknown to anyone. At that day's concluding gathering, the unknown painted a terrifying image. Lee's pals filed a police report, but the worried parents of the missing girl also chose not to postpone filing a report. Enough time had elapsed since the purported disappearance, as was obviously clear. On June 5, she was last observed. Yoon-hee and her classmates concluded their final practice of the semester at that point. The important occasion was to be celebrated by the youth. They even invited the teachers for this reason. Not everyone agreed, of course, but some chose to stay with a group of 40 pupils. The main character was angry because she had experienced yet another setback as a result of an operation on an animal that, in her judgment, had failed. She didn't want to attend the party because of this. Some even said that she hid herself in the bathroom and sobbed, possibly prior to graduating. The industrious student reportedly lost her nerve, which is why she was so critical of herself and had a negative outlook on the world. However, the girl was calmed down by her pals, who convinced her to attend the karaoke bar party. Lee's disposition had significantly improved by 10 o'clock in the evening. In the pub, everyone gathered. They danced, sang songs, ate, drank, and recalled their time at university and in daily life. The heroine of the novel stood by them. She left the celebration and the restroom at roughly 2:30 in the evening, as seen on CCTV. The girl was clearly frustrated about something. However, a 27-year-old man called Kim spotted her quick departure and pursued her. Since the young people had been close since school, the man claims that he inquired what had transpired. When Lee realized that someone was observing her in the restroom, she told her buddy about it. She did not, however, provide any information. Kim worried about his pal. He offered to carry her backpack and guide her home because he understood that the recent attack on the street had already made her feel afraid. Lee's rental flat was a 15 to 20-minute walk away. Later, Kim admitted to investigators that he couldn't walk his friend to the door. In one of the dim alleys, she said him farewell. The young man nevertheless made the decision to hold off until her home's windows were illuminated. He turned around and left for his home after confirming that the girl was not in danger. The man, incidentally, lived close by. The nation observed Memorial Day as a national holiday on June 6. Consequently, nobody found it odd that she had not provided any news. However, the investigation didn't start until after the party, when nobody saw Yoon-hee. Curious facts were discovered during the investigation. One of the students visited Lee in the morning of June 5, about 4 o'clock on the day before the disappearance. He claimed to be repairing a loose coffee table leg. Lee requested him to fix it because she didn't want to throw it away, he told the investigators. He claimed to have spent roughly 30 minutes in the apartment. The couple proceeded to the university following the brief repair. He never saw Lee again and did not attend the party. There is no hard proof that the young people were in a romantic connection despite what some people say. The missing woman's family also carried out their own search in parallel. Dong, Lee's father, once looked around the area where his daughter lived in an attempt to find any hints. The man suddenly spotted a familiar table between 2 trash cans, but the unscrewed metal legs were lying apart from the tabletop. The family members believed it had been harmed during the incidents that occurred in the residence. The discovery was sent for analysis. Lee may have been the victim of a vicious attack on that fateful night. Her father was concerned that the hammer he had given her might have killed her. After disposing of the table, the criminal might have hidden the tool or taken it with him. Stalker theory. The police chose to look for eyewitnesses because, amazingly, they were unable to locate any fingerprints, DNA, blood, or other evidence during the examination of Lee Yoon's house, because Lee's friends had cleaned the apartment so completely. There was no doubt that someone could hear something because the apartment building's walls were so thin. None of the girls' neighbors, though, mentioned anything out of the ordinary. Many of the residents would not even talk to one another. Meanwhile, an older woman reported that she had been harassed a few days prior to Lee's disappearance. A man, most likely, followed her to her front door before stopping. The woman turned abruptly and confronted the stalker after deciding that unlocking the door might invite an attack. It was hard to see his face through the hood, she said. But the unidentified man was horrified by her acts. Then he turned and walked away. It should be mentioned that pushing has become commonplace in South Korea. This phrase refers to someone or a group of individuals giving someone unwanted, invasive attention. Women who report recurring incidents are frequently noted by law enforcement. Frequently, a stalker will wait at the door before coming inside. This exacerbates feelings of fear and worry. Stalking is sometimes the catalyst for sexual assaults. Consequently, a law that made stalking a felony went into effect on October 20, 2022. The article's sanction stipulates a maximum sentence of 3 years in prison. In the past, it was considered a misdemeanor and carried a $70.00 punishment. Some people think that our heroine might have experienced a similar circumstance, but her case might have ended tragically in the future. Version. Confirmed in the house across the street, Lee's windows are clearly visible from an apartment there. During the investigation, whomever resided there could freely watch her behavior. It found out that the place had been vacant for a while, but upon closer examination, a number of used tissues and empty cigarette packs were found. Although the collected DNA was unsuitable for analysis, it did show that someone had occasionally stopped by the flat and stood at the window. The inquiry is still under progress. Every member of the party was interviewed by detectives, with the possible exception of Kim, who took her companion to the alley and waited until she left for home. None of them were aware of the girl's whereabouts during the party, let alone after it. A lie detector was used to assess 21 people's genuineness. Every subject passed. However, it is important to remember that this approach is not always dependable. Nonetheless, the polygraph is reliable and has been in use in the nation since 1950. The entire city and the surrounding mountains were also combed by task groups equipped with search dogs. Tens of thousands of flyers were posted by volunteers requesting any information. Later, Lee's parents offered 10 million won in exchange for information regarding the whereabouts of their daughter after selling all of their belongings. But it was all for nothing. A fresh lead. The family and friends of the missing girl hoped she would come back alive. Yoon-hee may have chosen to temporarily depart due to the stress of her experience, disregarding her obligations to her parents and the dog she left behind. The dried napkins in the flat across the street could have an innocent explanation, such as the fact that she threw away her favorite but broken table and her unwanted hammer. However, that final hope was dashed when the cybercrime specialists arrived, examined Lee's computer, and recovered the erased files. The graphic details surfaced at 2:59 a.m. EM on June 6. Someone got access to the girl's desktop about the time she was meant to go home. 70% of the nation's citizens utilized the online portal Naver, which he launched. He then entered 1012 contact the police and sexual harassment into the search bar. The machine was manually shut down at 4:21 IEM after the work session concluded at 3:02 IEM. Based on searches, experts believed the missing kid had returned home and sat down at the computer. Since she didn't have a phone, she searched online for a mechanism to report sexual harassment that she had experienced at a party or when traveling home. Nevertheless, someone interrupted her after 3 minutes. Additionally, experts discovered that the girl's computer was turned on once again on June 8 between 3:15 and 5:21 p.m. Simultaneously, the unidentified individual erased the messenger's communication history from 10:48 p.m. on June 4 to 3:04 a.m. on June 8. He accomplished this by using a unique program that is only known to a select few. The chat history cannot be restored simultaneously after that. It demonstrates that a computer-savvy individual took action 2 days later. Lee's account on a well-known music website was accessed once more, and the IP address was even used to check his email. The location of the connection was traced by the police. It was a motel located 119 kilometers distant in the town of Kunsan. Detectives examined the CCTV footage from that day and discovered no evidence of the missing student or any indications of unusual activity. This fact, however, showed that she did not vanish on her own. Rather, someone was deftly erasing evidence of the crime that had been committed. The first person that springs to mind is Kim, who coincidentally happened to be in Lee's residence when the bulk of the letters was erased. As you recall, he cleaned and waited for Yoon's family to come at a friend's house. This provided him with the ideal situation and ample time to conceal the undesirable behavior. Surprisingly, both lads denied remembering to turn on Lee's computer when authorities asked them. Since potential evidence was deleted during the cleaning and wiping of the chat history, there were actually no witnesses, traces, or noteworthy leads in the case of Lee Yoon's disappearance. It is quite probable that the culprit would have been apprehended if the girl's body had been discovered. The victim largely retains important proof of the incident to this day, although neither the student's condition nor location are known. Discussion. She is probably dead, and either her remains are securely buried or they were able to permanently dispose of them. A professor who is insane is the result of these conditions. The faculty Lee studied at is known to have collected animal carcasses. This was done in order to get pupils interested in studying an autopsy. The agency gathered the bones at the conclusion of the examination and delivered them to a specialized incinerator. The biomass was previously enclosed in special bags. The collectors were not permitted to investigate them in accordance with the company's regulations. It should be mentioned that they wouldn't do it themselves because the site is nasty. Every day, the incinerator receives about 88 pounds of animal remains. However, authorities discovered that around 242 pounds were burned 2 days after Yoonhye Yoto vanished. That is, far more than normal. The educational institution worked with cows, pigs, cats, and dogs, among other animals. There were no large animals, though. Based on the June 8 records, the problem is, what else was set on fire that day? Along with other pieces of evidence, might the extra weight have been the body of the missing student? Unfortunately, there is still no response to this question. Since all of the ashes were burned, a genetic analysis was not feasible. If it is true that Lee's body was burned, then the person who killed her and had access to the room was responsible. One of the professors, Professor Moon, for instance, piqued Lee's interest. He was the one whose kids Lee was studying with when her purse was taken during the interrogations. Moon occasionally paid attention to a pretty pupil, according to several reports. Despite his age and prestige, he freely flirted with her. The man attempted to sit next to Lee during the festivities at that party as well, but she pushed him away and called him a creep. She was clearly refusing to entertain his advances. Moon first claimed to have left the event early and arrived home at roughly 2 in the morning, but he then amended his account after other detectives saw that he had departed after Lee. She may have been stalked after being abused by the professor. It is possible that he hushed Yoon-hee out of fear of damaging his reputation. He'd trailed her that evening, broken into her flat, murdered her, and then taken the body to the incinerator. He also had the option of forcibly bringing the student to the school and setting her on fire. In any case, a lot of conjecture exists. One could argue that a stranger who was enamored with Lee might have snatched her purse in order to obtain the object of his devotion and observed the occurrence from the flat across the street. He might have been the one who attacked, abducted, or murdered the unfortunate girl. However, there are a lot of unanswered concerns regarding her friend. Kim Dong said they were certain of one culprit and identified him. The young men heading home together after the party is not captured on camera. Furthermore, Lee and Kim left without anyone noticing. That the girl didn't want to be led all the way to the door and bid farewell in a nighttime alley is difficult to believe. The fact that the man has loved her since high school is well known. Some people even believe that she was the reason he attended college. At the same time, Lee accepted his abilities, spent time with him, and truly trusted and loved him in her own way. Lee would not have preferred his feelings, though. Kim became her third pet, as many joked. One crucial detail was later revealed. As it happens, the young man was able to decipher the code from the beloved's door. He frequently visited the apartment when she was away and took care of the pets, but he kept this to himself so as not to bring the girl into disrepute. South Korea is still quite strict by our standards. It appears suspicious at the same time. He might have been motivated by plain jealousy. When he learned that Lee had a boyfriend, he might have lost it. He might have gone up to her flat after surreptitiously following her. The coffee table was broken during an altercation, and Kim killed his girlfriend. After that, he made the decision to remain and tidy up the crime scene. Nevertheless, he was not charged at the time. Furthermore, contrary to common assumption, Professor Moon is the most likely suspect, and the main detective implied in an interview that he didn't believe the man was engaged in the killing. The man may have enticed a student he liked into the lab and done something horrible to her by using his official position. Kim was married, had kids, and ran his own company as of 2017. Lee's father continued to accuse him of being responsible for the abduction of his daughter. To protect his honor, he even planned multiple protests outside the man's private clinic. After the court's ruling, Dong was prohibited from going near Kim's building, and Kim was compelled to initiate a defamation action. According to the individual, his name has been defamed by numerous media channels to this day. Even after 18 years, people are still looking for Lee because her age and pictures were made public. The parents of the missing individual are elderly, yet they want to settle down and find out for sure if their daughter is still alive before they pass away. Even the loss of a loved one eventually dulls the sorrow, but nothing is worse than staying in the dark for years. What are your thoughts? Who killed Lee Yoon-hee? And is she still alive? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today, we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 24, 2000, the expected chilly breeze of Christmas Eve in the quiet area of Beverly Hills, California, was interrupted by the constant barking of a dog that belonged to Susan Berman, a well-known local journalist. A terrifying execution-style murder occurred in the house of a 55-year-old woman who had chosen to spend the holidays at home following a demanding and rewarding year. Surprisingly, her unwary neighbors did not hear a single gunshot. Investigators had little clues from this covert crime, and the murderer went more than 15 years without being caught. But in the end, the riddle of this heinous murder was resolved. Why did it take so long to track down a killer who had wanted her dead and wasn't hiding? Welcome back to Mysterious Hook, where we discuss today's underreported instances nationwide. We're examining Susan Berman's 20-year-old perverse cold case, which was ultimately resolved in 2020. There have been decades of betrayal, lies, deceit, and nearly denied justice in this case. Without further ado, let's begin the narrative. The renowned Beverly Hills district in downtown Los Angeles is as pricey as they come, and it hardly gets any more so. One of the most costly zip codes in the U.S. is Beverly Hills. Here, the typical household makes well over $200,000, 0 cents. It is among the most costly cities in the United States. The majority of people who lived in this medieval city were well-known celebrities and successful professionals from a variety of backgrounds. However, a cold murder took place here in this wealthy region of the world in 2000. David Berman and Betty Ewald welcomed Susan Jane Berman into the world on May 18, 1945 in Minneapolis, Minnesota, USA. David Berman, Susan's father, was a prominent member of the Jewish American gang on the Strip. When the Vegas Strip was only getting started, he was the manager of the well-known Flamingo Hotel. People often called him Dave the Jew. Her father, Davy Berman, was a prominent Vegas mobster, and Susan was his only child. He was referred to as Davy the Jew. David provided for Susan's every need. Perhaps not all of it, though. Susan, who grew up on the Vegas Strip, would come back there daily after school to complete her homework and perfect her arithmetic skills by counting the chips at the casino. She appeared to have the ideal childhood, even though this wasn't typical for most children, until tragedy struck when she was just 12 years old. According to reports, David Berman passed away after a heart attack while undergoing standard surgery to remove colon polyps. The circumstances surrounding her father's passing were enigmatic, contentious, and significant because they would permanently alter 12-year-old Susan's life. Susan's father passed away on the operating table when she was just 12 years old. Susan suffered a severe blow that would affect her for the rest of her life when he was admitted to the hospital for regular surgery. Even her mother was unable to cope with it. Her mother passed away, officially by suicide, when she was 13 years old. Within a year, Susan had to leave Vegas as a result of this double tragedy. Susan moved to Lewiston, Idaho, to live with her uncle Charles Chicky Berman and his family. An English and history teacher at a Lewiston junior high school recognized Susan's obvious writing ability and encouraged her to pursue a career in the field. Susan went on to study sociology at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. She met Robert Allen Durst, a graduate student who would become her lifelong best friend during her last year. Robert Durst, also known by his nickname Bobby Durst, was enrolled in a one-year master's program at UCLA. Both pupils were from wealthy families. Despite coming from a rich background, they seemed to bond almost immediately. Susan and her new acquaintance have another thing in common. Robert and Susan had both lost their mothers when they were young. Susan eventually attended the University of California, Berkeley in 1969 to earn a master's degree in journalism. Susan was one of 30 students chosen for UC Berkeley's graduate journalism program. One of her classmates, Elizabeth Moran, who went on to become a national correspondent for the LA Times, said Susan was just special. Of the 30 chosen, all possessed intellect and wit, but Susan's aura set her apart. She was able to hold the attention of any type of audience. In the opinion of her classmates, Susan possessed all the necessary components to succeed as a journalist. She got a position at the well-known newspaper San Francisco Examiner just 2 years after graduating. During the early 1980s, Susan relocated to New York, where she wrote for magazines such as Family Circle, Cosmopolitan, and the New York Magazine. She also authored the well-known 1971 college handbook, The Underground Guide to the College of Your Choice. Susan met investigative reporter James Brady in New York. As Susan started writing a memoir about her late father, she became friends with James. Susan asked the FBI and the Department of Justice for her father's criminal history and investigative reports. She was shocked to learn that her father, David, had been connected to multiple murders, gangland violence, and mob crimes, many of which she and her mother were wholly unaware of. She described her life as a mobster's daughter in her 1981 book, Easy Street, The True Story of a Mob Family, which went on to become one of her most important works. Hollywood executives expressed interest in turning the book into a movie because it was so successful. For $350,000, 0 cents, the movie rights were sold. Sammy's Romanian Steakhouse on Manhattan's Lower East Side served as the venue for the book celebration. Robert Durst, Susan's constant best friend, hosted the book party. Later, Susan would marry Christopher Margulies, her love interest, at the Hotel Bel Air in Los Angeles. In 1986, Robert Durst, her constant best friend, escorted her down the aisle once more. Susan will lose the love of her life only 2 years after they were married. A heroin overdose claimed Christopher Margulies' life. Susan relocated to West Hollywood around the mid-1990s. The 50-year-old author, who had recently received a nomination for a Writers Guild of America award, was at the height of her abilities. Susan relocated to a rental property in Benedict Canyon, which is a major route between West Hollywood and the Valley region, in the late 1990s Rodeo Drive. One of the world's most costly avenues was only 2 miles away. Susan was a leading journalist in the region. This was the perfect neighborhood for Susan, who had recently started work on a project called Sin City for Showtime TV, which was apparently Showtime's answer to HBO's hit TV show The Sopranos. Nobody was aware that Susan's most ambitious endeavor would never be shown. Susan concentrated more on her next project for Showtime after relocating to Benedict Canyon. A few days before Christmas, on December 19, 2000, Susan Berman called her friend, the actress Kim Lankford. Susan and Kim were spending the holidays apart for the first time in a number of years. Susan appeared concerned and the call was highly rare. Kim was frightened by the talk that followed. Susan seemed to know something that may make a big difference. Although Susan didn't have this information herself, Kim was interested in learning more. Despite Kim's anxiety for her friend's safety, Susan reassured her that she knew where to find this information. Since Susan was a well-known journalist, Kim assumed that this significant information related to one of her next major projects. Nobody knew the specifics of this important information. 1 p.m., the LAPD was called to Susan's residence at 1527 Benedict Canyon Road on Christmas Eve 2000. When one of her dogs was spotted barking and roaming loose, her neighbors started to worry. Susan loved her fox terriers and never left them alone, so this was unexpected. When police got on the site, they discovered Susan's body shot with a 9mm handgun and killed in cold blood, execution style. One gunshot struck her in the back of the skull, and it was thought she had been dead for a day or more. Kim's suspicions were validated. Susan had passed away. It was going to be difficult to track out Susan's killer. The body was discovered a day late, giving her killer at least a day's advantage. Susan was wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt when the police discovered her body on the floor of the guest room. There was just one bullet casing close to her. Her back door was discovered open, and the front door was unlocked. There was no theft. Since Susan's body showed no defensive wounds and there was no indication of a forced entry, police understood they were dealing with someone who had known the victim. It was yet unknown what motivated her horrific murder. Given that Susan was executed and her father, David, was a criminal, the media started to promote the idea that the murder was gang. Although Susan authored a memoir about her father, the police pointed out that the majority of her father's friends and adversaries had already passed away, ruling out a gang murder. 2 days after Susan's death, investigators were surprised to find the first significant lead in the case. However, there was ambiguity behind this significant lead. A suspicious anonymous letter was addressed to the Beverly Hills Police Department. It was obvious that someone didn't want Susan's body to be left on the floor for very long, because the letter simply had Susan's address, 1527 Benedict Canyon, and the word cadaver written in a green pen on a white sheet of paper. Police noticed that the letter's author had spelled Beverly incorrectly as Beverly. This minor detail may have seemed unimportant at first, but it turned out to be an important piece of evidence that helped the investigators in their unrelenting hunt for the culprit. Susan's killer would not be apprehended so quickly, despite the fact that the police discovered her body just 1 day after she passed away. For Susan Berman's friends and family, it would take 14 long years to put an end to this agonizing wait. They needed to know who penned this enigmatic note. Was it a witness or the murderer? To find the criminal, investigators had to solve a challenging problem. At the time of her murder, Susan was apparently scheduled to be questioned by the Los Angeles Police Department, LAPD, regarding the disappearance of Catherine Durst, the wife of her best friend, who had vanished without a trace. Their partner was regarded as the main suspect, as is the case with many spouse disappearance instances. Robert Durst could not be indicted or disqualified as a suspect in the disappearance of his wife Catherine. Despite more investigation, there was just circumstantial evidence connecting him to her disappearance. Although there was no hard proof, Authorities feared Robert Durst might have killed Susan to silence her, since Susan was about to be questioned about what she knew about his potential role in his wife's disappearance. No one, not even investigators, could have predicted where the first significant breakthrough would have come from after 15 years of this convoluted, frigid case. The press vilified Robert, the main suspect in both cases, in the years after Susan Berman's passing. Working with director Andrew Jarecki, he attempted to clear his name in both unresolved cases by producing the documentary The Jinx: The Life and Deaths of Robert Durst. 3 of Robert's most well-known alleged crimes were highlighted in the documentary: the disappearance of his wife, Catherine Durst, in 1982, the execution of his best friend, Susan Berman, at point-blank range in 2000, and the death and dismemberment of Robert's neighbor, Morris Black, in 2001. Robert was acquitted during the trial, after claiming self-defense in the death of Morris Black. On April 12, 1943, in New York, Seymour Durst and Bernice Herstein welcomed Robert Allen Durst into the world. The successor to the Durst family's fortune, Robert Durst was the first son of a real estate tycoon. Robert claimed to have seen his mother, Bernice, jump off the top of their family home when he was just 7 years old. The family admitted that Bernice committed suicide, but the majority of investigators believe her death was an accident. Douglas Durst, Robert Durst's brother, stated in an interview with the New York Times in March 2015 that no one saw the incident. Uncertainty surrounds Robert's claim to have seen his mother die. There was a fierce sibling rivalry unlike any other, and this contradictory account was only one of many blows and counterblows. When Robert was 10 years old, he went to see his psychiatrist for advice on this newfound sibling rivalry. According to the psychiatrist, Robert suffered from schizophrenia and personality breakdown. His peers at Scarsdale High School characterized him as a recluse. In 1965, he graduated from Lehigh University with a bachelor's degree in economics. At the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, where he met Susan Berman later that year, he enrolled in a doctoral program but later left and moved back to New York in 1969. Robert was not interested in his father's business, Durst Organization, at this point. He wanted to launch his own venture. He thus established a modest health food store in Vermont from 1970 to 1971. Robert first met dental hygienist Catherine McCormick in 1970, and the two moved in together in Vermont in January 1972. On his father's recommendation, they moved back to New York in 1973 so Robert could work for the Durst Organization. Additionally, Robert and Catherine were legally married on April 12, 1973, which was his 30th birthday. However, the couple's existence seemed like a fairy tale to many of their acquaintances. There was more to it than first appears when one examines their lifestyles in the weeks preceding Catherine's disappearance. Numerous indicators suggested foul involvement in the weeks leading up to her death. 3 weeks prior to her disappearance, Catherine had been hospitalized at Jacob Medical Center in the Bronx for face injuries that Robert had caused. She didn't file any charges. She had sought Robert for a $250,000 0 divorce settlement a few weeks before to her unexplained disappearance. Robert offered Catherine $100 0 because he didn't want to part with so much money. Robert had been agitated before Catherine had a chance to examine the offer. He stopped paying his wife's tuition at Albert Einstein College of Medicine, canceled her credit card, and took her name off the joint account. Additionally, he lowered his offer of a divorce settlement to $15 0. A few months before graduating from the Albert Einstein College of Medicine in New York City with a degree in pediatrics, Catherine Durst vanished into thin air on January 31, 1982. On the eve of January 31, Catherine was last observed in Newtown, Connecticut, at a dinner party hosted by her friend Gilbert Nojami. It was known that Robert and Catherine had a fight that night. 3 weeks after Catherine went away, authorities discovered her belongings in the building's garbage compactor. Shortly after her disappearance, her cottage was discovered torn apart. Although Catherine was formally pronounced deceased in 2017, the circumstances surrounding her disappearance are still unknown. Janine Pirro, the district attorney for Westchester County, had requested that the NYPD renew the investigation into Catherine's abduction months prior to Susan's murder. Friends encouraged investigators to interview Susan Berman after the probe was made public. Susan Berman had handled Robert Durst's media interviews following his wife's disappearance since she was close to him. While his wife's disappearance was still a mystery, and his role in Susan's death was just suspected, she supposedly knew a great deal about the disappearance. Robert's subsequent action was more obvious. He was taken into custody on October 9, 2001, in relation to the passing of Morris Black, his elderly neighbor. Dismembered pieces of Morris's remains were discovered floating in Texas's Galveston Bay. He was released on $250,000 0-cents bond, but he did not show up for a court hearing on October 16. As a result, a warrant for his arrest was issued for bail skipping. Then, on November 30, Durst was caught stealing a chicken salad sandwich, a newspaper, and Band-Aids from a Wegman grocery in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Black's driver's license, directions to Gilbert Nojami's Connecticut home, marijuana, 2 firearms, and $37,000 in cash were among the suspicious items discovered in his rental car when he was arrested. In an unsettling use of his time while avoiding capture, Durst stalked his own brother Douglas, even going so far as to show up armed in the driveway of his home in Katuna, New York. In the end, he was sent to Texas to stand trial. Robert Durst was put on trial in 2003 for Morris Black's murder. Dick DeGurn, his defense lawyer, contended that Robert had acted in self-defense, and that when Morris threatened him with a .22 caliber pistol, the gun discharged as they grappled together. Before disposing of Morris' remains in Galveston Bay, Robert acknowledged using a knife, saw, and axe to dismember his body. It was impossible to verify or rule out Robert's account of a fight and the location of the gunshot wound because Morris's head was never located. Because there was insufficient forensic evidence to support capital murder, Robert Durst was found not guilty by the jury on November 11, 2003. However, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison for jumping bail and tampering with evidence. In July 2005, he was released on parole. Robert Durst's parole stipulated that he had to remain close to his home and obtain permission before traveling. Robert Durst returned to the murder scene of Morris Black without permission. He saw a surprising but well-known person while on his Defiant Crime Tour, Judge Susan Criss of the Galveston County District Court, who had presided over his murder trial. When they saw each other on this unapproved vacation, they were both taken aback. Robert Durst was sent back to prison after breaking the conditions of his release. In March 2006, he was then set free. Although Robert was the Durst organization's successor by default, his father made the harsh decision to appoint his younger brother, Douglas Durst, to lead the organization in 1992, further intensifying the already intense sibling rivalry. Robert refused to accept his father's explanation that he had chosen Douglas because of Robert's improper behavior. After being released from prison, he made the decision to sue his family because he felt he was the legitimate successor to the Durst organization. In 2006, after a protracted legal battle, Robert Durst was bought out for a one-time sum of $65 million, 0 cents. Durst's relationship with his family took a more turbulent turn as a result of this case. Instead of clearing the air, the jinx ended up becoming a real jinx for Robert. While filming the jinx, Sarab Kaufman, the stepson of Susan Berman, discovered a letter Robert had sent to Susan in 1999, only months before she passed away. Both Robert's letter and the anonymous letter to the police contained the same typographical error, and the handwriting was nearly identical. The mysterious millionaire was left in a state of shock when Jarecki, the director of the jinx, saw the letter and showed Robert Durst how to spell the word Beverly in both letters. He inquired which letter Robert hadn't written. Robert Durst was arrested by the FBI in New Orleans on March 14, 2015, the day before the last episode of the HBO series The Jinx, and he was accused with killing his best friend Susan Berman in the first degree. Investigators were able to track Robert down after he checked his voicemail box a few times. He was still in disbelief. He checked in under the fictitious identity Everett Ward, which allowed investigators to track him down to the Canal Street Marriott. A .38 caliber loaded pistol, a new phone, a flesh-tone latex mask, maps of Louisiana, Florida, and Cuba, and more than $200,000 0 cents in cash with Robert were also discovered, along with a phony Texas ID. He had taken out more than $315 0 cents in the previous 5 to 6 weeks based on bank activities. Since Cuba and the U.S. do not have an extradition treaty, investigators surmise that he intended to escape there. Robert Durst would eventually encounter justice after a lifetime of evading the law. While awaiting trial in the Susan Berman case, Robert Durst was first sentenced to 85 months in prison for his firearm charges. Due to Robert's surgery and the prosecutor's need for additional evidence to finally apprehend the elusive perpetrator, the trial was postponed. Judge Mark Wyndham of the Los Angeles County Superior Court ultimately determined in October 2018 that there was sufficient evidence to bring charges against Robert Durst for the murder of Susan Berman, his best friend. After a protracted delay caused by the COVID-19 epidemic, Robert Durst finally showed up in court to start his trial on March 2, 2020. May 17, 2021 was the new date for the trial. Robert's defense team requested a mistrial and a trial pause at least 3 times during the trial because of Robert's poor health, but each time the jury chose to go ahead with the trial. Robert Durst was convicted of Susan Berman's first-degree murder. He was ultimately given a life sentence without the chance of release on October 14, 2021. On November 1, 2021, he was placed in the custody of the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. A New York grand jury accused Robert Durst for his wife's murder after nearly 40 arduous years, but he would never go to trial. 3 months after his imprisonment, Robert passed away at the age of 78 from cardiac arrest on January 10, 2022. David Berman, a relative of Susan Berman, claimed that once Robert's sentence was read, he went to Susan's grave and assured her that justice had been served. Although Catherine Durst's friend Alan Strauss was pleased that Susan's family would at last receive justice, he hoped that Catherine would also receive justice prior to Robert's passing. California law states that the murder accusation against Robert Durst for his wife's death is moot due to his passing. Regarding his brother Robert's passing, Douglas Durst stated, "Bob lived a sad, painful, and tragic life. We hope that his death brings some closure to those he hurt." Robert Durst had obstructed justice by implementing complex plots to conceal his horrible crimes. The last part of his cunning plan exposed his betrayal of his wife as a neighbor and friend. Do you believe Susan Berman was aware of Catherine Durst's disappearance? Do you believe he killed her because he was going to tell the police what she knew? Is the jinx that mistake? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This house may appear to be nothing more than an old deserted structure at first, but believe me when I say that the more you learn about today's case, the more you'll understand that it was the location of some of the most horrific murders that occurred in 1987, complete with heaps of trash all over the place. Even while the case hasn't been formally solved, many people, including law enforcement, have theories about who the real culprit is. Stay with us through to the very finish if you've ever wondered why this case is still one of the town's most sinister mysteries. You can be shocked by the reality and start to doubt everything you believe to be true. Allow us to begin by discussing the Kunz family, who occupied the residence. They were a quiet, solitary group that the public hardly knew existed. The family had always stayed to themselves, even though they lived in a town with less than 1,000 residents. However, nobody could have foreseen the tragedy that would soon rock the modest, quiet town of Athens, Wisconsin, to its very foundation. The village would be shocked by the vicious murder of the Kunz family, but it would also expose some really odd and disturbing facts that would trouble people for years to come. As previously stated, the Kunz family now resided in a dilapidated farmhouse distant from the bustle of the closest town, leading a life of hardship and loneliness. They named a 108-acre plot of property near Athens, roughly 6 kilometers from the city center, home. Despite being remote, their house was anything but a comfortable retreat. Like their lives, it was collapsing. Helen, 70, Clarence, 76, Irana, 81, Marie, 72, Randy, 30, and Kenneth, 55, were among the family members. The siblings were Helen, Clarence, Irana, and Marie. The offspring of Helen were Randy and Kenneth. There wasn't much interaction between this family and the outside world. They kept to themselves, creating a small, close-knit environment. Actually, the only person who ever left the familial circle was Kenneth. He had been employed for 35 years as a milk pasteurizer at the Kraft Inc. cheese factory. The only one who regularly interacted with individuals outside the house was him. Without any friends or acquaintances to mention, everyone else essentially stayed to themselves. Right up until that terrible day, their lives seemed regular despite their solitary lifestyle. On July 5, 1987, Kenneth came home from work anticipating a typical peaceful morning with his family. However, what he discovered would leave him and the entire town of Athens in shock. Kenneth came inside to discover his whole family dead, ruthlessly killed in their own homes. In the entryway of the entrance, his Aunt Marie lay dead, as though she had attempted to flee but failed. His cousin Randy's death was discovered on the kitchen floor, obviously the result of a brutal struggle. Another aunt, Irene, sat slouched in a chair without moving. The old father of the family, Clarence, was discovered in his bed, seemingly awoken from his slumber. The killers were merciless. They had all been executed by being shot in the head with a .22 caliber gun. The residence was littered with 8 wasted casings and many fired rounds, demonstrating the murderer's ruthless efficiency. Another oddity, however, caught the attention of investigators. Tire impressions found on the property near the garden did not belong to any vehicle believed to be connected to the family. The disappearance of Kenneth's mother, Helen, was possibly the most horrifying revelation of all. There was no sign of her. Was something more nefarious going on? Or had she been taken? The less than ideal living conditions of the Kunz family were something the authorities noticed as soon as they arrived and started their inquiry. The house needed urgent repairs because it had seen better days. In addition to lacking many of the contemporary comforts that most people take for granted, the family did not have running water. The only entertainment equipment they had was a VCR and a television. A focal point of their everyday existence was a wood-burning stove, which served as their main source of cooking and warmth. The condition of the house, however, shocked detectives even more. It was so dirty, with rubbish strewn around, that it looked like the house of a hoarder. However, it didn't stop there. The investigators discovered something even worse as they searched further. A plethora of sexual publications and films strewn all throughout the residence. It didn't seem appropriate, particularly in a house that was so chaotic. The officials were more interested in the money they'd discovered in plain sight than in the condition of the house. They discovered about $20,000, 0 cents in cash, scattered about the house, as if it had been left there. Everyone had the same question. Who were the Kunz family in reality, and why was so much money simply lying around? Now, the more investigators delved, the more they learned about the Kunz family's turbulent background. Their past seems to be filled with tragedy and bloodshed. In 1905, it all started with their parents, Anna and Ignaz. They were residing with Mary, Ignaz's mother, at the time. When Anna returned home one day, she discovered something horrifying. Wendell, her brother, had bludgeoned their mother to death in her bed. Wendell was quickly sent to a mental health facility. But the family's troubled past didn't end there. Wendell was not alone in having mental health issues, it turned out. Long before the murder, Ignaz's other brother had already been committed to a mental health facility. The family seems to have a history of mental illness. Since Kenneth was the one who had discovered the bodies, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to him as the inquiry proceeded because of his long history of violence and instability, which dated back generations. However, Kenneth had a strong alibi and was soon exonerated. Kenneth struggled to make sense of the horrific situation, but he did his best to describe what had happened to the police, despite his shyness and low IQ. Another odd information was discovered throughout the research. A family member who did not reside with the Kunz family, Germaine Petcher, stopped by for a picnic on July 4, 1987. What was the connection between the murders and this visit? Could Germaine have had information that the police needed to hear? Or was it just a family get-together? On that sad night, Kenneth told the police that he had stayed with his family until about 8 o'clock in the evening. He chose to go out and work in the garden after hanging out with them. While the rest of the house settled down for the evening, he remained there until around 10 o'clock at night, silently tilling the soil. Kenneth claimed that after finishing, he decided to wash his car at his job, which was around 3 miles away, rather than going back inside. It seems that he did this frequently. Kenneth claimed that after cleaning his car, he stopped midway between the factory and a neighboring bar to buy some pyrotechnics. He then chose to spend some time there. He decided to spend the night in his automobile instead of immediately returning home. He claimed that he came home at 5 in the morning the following day, only to find himself in a nightmare. Although they had not yet gotten the official time of death from the coroner, the sheriff investigating the case assessed that the killings most likely took place between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that evening. The fact that Randy's automobile was discovered parked close to the garden was one peculiarity. Kenneth asserted that Randy never parked there. Additionally, investigators observed that the enigmatic tire impressions discovered next to the garden were completely different from those of Kenneth's vehicle. The authorities focused on the most apparent mystery, Helen, the missing family member, because they had little evidence to work with, and the residence was providing more confusion than clues. Nobody knew at that time if she had been abducted, fled, or had some other connection. Kenneth was adamant that his mother would never go out alone. When she needed a ride, Randy was always the one to take her because she disliked venturing out on her own. While she ran whatever errand she had, he would wait in the car. Authorities were informed by Helen's sister Germaine that Helen's behavior on the day of the picnic was the same. She didn't seem apprehensive or suspicious. Germaine thought Helen would have displayed at least a trace of nervousness if she had been plotting something, but there was none. However, once a couple named Gail and David Weiler came forward with an odd story to tell, the idea that Helen might have been involved in the murders began to gather traction. About 3 weeks prior to the killings, Helen had visited Weiler's hardware store, which they owned, to place an order for a toaster. She also purchased a box of .22 caliber ammunition while she was there. Gail said that Helen was often a gentle, kind person, but that day she was different. She appeared irate, even resentful. She began to gripe about her family, claiming that they spent their days viewing filthy films together. Gail recalled Helen's frustrated tone and the way she clenched her teeth as she spoke. According to Helen, she was purchasing the bullets for Randy in order to allegedly deal with some black birds that were causing them problems on the property at the time. Gail didn't give it much thought. The encounter was a touch strange, to be sure, but nothing that shouted danger. Until the horrific killings became public, Gail had called the police and told them everything by the next Monday. In the end, the police discovered a weapon in the house that was the same caliber as the rounds Helen had bought, but strangely, the barrel was covered in cobwebs, indicating that it had not been used in a while. The local community remained hopeful, despite the numerous unresolved concerns and uncertainty around whether Helen was the perpetrator or a victim. They banded together to organize search parties, made badges and T-shirts featuring her name and face, and supported the search for her. But that hope was replaced by heartache. Helen's body was found approximately 19 miles from the family's residence, 9 months after the killings. In a frozen brook, her remains were discovered. She had been shot in the head, just like the others. As a result of this finding, investigators and the town as a whole were left to deal with an even more sinister mystery. The most terrifying question was whether Helen had been slain in reprisal after being held captive for months. If yes, who did it and why? The Kunz family has always been the subject of odd and unsettling rumors. In addition to being abnormally close, others speculated that the family may have engaged in inappropriate and romantic connections inside their own lineage. The family had been plagued by these allegations for decades, dating back to 1933 when Helen, then 15 years old, fell pregnant with her first child, Kenneth. At the time, Helen alleged that a local farmer called Frank Gums had abused her. She was not universally believed, but Frank was ultimately found guilty and imprisoned. A different version was being spun around town, one that blamed Helen's own brother Clarence rather than an outsider. Because of their extremely close relationship, many people thought Clarence was Kenneth's biological father. Nor was that distrust confined to local rumors. Kenneth acknowledged that he had been repeatedly informed that Clarence was his biological father. There were still more inquiries. Since there was no father indicated on Randy's birth certificate, Kenneth claimed he also felt Clarence might be Randy's father. Ultimately, though, Kenneth acknowledged that he was genuinely unsure of his brothers and his own father, which only served to bolster the already strange and unsettling notions. As if that weren't disturbing enough, it was also said that Helen's son Randy slept in the same room as her. In the meantime, it was said that Marie, Irene, and Clarence slept in the living room. Even more eyebrows were raised, and the rumors in town became louder when it was revealed that Helen had slept so closely with her grown son while the rest of the family was apart. For a long time, Helen's initial accusations of assault were disregarded by many. Investigators speculated that years of rejection, loneliness, and repressed anger may have led to her eventual murder, possibly even a lassie retribution from someone who viewed her as the source of scandal and humiliation. But if you were one of the detectives investigating this strange and disturbing case at the time, would you truly think that Helen, a woman with a tragic past and no criminal record, could have planned the ruthless murder of her entire family? Sincerely, I'd want to hear your thoughts. However, the theories went beyond the complex dynamics of the family. Drugs started to surface as another potential motive. Since there had been a significant drug problem in the region at the time, Randy was instantly suspected. In fact, a witness came forward during subsequent investigations to acknowledge that they had bought drugs from Randy. The notion that the entire tragedy was the product of a botched drug deal became even more scary after that revelation. Additionally, there were indications of physical assault on Randy's body, suggesting that a struggle may have been involved in whatever occurred to him. Police were able to identify a 21-year-old farmer named Chris Jacobs as someone who had previously communicated with the Kunz family, despite their solitary lifestyle. He only knew the Kunz family since he had purchased a car from them. Nevertheless, Jacobs was known for being a robber and a troublemaker in the community. The authorities started focusing on Jacobs since he was one of the few individuals who had any contact with the remaining family members, who had been ruled out as suspects. Investigators persisted despite the fact that the only tangible evidence linking Chris to the location was a tire trace that coincidentally matched his vehicle. He was not at the scene when the murders occurred, and there was no reliable forensic evidence. No fingerprints, no DNA, and no witnesses. Authorities accused him of 5 counts of murder, in spite of the absence of concrete proof. The start of his trial was October 28, 1989. However, the case swiftly started to fall apart in spite of the startling accusations. The evidence was simply insufficient to convict him. Since there was nothing tangible linking Jacobs to the crime scene, the entire case had been based on circumstantial evidence, and he was found not guilty on all 5 counts. That appeared to be the end of the case for a while. Another cold case fading into obscurity. However, something unexpected occurred only 4 years later. Jacobs was charged again just before the statute of limitations was about to run out, this time for Helen's kidnapping and false imprisonment rather than murder. In a fierce defense, Jacobs claimed that the new charges went against his constitutional rights against double jeopardy, which forbids being tried twice for the same offense. He attempted to push his case all the way to the Supreme Court, but they turned it down. On June 8, 1998, his second trial got underway, and it lasted for 2 anxious weeks. This time, the prosecution claimed that Jacobs had abducted Helen, held her hostage for months, killed the entire Kunz family, and then killed Helen as well. But in June 1993, Jacobs' ex-girlfriend Stacy Weiss came out with information that put their entire case on the line. Long before any charges were brought, Chris Jacobs made a terrifying confession, according to Stacy Weiss. It happened during what appeared to be a typical trip home from a night of pool league, she told police. Suddenly, Jacobs questioned her how she would feel if he were found to be the one behind the horrific killings of the Kunz family. Jacobs allegedly confessed calmly and without regret, stating he wanted to prove to himself that he was a man before she had a chance to even comprehend the question. To feel something, to prove something to himself, no matter how heinous it was his purpose, his motive. Weiss recalled that on July 4, Jacobs informed her he went to the Kunz family's house and Randy let him in after opening the door. A dispute erupted between them. The cause is unknown, but it got out of hand until Jacobs pulled out a gun and shot Randy. Then, Weiss said, he made the decision to kill everyone in the house except Helen in order to destroy anyone who might be connected to the crime. She wasn't immediately killed for reasons he never gave. Rather, he bound her and took her to a swamp where he finally got rid of her. Even though the facts were horrifying, they were strangely detailed, especially for someone who was lying. Weiss's assertion that Jacobs had previously recounted this similar scenario to the district attorney was even more concerning. Jacobs' confession was allegedly recorded by the DA, who had him sign it and then sealed it in an envelope. Another issue in this already perverse story is whether or not that envelope actually existed. The defense, of course, attacked Weiss's credibility by highlighting her criminal history, including pending robbery accusations in another state. They portrayed her as having a personal goal. They said that she only came out to get a better bargain for herself. In addition, she was given a plea bargain in return for her testimony, to be fair. Regardless of her background, however, the prosecution insisted that her story aligned with important pieces of evidence and filled in the gaps that investigators had been unable to complete for years. Her testimony and the circumstantial evidence that was already in place were sufficient for the jury to find her guilty. Chris Jacobs was convicted after only 4 hours of deliberation, not of murder, but of Helen Kuhn's kidnapping and wrongful imprisonment. Even if it wasn't the 5 murder charges he was initially facing, the prosecution nonetheless won a big battle. Jacobs received a sentence of 31 years in jail, with February 8, 2020 as the mandatory release date. Additionally, he was mandated to remain under extended surveillance till 2029. But when it came time for him to be released, Jacobs disobeyed the conditions of his parole. He refused to appear before a parole officer or sign any documents. Why? Because, in his opinion, doing so would be equivalent to confessing guilt, and he had no intention of doing something he denied. Jacobs decided to spend the rest of his sentence behind prison as a result. Even now, he still insists he is innocent. The case is still officially categorized as unsolved, even though he was found guilty. No solid evidence has ever emerged, and no one has ever been directly connected to the Kuhn's family's murder. However, the residents of Athens, Wisconsin, are still adamant that Jacobs is to blame. A strange and tragic narrative of the Kuhn's family, which is characterized by rumors of incest, exclusion, and generational trauma, is preserved in local mythology. The case was really the subject of a whole book by journalist Crocker Stevenson's Blood Relative, Portraits of a Mass Murder, which delves deeply into the family's past and examines the unsettling ancestry that surrounded them. However, the weird legends that clung to the Kuhn's name were too complex for even that book to unravel. This case was rendered even more bizarre by the way the rumors about the family's lifestyle seemed to dominate the actual killings. The question of whether Helen's brother Clarence had fathered her kid Kenneth, and possibly even Randy, preoccupied many more than the identity of the murderers. No one ever verified or refuted the rumors that had been circulating for years. The likelihood that the truth will ever be revealed is further diminished by the fact that Kenneth died in 2001, and there is no documentation of DNA testing. Thus, all that remains is a guy who sits in prison clinging to his innocence, a cold case that still divides a town, and a family whose legacy will always be tarnished by rumors, unsolved questions, and unimaginable tragedy. However, what are your thoughts? Is Chris Jacobs the real murderer, in your opinion? Or was he merely a suitable scapegoat in a case full of secrets and darkness? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Some people never woke up from the nightmare that was Los Angeles, even though it was the city of dreams. Black women disappeared in South Central's forgotten areas, only to be discovered abandoned like rubbish in alleyways. The news hardly hit the front page. The killer was slow, strategic, moving undetected and in plain sight while the cops paused. Then, suddenly, the murders ceased. The streets fell silent once more, for more than 10 years. No more headlines, no more bodies. The predator seemed to have just vanished. Monsters, however, don't simply quit, do they? Because he returned years after everyone had given up searching. In South Los Angeles, the bodies continued coming up, stabbed, strangled, and dumped like yesterday's garbage. As headlines focused on the rich victims of Richard Ramirez, commonly known as the Night Stalker, who had haunted California for nearly a year, the authorities ignored the fact that something was amiss, that someone was out there targeting women. South Central women were forgotten. No task force was organized overnight, and there was no citywide fear. These were low-income black women who were either drug addicts or sex workers. Their fate had already been determined by society. The killings persisted, despite demonstrations calling for action outside LAPD headquarters. There were too many victims and too many killers, and the case had become confused by 1986. The investigations soon faded into silence as the so-called Southside Slayer Task Force started to dwindle. The city went on. For years, a nameless predator that the city hardly acknowledged was held responsible for the killings in South Los Angeles. However, detectives started to grasp the unthinkable as they tried to make sense of the dead that were accumulating. One individual did not do this alone. Too many victims, too many patterns. It was terrible. The story of the Southside Slayer was a convenient way to describe an issue that no one wanted to deal with. In actuality, however, there were other murderers who preyed on the same forgotten women while hiding in the same hunting areas. Some vanished into the background, while others were captured. A sea of indifference drowned out their deeds. And one of them was hiding right in front of everyone. He was a father, a husband, and a former city worker. He helped fix automobiles on his block, joked around at backyard barbecues, and shared beers with his neighbors. He was just Lonnie to those who knew him. However, underneath the exterior was a man who concealed his horror behind a facade of normalcy. And you know what those who are consumed by an insatiable desire for power do? They prey on the weak and the most vulnerable members of society. He had always been dark. For decades it had been present. When Franklin and two other service members were stationed in Stuttgart, West Germany, in 1974, they deceived a 17-year-old girl into getting into their vehicle. She believed she was doing them a favor. Rather, they transported her to a far-off place and made her endure a terrible experience that she would never forget. She was attacked by them for hours, but Franklin erred in judgment. Thinking fast, the girl asked for his phone number while seeming as though she was interested in him. Overconfident and haughty, Franklin handed it to her. His arrest resulted from that one mistake. He served time for the offense and was dishonorably discharged from the U.S. Army in 1975, but he continued where he left off, back in South Central Los Angeles. Arrests for theft, assault, and battery ensued. He was incarcerated, but not long enough. Each time, he reintegrated into society as if nothing had occurred. Furthermore, Lonnie Franklin Jr. had opportunity outside of a jail cell, which was even more perilous than freedom. Los Angeles was rife with crime, addiction, and citizen neglect by the 1,980 SCAs. Many women were left vulnerable, particularly those who were already dealing with poverty or substance abuse, and entire communities were suffering. A few vanished. Later, some were discovered dumped in vacant areas and alleys. Many, however, were just never seen again. Authorities paid little attention even then. There were no pressing alerts or unrelenting inquiries. For them, these were merely regrettable figures in a city already rife with bloodshed. However, Franklin took note, and he made the most of it under the shadow of a chaotic city. He lived a normal life during the day and gave in to his deepest desires at night, continuing to be the monster he was for years. He was an amiable neighbor, a mechanic, a husband, and a father. Nobody had any suspicions. However, the world would finally learn the truth about Lonnie Franklin Jr., and they would be appalled. Fear had descended like a dense, oppressive fog over South Central Los Angeles by the mid-1000s. 9,000 ADS. Black women, underprivileged women, and women who seemed to be uncared for were all going extinct. Later, their lives were forgotten without even making the news, and their bodies were discovered in abandoned lots, alleys, and dumpsters. The streets were filled with whispers. One of them was a murderer. A faceless predator known to the authorities as the South Side Slayer is thought to have committed at least 13 murders between 1983 and 1985. Women who had fallen between the cracks of society were the victims. Many were struggling with addiction, and many were compelled to engage in sex work in order to make ends meet. The crimes were referred to in the newspapers as the Strawberry Murders, after the colloquial phrase for women who traded drugs for sex. However, until September 1985, the LAPD strategy lacked urgency, citywide warnings, and a focused task force. The LAPD eventually acknowledged what the community had known for years, that someone was chasing women in South Central. During a press conference at that point, they begged for assistance. They said they will look into it. However, it was too little too late for many. Margaret Prescott was the most irate person. Week after week, she and other activists gathered outside police headquarters to call for action. They criticized the department for not alerting the public sooner. They drew attention to the blatantly unfair distinction between this case and the one involving Richard Ramirez, the Night Stalker, that was widely reported. Everything was involved in that investigation: manhunts, news conferences, and an abundance of resources. The police went to great lengths to find Ramirez, who was terrorizing affluent white areas. However, the victims in South Central were not wealthy, they weren't Caucasian. And it meant they didn't matter, based on what Prescott said, and rightly so, about the authorities. By January 1986, there were 15 bodies. Pressure mounted on the LAPD. The case was given to more detectives. The agency established what they named the South Side Slayer Task Force, presently collaborating with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Agency, LASD. It sounded good. It sounded grave. However, no arrests were made, and no significant progress was made. As a result, Prescott and her team decided to take action. The Black Coalition Fighting Back Serial Murders was the new name they adopted to formally represent their work. They compelled the Los Angeles City Council to double the reward for information from $10,000, 0 cents, to $25,000, 0 cents in March 1986. They didn't let up. They had no intention of forgetting these women. Then, however, something altered. There was conflicting evidence. It took more than one individual to come up with the designs and techniques. One serial killer had been pursued by the police for years. They now understood how much awful the truth was. In South Central, there were multiple predators. 4, possibly even more. Suddenly, the LAPD faced a more serious issue. All of a sudden, a network of serial killers overlapped, using the same hunting grounds and preying on the same vulnerable people. The South Side Slayer Task Force began to disintegrate by the end of 1986. Millions were being spent by the city on an investigation that had no conclusive results. Additionally, the task force was reduced by the next year. The stream of hints had slowed. Leads were not moving. One of the task force commanders, Lieutenant John Zorn, acknowledged it. At this stage, the flow of clues is virtually non-existent. In other words, the cops were given up. The murderers were still at large. And he was watching Lonnie Franklin Jr., the worst of all. He waited, and that monstrosity was only beginning. The killings in South Central had been ignored for years. There were no answers, no cold cases, and no victims. The quiet of law enforcement was deafening, even when the streets of Los Angeles were still screaming with rage. But a breakthrough broke the hush in May 2007. A few years later, Janisha Peters, a 25-year-old woman, was discovered dead. A startling revelation was found by detectives after running the DNA evidence. At least 11 additional unsolved homicides from 1985 shared a DNA profile with her perpetrator. This was a single man, but the Southside Slayer was a group of people. A covert task force known as the 800 Task Force was established by the LAPD in the same year. The robbery homicide unit's 6 investigators worked in quiet. Not only were they looking into a serial killer, but they were also looking into a ghost, someone who was invisible but whose evil was still plaguing the people of Los Angeles. Because this predator had remained undiscovered for more than 20 years, they believed that he was no longer killing. The murderer had disappeared. only to resurface 22 years later. 4 months later, the secret was revealed. The story was exposed by LA Weekly investigative writer Christine Pellicek. She revealed the existence of the task force, the link between the new murder and the old one found in the DNA, and, most damning of all, the silence. Police Chief William Braden and Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa had remained silent. There was no public warning, no news announcement, and no admission that a serial killer had been prowling their neighborhoods for more than 20 years. Additionally, some families learned the facts for the first time from the LA Weekly piece. Their daughters had not simply vanished. Years earlier, they had been brutally slain. The pressure was increasing by September 2008. At last, representatives from Los Angeles came forward with a $500,000 0 reward for information on the murderer. The public still didn't know much, though. There was mystery in the case. The case was then highlighted on America's Most Wanted on November 1, 2008. Now there were more eyes on the case, increased pressure, more inquiries. At last, Chief Bratton gave a press conference in February 2009. He named the murderer the Grim Sleeper, a moniker LA Weekly came up with. Why? Because the majority of serial killers don't do what this murderer did. At least it appeared that he had stopped. Between 1988 and 2002, there were no known homicides, no bodies connected to his DNA, and no hints. He was gone. Then he struck once more in 2002. That wasn't all, though. A 911 call from the 1980s was also made public by Bratton. Police had been contacted by a witness who said he had saw a man disposing of a body. He described everything in great detail, including the van's license plate number, which was associated with the now-closed Cosmopolitan Church. The Grim Sleeper was still at large despite the proof being there for decades. Pellicek then managed to interview the sole survivor. In March 2009, Inetra Washington was her name. She characterized him as a nice, tidy, somewhat geeky black man in his early 30s. He was dressed in khaki pants and a black polo shirt. He did not appear to be a monster. She had seen his face, though. She had survived the ordeal of being in his vehicle. The LAPD was finally getting close after decades of silence. At last, the Grim Sleeper's history was coming up with him, and he would not vanish this time. The fact that the police already knew his name was the scariest aspect. They simply were unaware of it. Franklin was convicted of a felony in 2003 and given a 3-year supervised probationary period, which would have been an ideal time to get his DNA, but it never happened. A year later, California approved Proposition 69, which significantly expanded the state's database by mandating DNA samples from all criminals and those arrested for specific felonies. Franklin's was not one of the thousands of samples that were gathered. Probation staff neglected to get DNA samples from individuals on unsupervised probation between November 2004 and August 2005. They were overburdened with both labor and resources. And the Grim Sleeper remained buried in that small gap. The LAPD had DNA from several crime locations by 2010. Their killer's genetic fingerprint was known to them. However, there was no match when they ran it through the system. However, they later experimented with family DNA analysis. They sought for relatives, someone in the database who shared enough genetic markers to be closely linked to the murderer, rather than a perfect match. They discovered Christopher Franklin at that point. In 2008, Christopher, the son of Lonnie Franklin, was found guilty of a felony firearms offense. The DNA was near enough to identify his father, even though he was too young to be the murderer. They now required evidence. Franklin was dining at a restaurant when an undercover policeman was dispatched there. His task was to obtain the DNA of the murderer. He pretended to be a server and surreptitiously gathered up everything Franklin came into contact with, including plates, cutlery, and a pizza crust. They conducted the tests back at the lab, and this time there was no question. It was him. The murderer was Lonnie Franklin. Lonnie Franklin Jr. was taken into custody on July 7, 2010. He was accused of 10 murders, 1 attempted murder, and a special circumstance allegation for numerous homicides by the Office of the Los Angeles County District Attorney. However, the misery didn't end there. since investigators discovered something much worse than they had anticipated when they searched his house. Police discovered 180 pictures of women in Franklin's home, some of them smiling, some of them terrified, and some of them unconscious. And that was only the start. There were hundreds of hours of video and more than 1,000 photos of women of all ages, including teenagers, middle-aged women, and even older ladies. Many of them were naked, poised, and vulnerable, and the majority were black. A few of them vanished from view. Whether they were survivors or victims was unknown to the LAPD. Chief Charlie Beck then said something horrifying. "We know this, but we don't even know if they are victims. There were nearly a dozen verified murder victims during Lonnie Franklin's more than two-decade reign of evil. We must conduct additional research." Desperate to identify the women before it was too late, the authorities made the photos public. Then, in November 2011, there was yet another shocking discovery. After going over hundreds of old case files, detectives came to a sobering conclusion. They thought Franklin was behind at least 6 more killings. In 2005, the bodies of 2 missing ladies had never been located. 2 more had been killed during that enigmatic 14-year period between 1988 and 2002, when everyone believed the grim sleeper had gone dormant. And 2 more had been found, in the 1,980. He'd never stopped, though, so there was no question now. He had recently improved his concealment skills. On February 16, 2016, Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s trial finally got underway after years of postponements. The families of the victims would now finally hear the facts presented in court, after a protracted quest for justice. The prosecution made their case for about 3 months. The concluding arguments then started on May 2. The jury began deliberating 2 days later. They didn't take long. They were found guilty on all counts on May 5, which was only a day and a half later. Prosecutors made yet another shocking revelation during the sentencing hearing a week later. They thought there were 4 more women, even more victims. Franklin was now suspected of killing Rolina Morris, Georgia Mae Thomas, Inez Warren, and Sharon Alicia Dismuke. On January 15, 1984, Sharon Alicia Dismuke was discovered dead in South Park, Los Angeles, at the age of just 21. Nobody at the time connected the grim sleeper to her murder. Investigators didn't notice the strange parallels until decades after Franklin's arrest. The manner in which she was murdered and the manner in which her body was abandoned. Everything was in line with his signature. Inez Elizabeth Warren came next. On August 15, 1988, she was shot while she was 28 years old. When first responders discovered her in an alley in Gramercy Park, Los Angeles, she was still alive, but it was already too late when she got to the hospital. She was first not seen as a grim sleeper victim, just like Sharon. After Franklin was apprehended, investigators took another look, which changed everything. Alicia Monique Alexander was only 18 years old. Her entire life was still to come. However, that future was taken on September 11, 1988. Another young life was brutally taken when her body was discovered discarded in an alley close to 43rd Avenue and Western Avenue in Vermont Square, Los Angeles. Georgia Mae Thomas was unique. Years later, when the grim sleeper was purportedly asleep and inactive, she was murdered. She was shot and left for dead in South Park, Los Angeles, on December 28, 2000. And until Franklin's trial compelled investigators to re-examine her death, her case remained unresolved, just like the others. There was Rolina Adele Morris after that. On September 10, 2005, Jane disappeared at the age of 31. Her last sighting was close to the 9000 block of Southwestern Avenue in Los Angeles. Franklin possessed her Nevada driver's license, but she was never located. Even more unsettling are 2 sexual pictures of her that are hidden in his garage, among hundreds of other pictures. It was the last piece of proof linking his decades-long reign of terror to her disappearance. These women were more than a collection of names. They were friends, sisters, and daughters. Additionally, their cases were disregarded for much too long. Too many years passed before their killer was apprehended. However, there was no more hiding after the truth. Only after his arrest had investigators pieced together their ties to him, but their cases were not presented during the trial. Prosecutors were concerned that including them would make the proceedings take even longer. The jury's verdict was rendered on June 6, 2016. Lonnie Franklin Jr. received a death sentence. On August 10, 2 months later, the judge formally announced his conviction by reading out the names of all the victims he had been found guilty of killing. Franklin suddenly met an untimely end just as it appeared that justice had been done. He was discovered dead in his cell on March 28, 2020, with no visible injuries. The public was not given an official reason of death. The grim sleeper vanished in an instant, carrying with him whatever secrets he had kept in his bosom while he awaited his demise. It's difficult to pinpoint Lonnie Franklin Jr.'s exact murderous beginnings. According to the prosecution, Sharon Alicia DeSmoke was his first victim in January 1984. However, Deborah Jackson's murder in August 1985 was the first murder they could verify. Like she never existed, she was shot and left to lie on the streets. After that, nothing existed for years. No dead, no reports, no trace. It was as though the murderer had disappeared. Was he simply becoming more adept at concealing his crimes, or did he actually stop? For decades, investigators would be plagued by that question. In actuality, though, he never slept at all. Simply put, they hadn't yet located everyone. 2007 saw the death of his final known victim. By that time, a horrifying trend had become apparent. Nearly all of them were black women, many of whom worked as prostitutes. They were easy pickings, women who were already disregarded by society. Franklin was aware of that. Additionally, he exploited it. In the vicinity of downtown Los Angeles, the bodies were consistently discovered outdoors, discarded in alleys, and allowed to decay. And the same weapon, a .25 caliber handgun, was used each and every time. What was the actual number of women killed by the grim sleeper? We might never be able to adequately answer that question. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it's difficult to even conceive what someone is capable of when pursuing their most cherished ambition, when another person's life becomes nothing more than collateral damage. This is because the desire to attain what one wants at whatever cost frequently leads people to surprising betrayals and horrifying deeds. Our narrative today, however, will not be about a typical murder. All of Brazil was shocked by the tragic tale of a young schoolteacher, but nowhere was the small town of São Batista more affected by the horror. Perhaps the most violent, unsettling, and unusual incident in this small community's history was the crime in the sleepy hamlet of São Batista, which is in the municipality of Catalina in the southern Brazilian state of Santa Catarina. Flávia Godinho Lá de Mafra was born on April 19, 1996. Her family was big and close-knit, and she was the youngest. Working class and modest, her parents raised their children with love and care, doing their best to support them. Flávia grew up being gregarious, responsive, and kind-hearted. She loved music, excelled academically, and was often surrounded by friends. She knew she wanted to be a teacher even as a youngster, and she had no plans to leave her tiny community. After attending a nearby teacher training college, she strangely started working as an elementary school teacher at the same institution where she had previously studied. Flávia met a young man named Valdeli Mafra when she was 20 years old. They started dating as soon as they felt a love connection. Valdeli proposed to Flávia in the summer of 2019, and she accepted with pleasure. 2 months after getting married that October, the couple was given news that would change their lives. They had an expectation. Their happiness was beyond description. Born in 1994 in the same regional town of São Batista, Rosalba Maria Grimet subsequently went by her married name, Chistel. Public knowledge of her early years and family history is limited. She was viewed as somewhat strange and excessively passionate from an early age. Many did not take her seriously since those around her frequently claimed that she made up achievements, embellished stories, and attempted to make herself look more significant. Playing on people's sympathy, Rosalba sought attention more and more as she grew older. She would fabricate tales of personal struggles and severe illnesses she said she was suffering. She attempted to prevent a partner from leaving her by telling him she had a terminal illness in one particularly concerning incident, and she pleaded with him to stay with her during what she said were her last months. She abruptly said that she had miraculously recovered when the performance lasted too long. Zulmia Shistel is a modest and reserved man that Rosalba married in 2017. He was laid back and appeared to agree with everything she said. He merely agreed when Rosalba pressed for the marriage. On the outskirts of town, in a quiet residential neighborhood, the couple moved into a modest house. Despite her reputation for dishonesty and her overbearing conduct, Rosalba's co-workers had differing impressions of her. She was a librarian at a nearby school. After getting married, Rosalba was unable to conceive for the first 3 years. Experts in medicine even said she might never be able to. She was ecstatic to learn by surprise that she was expecting in the fall of 2019. She was so happy that she told her friends, family, and co-workers about the news right away. Rosalba even shared the news with everyone she knew on social media by publishing a picture of a positive pregnancy test. She'd received an abundance of congrats and well wishes for her and the kid throughout the course of the next few weeks. But something terrible occurred in December of that year. When Rosalba was 3 months along, she miscarried. The loss left her speechless, but she kept it to herself. She instead persisted in acting as though the pregnancy was still going on. Rosalba obviously made the decision to go all in, knowing that her chances of getting pregnant again were slim. But it's difficult to determine what she had in mind at the time. Somewhere in the background, a truly unsettling plan started to take shape, and she began eating more and dressing in loose-fitting clothes to give the impression that she was still pregnant. The school began to hear of another pregnancy, that of a young teacher named Flavia, who was receiving a lot of congratulations, about 2 months after Rosalba lost the pregnancy. It was the first time the two women had gotten close. Even though they hardly spoke to one another, Rosalba suddenly became quite interested in making friends with Flavia Godinho. On social media, she added Flavia and started messaging her every day, proposing to talk or go for walks. They would have a lot in common, Rosalba said, because their alleged due dates were comparable. Knowing that Rosalba was known for being somewhat odd, Flavia was initially apprehensive, but ultimately consented to lunch with her during a work break. In an attempt to elicit compassion, Rosalba, in her usual dramatic style, told several made-up stories, and they swapped phone numbers. Her stories were only true in that she had longed for this pregnancy and had fought for years to become pregnant. The miscarriage was not mentioned by her. Despite seeing each other virtually every day at work, they initially met infrequently. As would subsequently be revealed, however, Rosalba had also used social media to connect with 2 other pregnant women from the same area, who were thought to be in a similar stage of pregnancy to what Rosalba had claimed to be. Additionally, she made an effort to become friends with them by requesting to visit their houses, or even just going out. Rosalba immediately stopped corresponding with the women she met online after learning that both of them were having boys. She had previously decided on the name Alyssa and told everyone she was expecting a daughter. Rosalba became very obsessed with Flavia after she found out she was expecting a girl around the same time. Rosalba found it harder and harder to maintain the appearance of pregnancy over time. She was often looking online for symptoms and experiences that pregnant women usually shared, and she would repeat them to her husband, family, and co-workers as though they were her own. Even after gaining about 30 pounds over the course of several months, she still didn't look like a woman in the latter stages of pregnancy. To make things worse, her spouse insisted on going to doctor's appointments with her. In order to maintain the illusion, Rosalba had to come up with a clever way to show the baby on the ultrasound screen. Zulmia was a straightforward, trustworthy man. It was easy for his wife to keep him in the dark because he genuinely loved her and trusted her. When he called in ill, the doctor was out of town or the clinic was overbooked, so she would explain that appointments had been rescheduled or canceled. At other times, she would say she was lucky enough to get a last-minute visit while he was at work, and each time he believed her. In an attempt to strengthen her tale, Rosalba began writing fictitious notes on her phone that were purportedly from the doctor. These notes included cancellations, appointment confirmations, and recommendations. She frequently made factual and spelling errors and lacked knowledge of medical terminology, but Zulmia never noticed. He didn't ask any questions because he wasn't good at medical things. To keep the lie continuing and avoid suspicion, Rosalba even pretended to be the doctor in a text message to her husband. She stated in one message that the pair should put their physical relationship on hold for a while in order to prevent any potential pregnancy concerns. Convinced that the advice was from a medical expert, he took it to heart. Shopping for baby supplies, including blankets, pacifiers, bottles, diapers, toys, and onesie sets, became Rosalba's obsession. Over time, her attention turned entirely to Fluia, even if she frequently went shopping with her mother, sister, or husband. In July of 2020, Rosalba organized a poignant maternity photo session. She carried small baby booties and a onesie while wearing a flowing maternity gown in the photos. She gave a charming grin for the camera as her husband stood next to her, tenderly hugging and kissing her tummy. Nobody suspected anything because everything appeared so normal. The criminal case files would eventually include those pictures. Flavia and Rosalba had almost become inseparable by the beginning of June 2020. Although they talked, shared ideas, and planned for the future during their daily time together, Rosalba was always the one to start things. By nature compassionate and understanding, Flavia found it impossible to refuse. Rosalba would use her go-to strategy, appealing to pity, to reschedule if she ever attempted to do so by claiming she needed someone to chat to about personal matters. It worked every time. Actually, Rosalba was watching Flavia intently and interrogating her about her symptoms, doctor's appointments, and tests. Then, as though those were her own experiences, she would tell her own husband and family those details. Rosalba replicated Flavia's gait, mannerisms, and dietary preferences. She even mimicked the awkward ways Flavia held her back or moved. Valdelli disliked the new friend his wife had made. His anger stemmed from the fact that they were spending so much time together, which strained their marriage. They even had several arguments about it. However, Flavia's kind and sympathetic disposition prevented her from ignoring or rejecting Rosalba. Rosalba should have given birth by mid-July, according to what she had told people, but she made up another falsehood, claiming that the doctors had miscalculated the due date. Behind the scenes, she was working on something genuinely terrifying, something that would, regrettably, soon become a reality and be taken from a nightmarish horror movie. Rosalba started planning Flavia's celebration in August in anticipation of her impending birth. In addition to inviting people and organizing a unique photo location, she was also choosing decorations. Flavia tried to decline the event in an attempt to be kind, but Rosalba took it personally and broke down in tears as she expressed how hard she was working and how much she wanted to give Flavia a meaningful gift. Flavia eventually consented without anticipating what would happen. August 28, 2020 was the date of the event. The location and exact details will be sent to everyone, as Rosalba was in charge of all the arrangements. She informed each invited attendee via phone the day before the event that it had to be rescheduled because of some last-minute problems. "I'll follow up with a new date and time soon," she replied. Her justification was compelling. No one asked why, and no one contacted Flavia, who couldn't have known. At precisely the scheduled time on August 28th, Rosalba picked up her gullible target and informed her that they were going to the baby shower. Valdelli stayed at home because it was supposed to be a women-only gathering. He had no idea that it would be his final time seeing his very pregnant wife, so he just walked her to Rosalba's car. Flavia was driving and didn't know where they were headed. According to Rosalba, it was meant to be unexpected. She recommended that Flavia wear a blindfold to maintain the surprise a few minutes into the journey. After hesitating, Flavia finally consented, feeling safe. To keep Flavia calm and avoid raising any suspicions, Rosalba spoke, lightly and informally throughout the remainder of the drive. She took them to an abandoned pottery factory and a vacant ceramic warehouse on the outskirts of town. Rosalba helped Flavia out of the automobile while she was still wearing a blindfold and then escorted her into one of the old buildings. Flavia must have been startled by the uncanny odor and the silence. Before she could get the blindfold off, she reached up. Abruptly, her skull was struck by a large, hefty brick. Rosalba attacked repeatedly. Flavia fell to her knees. Finally, in a final display of violence, Rosalba struck her face once again. Flavia was already unconscious when she subsequently was unable to explain why. She only seemed to want to do as much harm as she could to the lady she had once referred to as a friend, without even being sure Flavia was still alive. Rosalba hastened to the second stage of her horrifying and unthinkable scheme. She arrived at the scene with a blanket, a box cutter, and some rags. Her hand was solid as she started to slash into her pal. Rosalba lacked medical training, anatomical knowledge, and an understanding of the actual process of performing a procedure such as a C-section. She just began hacking at Flavia's belly with a utility blade in an attempt to get the baby out. Extremely aggressive, she acted without accuracy and with excessive force. A box cutter is not a tool used in surgery. It did not make clean cuts. Instead, it tore through skin. Rosalba had totally miscalculated the reality of what she was trying to do. What she had envisioned as swift and tidy was rather disorganized and unkempt. She had not expected the act to take so long. As she tried to remove the infant, she repeatedly cut her by accident as her frustration and recklessness increased. The surroundings were wholly unhygienic. Rosalba had not even tried to sanitize the equipment she had brought. That the infant made it through the event at all was quite astounding. The newborn was finally taken out, and she laid her on the back seat of her car after wrapping her in the blanket. After cleaning her hands as thoroughly as she could, Rosalba changed into fresh clothing she had brought from home and tossed her blood-stained cloth into the trunk. She went to the hospital after taking a brief break to practice her story. Rosalba was in a hurry and neglected to fully close her car's trunk. Waiting at a red light, the lid barely opened to see clothes covered in blood. The people in the car behind her saw and called the police right away, providing a description of the car and its direction. The police arrived minutes after Rosalba pulled up to the hospital. They caught her as she walked toward the door with a bundle of blood in her arms. Rosalba informed them that it was her child and that the infant required immediate medical attention. As the officers waited close by, she was led to the emergency room. Rosalba told the medical staff she had unexpected labor and didn't have time to get to the hospital, her voice trembling and her eyes watering. In a panic, she threw the infant in the first blanket she found and drove over, saying the baby had fallen upon gravel on the way to her car. Rosalba insisted she was fine and refuted the doctor's suggestion that she would need to be evaluated. Red flags were raised by her behavior right away. Following the baby's examination, the medical staff was convinced that Rosalba might be concealing a violent deed and that something was seriously off. The infant's body was discovered to have a number of strange cuts and puncture wounds that obviously weren't related to a fall onto gravel. It looked like the wounds were cut in a random, haphazard fashion, using a sharp weapon. Fortunately, none of the wounds had caused harm to any essential organs, and the medical staff promptly dressed and treated them to avoid infection. Right away, medical personnel expressed their worries to the police, and collectively they demanded that the woman claiming to be the mother be examined physically. They were very clear that they would have to employ legal authority if she didn't comply. There was little else to do, so Rosalba reluctantly consented. The checkup showed no symptoms of pregnancy or childbirth as expected. There were no signs whatsoever, no physical injuries and no bleeding. Both inside and out, everything seemed regular. From start to finish, her story was a complete fabrication. However, the doctors did not immediately approach her. Calmly, they requested that Rosalba phone her husband and ask him to deliver her private documents instead. They had to carefully determine the newborn's origin and the reason for those odd wounds, as at this point she only possessed her driver's license. Although the baby's condition suggested that she had been delivered in an unhygienic setting, the full scope of the horrifying crime had not yet been revealed. Zulmia was at the hospital when Rosalba called to inform him that their daughter had been born, albeit with difficulty. She showed him where to look for the documentation and requested him to bring it, but she committed a crucial error. As she was gathering the paperwork, she overlooked a crucial piece of information. Unaware that it wasn't his wife's medical document, Zulmia took it. It was Flavia's file, which Rosalba had taken weeks before when she went to a doctor's appointment while posing as someone who needed support. Zulmia discovered the folder in the drawer where she had placed her own documents after taking it to read the test findings and recommendations. Hospital personnel quickly recognized the baby's true owner when they noticed that the medical file belonged to Gardino. a lady who was due to give birth to a daughter in early September. The most horrifying query, though, was still, where was the real mother? The cops accused Zulmia of being involved right away. He was arrested and asked where his wife had given birth to the child and how he obtained someone else's medical records. He claimed to be confused and visibly shaken and to have no understanding what was happening. He froze when they told him that Rosalba had never been pregnant and started to deny it. He said he had taken care of Rosalba during her whole pregnancy and had felt the baby's movement. Images from their maternity session were displayed, together with what he believed to be messages from the doctor who had been monitoring her pregnancy. However, those texts turned into further proof because they contained numerous misspellings and inaccurate medical terminology. The communications were promptly verified by authorities to have come from Rosalba's personal phone. After all the information was presented, Zulmia sobbed and covered his face with his hands. He had truly trusted his wife. He had eagerly anticipated becoming a father. Meanwhile, Flavia had been reported missing by her husband, Valdelli Mafra. He informed the authorities that she had gone to a baby shower with a friend and was supposed to get home by 9 p.m., but she never did. She had not picked up her phone. Valdelli, alarmed, started phoning people who were purportedly invited to the celebration. He was horrified to learn that the event had been canceled the day before. Concern increased when Valdelli was unable to get in touch with Rosalba, the friend who was purportedly in charge of planning the party. She also had her phone off. Valdelli went directly to the police, not wanting to spend any more time. The hospital report about Rosalba and the newborn had not yet been sent to law enforcement at that time, so they were unaware that the two incidents might be related. When the officers promised to start searching in the morning, Valdelli wasn't satisfied. He teamed up with Flavia's parents and other family members, and they started looking on their own. In order to cover more ground, they divided into teams. Valdelli made the decision to look around town. It was Valdelli who decided to pause and look at an abandoned factory as he passed it. It was then that he discovered his wife's body, terribly mutilated. Startled and frightened, he contacted emergency services and the police right away. He had no idea what had occurred or who might have committed such a heinous deed. Police had already heard from the hospital about a woman who had arrived with a newborn by the time they reached the location. Although she claimed to have given birth, medical professionals verified that she hadn't. She also mysteriously possessed a medical file that belonged to a woman named Flavia Godinho. Authorities knew the case was obvious when they discovered the victim's name on the stolen medical file matched the one on the abandoned facility. None of the injuries alone had proved lethal, according to forensics, although the man had been hit in the head with a brick at least 5 times. The aggressive attempt to remove the infant resulted in severe blood loss, which was the cause of death. Next to the body was the box cutter that was used. Since there was ample evidence, establishing Rosalba's guilt was merely a formality. DNA analysis verified that the child Rosalba had attempted to claim as her own was, in fact, Flavia's daughter. Even though the evidence was mounting against Rosalba, she persisted in denying everything and sticking to her story. On the blade adjacent to the body, her fingerprints were discovered. Blood from the victim was discovered in her hair, shoes, and clothes. The fact that Rosalba had lied about still being pregnant after experiencing a miscarriage months prior was also verified by investigators. She hadn't given much attention to what would happen next, but she had picked her victim beforehand and had planned the entire crime to take the baby. The charges against Rosalba were kidnapping, assault causing injury to a juvenile, and aggravated homicide. She eventually went into great detail about what happened, leaving everyone in the courtroom in disbelief in an attempt to get a lower punishment. She suffered a psychological collapse after the miscarriage, and her lawyer tried to claim that she had gotten so consumed by the thought of being a mother that she had lost her sense of reality. However, a clinical assessment found Rosalba to be mentally capable and completely accountable for her deeds. She received a sentence of 57 years in jail, with the prospect of release only after completing at least half of it. Her spouse, Zulmia Shistel, was categorically exonerated. It was established that he was unaware of his wife's plans and had nothing to do with the crime. He left São Juan Batista shortly after the arrest and sought for divorce. Flavia's family also made the decision to leave the small village where everyone knows each other after the judicial proceedings were finished. Since the tragedy had become the most talked about case in the neighborhood, they did not want young Cecilia, Flavia's daughter, to grow up in an environment where her mother's story would haunt her. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Giulia Tramontano, 29, disappeared in the evening of May 28, 2023 in the small Italian hamlet of Sanago. Her phone abruptly went silent while she was 7 months pregnant, and she stopped answering calls and messages from family members. Her living partner, Alessandro Impagnatiello, was the first to report her missing. He maintained that he had no idea where his partner may have gone and that the apartment was empty when he got home from work. There were too many odd aspects in this case from the start. Giulia had left behind the majority of her personal possessions, and there was no sign that she planned to vanish in the near future. Even more concerning details were discovered as investigators started to piece together her last known activities. Giulia had a significant dispute with Alessandro the night before she vanished, according to messages she wrote to her mother, Laura Donna, and a close friend. She wrote that the issue was giving her a lot of distress and that she was quite disturbed. However, the most crucial query was still unsolved. What actually transpired that fatal night, and why hadn't anyone seen Giulia since, if she had indeed left the house alone? Investigators would start sifting through a labyrinth of lies in the days that followed, eventually revealing a sobering reality. On May 2, 1994, Giulia Tramontano was born in the little town of Sant'Antimo, which is in the province of Naples. She was raised in a loving, supportive, and close-knit household. From a young age, her parents fostered independence and self-assurance while adopting contemporary perspectives. Their lives continued to be anchored by family customs, and she could always turn to her home for support and direction. Giulia thrived in the humanities while attending a nearby school. Her interest in real estate sprang from her fascination with architecture, potential investments, and the prospect of becoming a prosperous real estate agent. She sought a degree in the discipline after high school, rapidly becoming an expert in the industry because of her great communication skills and analytical attitude. She had established a strong reputation in the field by the time she was 25. However, this was insufficient for Giulia. She envisioned living in a large metropolis with lots of opportunities. Her career in her hometown had plateaued by the time she turned 26. She became aware of the restrictions of the local market while working at a real estate brokerage. She decided to relocate to Milan after hearing tales from friends, as she felt the city would provide her with a promising new chapter in her life. She made up her mind before the end of 2020. Milan represented self-reliance, new relationships, and the professional advancement she so desperately desired. The change came swiftly. After packing her things and bidding her loved ones farewell, she left for the city she hoped would become her new home. In Milan, Giulia threw herself into her work right away. The city's real estate market was competitive, fast-paced, and demanded perseverance and confidence. She rapidly adjusted, making contacts, going to networking functions, and closing sales. Although her new life was thrilling, she found herself yearning for something more: personal happiness amid her hectic schedule. She got to know Alessandro Impagnatiello during this period. They met at a bar in Milan where she was invited by her co-workers to celebrate a deal that had gone well. Alessandro was employed as a bartender at a 5-star hotel's upscale lounge. He was a year older than Giulia, gregarious, charismatic, and naturally able to connect with others. She was drawn to his charm and self-assurance. She felt as though she could unwind, temporarily forget about the demands of work, and just savor the moment with him. Their connection felt natural throughout the first several weeks. They'd talked about the future while dining at restaurants in the evenings and taking nighttime walks around the city. Although he admitted to having a son from a prior relationship, Alessandro reassured her that he was moving on from his past and was now seeking stability. Giulia thought she had at last found someone she could be with for the rest of her life. They decided to move in together just a few months after their romance blossomed. Giulia genuinely hoped that her relocation to Milan would lead to both professional and personal success. Though she didn't know what secrets Alessandro was keeping or how drastically her choice would alter her life at the moment, she was certain that he was the one she was intended to spend the rest of her days with. In 1993, Alessandro Impagnatello was born. Although he gave off an air of confidence, his life in Milan was anything from stable. He worked as a bartender at a prestigious establishment where he was frequently surrounded by celebrities, affluent customers, and prosperous businesses. This gave him the opportunity to meticulously create the image of a man used to luxury. He was adept at putting others at ease, fast to establish rapport, and a master of persuading. His genuine objectives were always concealed under his charm and laid-back demeanor. In addition to a reliable paycheck, his work at the bar gave him important social connections. He was skilled at putting himself in the best possible light, giving the impression that he was a man who aspired to be more. His co-workers perceived him as charming but a little shallow. He never really opened up, but instead kept up the image of having a light-hearted, carefree demeanor. He appeared to be living the dream to clients and acquaintances, but there was a lot more hidden beneath this meticulously maintained facade. There were no obvious warning signs when he first began dating Giulia. On the contrary, he seemed to be receptive and considerate in the beginning of their relationship. He was fully aware of how to make a good impression and knew just what to say. However, Alessandro's actual character gradually came to light. Soon after they moved in together, the first red flags emerged. Alessandro and Giulia used to joke around a lot, but over time his jokes became more scathing. He'd make remarks about her accent, implying in a less than favorable way that Southerners were different from Northerners. Knowing how much her favorite soccer team meant to her, he openly made fun of them. Giulia initially dismissed it, believing it to be harmless joking, but as time passed, it became evident that his statements were not the only ones. The frequency of their arguments increased. Little things like the way she arranged their house, her responses to his remarks, and her responses to his inquiries caused Alessandro to become agitated. She would feel as though she was at fault because he would abruptly end talks or ignore her completely. He briefly became aloof and icy during those moments before abruptly returning to his normal self, acting as though nothing had occurred. Their new normal was this emotional roller coaster. He would be loving and attentive one moment, then utterly uncaring the next. Giulia made an effort to comprehend what was going on, but she was never given any definitive answers. She was always in doubt, because Alessandro never talked about his feelings honestly. His second existence, however, was the greatest deception, the one she never anticipated. Alessandro had been living a lie for months, but Giulia thought he was spending his nights behind the bar when he went for work. He began seeing Allegra, another lady, shortly after they moved in with. Allegra and he met at work. She was establishing a career in the hospitality sector, was younger, and spoke multiple languages. Presenting himself as a single man who had broken up with Giulia years ago, Alessandro continued to live with her because of unforeseen circumstances. By convincing Allegra that Giulia was already looking for a new apartment and would be leaving shortly, he expertly kept up this illusion. Allegra and Giulia were unaware of each other's existence. He played a different part for each of them, slipping his lies so smoothly that nothing raised any red flags. With one, he discussed the future. With the other, he lived in the now, without ever thinking about the possibility that his deceit would be exposed. In the meantime, he and Giulia's relationship was becoming more strained. She had a feeling something wasn't right, but she wasn't sure what it was. The uneasiness increased with time, but Alessandro continued his deception without realizing the truth was catching up with him. Giulia began to notice physical changes by the end of 2022. She suspected something was off because of a missed cycle, strange cravings, and persistent weariness. She purchased a pregnancy test since she didn't want to wait. She realized she was expecting a child when she noticed two distinct lines appear. The news caused conflicting feelings. She had always wanted a family, on the one hand. Conversely, the past few months had been challenging with Alessandro. She knew she had to tell him face to face, though. With trepidation, Giulia broke the news at the appropriate time. She had envisioned a variety of responses, including surprise, joy, and perhaps even mild terror. Alessandro's face, however, was still unreadable. After a few seconds of silence, he asked only one question. "Are you sure?" Giulia sensed a cold detachment in his manner. He was uninterested. and didn't inquire about her condition or how far along she was. It was impossible to overlook his indifference. He never mentioned it again in the days that followed. No interest in future doctor's appointments, no conversations regarding the future. Despite feeling abandoned, Julia clung to the notion that eventually he would accept the reality and begin to offer some assistance. Even as the new year got underway, Alessandro's disposition didn't change. Julia increasingly found herself thinking about her future alone in the nights. She continued working, attempting to divert her attention, but a sense of unease began to grow within of her. In the meanwhile, early in 2023, Alessandro's double existence took an unexpected turn. He found out that Allegra, his other partner, was also expecting. He was absolutely unprepared for the news. Allegra, like Julia, was unaware that there was another woman around. She genuinely thought she was in a committed relationship with Alessandro. But unlike Julia, Allegra wasn't sure if she wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Alessandro realized that his well-planned lie was unraveling and persuaded Allegra that having a kid wasn't the right choice. He told her that he would support her in whatever decision she chose at that point, but he made it clear that it would be better to end the pregnancy. After much hesitation, Allegra finally consented. To ensure that this chapter was ended, Alessandro accompanied her to the medical procedure. He believed that now that Allegra's pregnancy was over, he could concentrate on handling what he perceived to be his larger issue, Julia's choice to become pregnant. Julia, however, was adamant on carrying her pregnancy to term. Unlike Allegra, even though he was emotionally detached, he made several attempts to get Julia to rethink her mind. This was a deliberate and private choice for her. She was ready to raise the child alone, even though she was aware that her relationship with Alessandro was failing. She was unaware that this decision would be the pivotal moment in her life. Alessandro became aware that he was losing control of the situation when Julia refused to end the pregnancy. His plans were derailed by her forceful determination, which compelled him to find a different solution to what he perceived to be an issue. He started conducting methodical study on poisons. By the end of 2022, he searched the internet for ways to damage people without drawing attention to himself, determining which drugs were both efficient and hard to find. Chemical compounds from home items, plant-based poisons, and even extremely hazardous substances like cyanide and ricin were all included in his studies. But the majority of the solutions he discovered were either too hard to get or left obvious body traces. He finally decided on rodenticides, which are goods made to get rid of rodents. These weren't cause for concern and were freely accessible over the counter. Additionally, he discovered data indicating that some varieties functioned slowly, resulting in anemia, weakness, and internal bleeding, symptoms that may be misinterpreted for pregnancy issues. Alessandro started implementing his strategy in early 2023. In the hopes that Julia's health would deteriorate over time, he began incorporating trace amounts of the poison into her food and beverages. She started having strange symptoms within weeks, including nausea, dizziness, acute abdominal pain, and persistent fatigue. Julia told her friends she was feeling ill, but they thought it was a normal aspect of being pregnant. She was unaware that something far darker was taking place. Alessandro kept a careful eye on her condition, anticipating that the symptoms would worsen. But the poison wasn't having the desired impact. He was frustrated and kept looking for methods to make it more potent, but the results were still unsatisfactory. Even though Julia was still feeling bad, the pregnancy was growing and her body was fighting back. Alessandro became enraged. Now that his first plan had failed, he had to think of another option. Being in charge was nothing new to Alessandro. He knew exactly what to say and how to persuade each woman of his version of events, so he meticulously planned his lies. Julia thought that he was just going through a tough period and that he would eventually embrace the pregnancy. Allegra, however, was positive that his previous relationship had ended a long time ago. However, a single misstep destroyed his meticulously crafted illusion. Allegra's first warning sign was the uneasiness Alessandro displayed whenever the subject of his past was raised. He never revealed his social media, didn't talk about his past, and didn't bring up his ex. It didn't appear strange at first, but gradually contradictions began to accumulate. The actual pivotal moment occurred when she unintentionally stumbled upon recent images of him with Julia on his phone. Their intimacy and the way they gazed at one another made it obvious that their relationship was far from ended. Allegra wanted to avoid making assumptions. Rather, she began to listen more intently, making notes in her mind. He frequently left in the evenings, saying he was working late, but his hotel coworkers said he had left early. He occasionally made reasons that didn't quite make up when he didn't answer his phone later. Alessandro was unflappable when Allegra finally confronted him about the pictures. He responded immediately. He asserted that Julia was purposefully disseminating those images to mislead him with guilt because she couldn't accept their split. Allegra wanted to trust him, but there was something strange about the way he said it. His answers grew more and more implausible as she continued to probe. Alessandro suddenly modified his strategy after realizing he was losing control. Julia wasn't just refusing to move on, he said. In fact, she had lied about being pregnant in an effort to keep him around. His current goal was to persuade Allegra that there was no baby at all. But her doubts were further strengthened by his urgency. Alessandro even created a fake DNA test in an effort to further cement his deception. He presented a modified file that he had got from the internet as evidence that he was unrelated to the child. At first, Allegra believed this account of events, but she continued to have her reservations. She had the unshakable impression that she was missing something. She made the decision to find out for herself a few days later. She swiped Alessandro's phone while he was sleeping, looked up Julia's number, and messaged her. The response was practically immediate. Julia didn't sound like a lady who was obsessed with getting even. Conversely, she was also in search of answers. Allegra proposed that they meet in person the following day. Both women knew that everything will change as a result of their conversation. The hotel where Allegra worked was the location of their rendezvous. Both of them felt a mixture of stress and resolve as they had prearranged a time. Julia was shocked to learn that the man she had planned a future with had been living a double life, and Allegra was still unaware of the full scope of Alessandro's deceit. The discussion began carefully. Allegra was the first to share what she had learned. She explained to Julia that Alessandro had promised her that his previous relationship was gone. She went on to discuss the purported DNA test that was used to prove the baby wasn't his. Julia paid close attention. Allegra calmly declared that the exam was a hoax after she had done speaking. The timing of her pregnancy fit their relationship exactly, and she had never recommended any tests. The fact that she and Alessandro were still living together and that he had never given her any cause to think their relationship was finished was more significant. Allegra's perception of the scenario grew clearer by the minute. From the start, she had been tricked. Her whole understanding of their relationship changed, and she was convinced of the truth for the first time. She was disappointed and hurt, but she didn't have any grudges against Julia. Rather, the fact that they had both been duped by the same web of lies became painfully clear. They talked for more than an hour. By comparing specifics, the two women were able to piece together Alessandro's deceit. They no longer viewed one another as competitors by the end. Instead, an unanticipated sense of unity surfaced. It was then that Julia made her ultimate choice. She was finished. She had no desire to remain with a man who had deceived her and concealed a second existence. Alessandro had no place in her future, which belonged to her and her child. She didn't wait for the ideal opportunity when she got home. She went straight to Alessandro and told him that their relationship was finished and that she knew everything. He reacted just as he was supposed to. He denied everything at first, but then he became defensive and said she was prying into his private affairs. But Julia was not paying attention to his justifications. She told him strongly that she didn't want to see him any longer and that she was going to Naples. She emailed her sister and mother that night to explain her choice. They offered to assist her in any way they could and gave her their entire support. Julia told them that she would return home in a few days, but that she had some things to attend to in Milan first. She had no idea it would be her last night. Alessandro became aware that he had lost control after their talk. All he had concealed was now revealed. Julia was aware of his deceit, manipulation, and double existence. She had decided to go since she no longer listened to him, no longer believed him. He was angry at her composure. He was unable to comprehend how he had found himself in a position where his deceit had been exposed, leaving him helpless. He sensed that he was losing both his command of Julia and his meticulously constructed persona. His whole existence may fall apart if she told anyone else. Their relationship reached a breaking point that day. Alessandro made several attempts to talk, but Julia ignored them all. Without emotion, she carried on packing her belongings. He became even enraged when she remained silent. Julia didn't react when Alessandro tried to persuade her that she was mistaken, that he loved her, and that she should change her mind. He became increasingly irritated and increased his voice in an attempt to get a response, but she would not argue. He became enraged beyond control when he learned her choice was definitive. Taking a knife off the counter, he hit Julia in a blind rage. She had no time to respond. Even though the strike was quick and accurate, he was unable to halt it. Panic and fear of being seen drove him to continue, losing all self-control. 37 wounds from stabs. Standing over her body, Alessandro gazed at the truth of what he had just done. He had to dispose of the proof now. He was unable to let things alone. He was aware that blood left traces. He realized that merely concealing the body would not enough. In an attempt to destroy the evidence, he pulled her to the restroom, poured alcohol on her, and set her on fire. However, the flames did not act as he had anticipated. The remains were not destroyed, but the fire left them burning. Panic struck. He had no strategy. After grabbing cleaning tools and rags, he began washing the blood off the walls, the floor, and the furniture. Despite his repeated efforts to scrub, the stains persisted. The apartment continued to resemble a scene of a crime. He was certain that he could find a way to avoid blame, even though he knew he wouldn't be able to completely remove any evidence of what had transpired. He had no idea that detectives would soon put all the pieces together and reveal his guilt. Alessandro's initial response was to hide his tracks after realizing what he had done and seeing Julia's body in the restroom. After his attempt to burn the evidence failed, he needed another strategy. Her disappearance was staged as the initial step. He chose to give the impression that Julia had departed of her own volition. He snatched her phone and started messaging her friends and relatives in order to do this. He had to give the impression that she had decided to go on her own, since he knew they would be concerned if she disappeared without warning. She needed some alone time. He emailed her mom. Just enough information was included in the brief and ambiguous message to prevent suspicion. He then claimed in a message to one of Julia's friends that she had departed but wasn't prepared to discuss her destination. He wanted to give himself some time so that it would appear as though she had just chosen to vanish. But it was not the end of his scheme. A few hours after the crime, he went to the police himself and reported Julia missing, since he knew that someone would eventually sound the alarm. After an altercation, he said, she left the house and never came back. His account was straightforward. She was gone when he returned from work that morning. He purposefully included facts to give his story credibility. He suggested that she might have left town on her own when he informed investigators that her money, passport, and personal things were also missing. Investigators paid close attention, but something didn't feel quite right. His manner was suspicious. He spoke with too much assurance, as though he was aware of the questions that would be posed. He seemed unnervingly calm, in contrast to Julia's friends and family, who were in a panic and desperate search for solutions. Alessandro concentrated on concealing the evidence while the cops conducted a search. He realized he couldn't keep her remains in the bathroom for very long, so he initially left them there. He covered them with plastic wrap and transported them to the garage during the night. He moved the remains several times over the course of the following few days. He put them back in the garage after first hiding them in their building's basement. He was attempting to find a permanent solution to get rid of them, but the longer he put it off, the more he made blunders. Investigators started examining his claims closely, speaking with neighbors and searching for contradictions. Even though he thought he was still in charge, he was already being pursued by the police. The police followed the usual procedures for a disappearance case when Alessandro reported Julia missing, but the first significant evidence was found in his car by forensic experts, who found blood traces. Even though he tried to sanitize it, police were able to find biological evidence thanks to current forensic technology. Julia was the owner of the blood, according to a quick analysis. The second piece of evidence was discovered in their apartment building's communal rooms. There were light reddish stains in the hallway and on the stairs that, at first glance, appeared to be dust or liquid spills. Chemical analysis, however, showed that these were remnants of blood that had been partially cleansed. Alessandro's peculiar behavior was also observed by investigators. He showed no real worry, unlike most people whose loved ones go missing. Furthermore, he didn't actively contribute to the dissemination of information regarding Julia's disappearance or contact her family to seek for assistance in finding her. He did nothing more than follow the official procedures for reporting someone missing, which increased suspicion. Detectives' examination of his electronic gadgets was a significant turning point in the investigation. They confiscated his iPad, computer, and phone. They discovered something startling. They first discovered search records from months before to the crime. He had read papers about how to injure someone covertly, studied the effects of various toxins, and looked for information about poisons. Even why some harmful drugs would not function as intended was questioned in some searches. He had presented Allegra with a fake DNA test, which was another crucial piece of evidence. A forensic analysis verified that the file had been downloaded from a website that let users to update medical records, and that the document had been edited. Alessandro's version of events was unraveling as the evidence grew stronger. As they pointed out irregularities one by one, investigators increased their pressure. He initially insisted he didn't know anything and stuck to his tale. However, as the police questioned him, they revealed more information that he was unable to avoid. They confronted him about his own search history, showed him pictures of the bloodstains, and called in witnesses who claimed to have heard shouting and loud noises coming from their flat. Authorities' analysis of Alessandro's movements in the days after Julia vanished marked a significant investigative breakthrough. According to surveillance footage, he made several trips to the garage in the days following her disappearance, moving suitcases inside before leaving without anything. As the evidence grew, Alessandro's account started to fall apart. After a while, he broke down and showed where he had concealed her remains. Police found Julia's body in an overgrown area close to Sanago on June 1, 2023. The remains had been attempted to be burned, but the procedure had been stopped, according to forensic analysis. Experts were able to identify the cause of death and obtain solid proof that connected him to the crime, in spite of his attempts to hide his identity. Italy was rocked by the news of Giulia Tramontano's terrible fate. Her story served as yet another heartbreaking reminder of the perils posed by people who appear as loving partners in a nation where cases of gender-based crimes have long been a major worry. Nationwide protests broke out after Alessandro Impagnatella was arrested. Women protested in the streets, carrying posters calling for harsher punishments for offenses involving domestic violence. Calls for structural changes to better safeguard persons in danger were heard at memorial marches in Milan, Naples, Rome, and other cities. Carla Tramontano, Giulia's sister, spoke out at one of the protests, calling on lawmakers to address the startling number of instances in which people are not held accountable until it is too late. In the meantime, police and forensic specialists sought to comprehend the offender's psychological makeup. Following a psychological evaluation, Alessandro's behavior was found to be problematic. According to the findings of court-appointed psychologists, he had strong narcissistic tendencies. He displayed no regret for what he had done, and his conduct during the court procedures and interrogation revealed a profound lack of empathy and egocentrism. He ignored the feelings and experiences of others, seeing them only through the prism of his own self-interest. His only motivation was to keep control over people around him and preserve his own reputation. Any power outage set off a quick and hazardous reaction. Alessandro made every effort to seem sorry during the trial, but neither the public nor Giulia's family were persuaded by his statements. He insisted that it was an act of impetuous wrath that he hadn't fully understood he was committing, saying he didn't understand how he could have done something so horrible. Prosecutors, however, produced a wealth of evidence, including his fake police report, attempted poisoning, fabricated DNA tests, and internet searches on poisons. The premeditation of the crime was demonstrated by each of these factors. Allegra collaborated with the authorities once Alessandro was apprehended and made public. She gave him her texts, which demonstrated that he had lied to Giulia and to her. She also testified about his persistent attempts to control her and the phony DNA test. Allegra was one of the witnesses at the trial. She was contacted by prosecutors to verify important information, including how Alessandro concealed his secret life, how he had misled about Giulia's pregnancy, and the justifications he used as the truth started to come to light. Allegra appeared extremely upset, according to people in the courtroom. She understood that the truth might have been revealed too late if she hadn't unintentionally discovered those pictures on his phone. She talked about her remorse toward Giulia during her testimony, despite the fact that she knew she had also fallen prey to his deceit. Allegra tried to disassociate herself from the catastrophe after the trial by avoiding the spotlight and refusing to talk to reporters. She reportedly left Milan and relocated to a different place in an attempt to start over, away from the memories associated with this case. Alessandro was convicted of first-degree murder with aggravating circumstances by the court. These included the crime's brutality, the victim's ongoing emotional abuse, and his willful attempts to obliterate evidence. He received a life sentence in prison. It was stressed in the judge's closing remarks that such offenses could not be justified as the result of uncontrollable outbursts or brief emotional discomfort. Over the course of several months, Alessandro's actions showed a clear and intentional aim to get rid of Giulia. Her situation turned into a heartbreaking reminder of the risks associated with people who treat their partners like property. However, Giulia's tale was not ignored. It provoked indignation and joined a larger campaign to save those who were still alive. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Imagine dropping off your child at school only to have their body delivered the following day. And when the truth is out, everyone tries to shield the person responsible. From his body being found in a gym mat to the startling finding of his missing organs during his exhumation, this was the reality for Kendrick Johnson's family. Every detail of this case seems to raise more questions than it does answers, and it is already horrifying. Kendrick Johnson, the youngest of his siblings, was born in October 1995 to Kenneth and Jacqueline Johnson. He was his family's center and the source of light in their house. He was a youngster with a natural charm and an easy smile, according to his mother, who called him the joy of their lives. He was incredibly athletic and a budding basketball and football star. He had a knack for numbers and was naturally good at math and science. He also kept track of allowances in his head with ease. Above all, though, Kendrick had aspirations, big, overpowering aspirations, to become a professional football player. However, those ambitions were permanently silenced on January 11, 2013. Kendrick, 17, was found in a way that no one could have predicted. Inside a rolled-up wrestling mat in the gymnasium at Lowndes High School, or LHS, in Valdosta, Georgia, his lifeless body twisted in an odd way. He appeared to have been completely engulfed by the mat, with his head buried deep within the coil and his feet protruding from the top. It was a horrible, perplexing scene. The authorities quickly provided an explanation. Kendrick fell inside the mat while grabbing for a pair of footwear, according to the Lowndes County Sheriff's Office, which declared his death to be an accident. After conducting an autopsy, the Georgia Bureau of Investigations, or GBI, determined that positional asphyxia was the cause of his death. He was trapped upside down, suffocating. However, his parents, Kenneth and Jackie Johnson, were more aware there was a problem, and then the terrifying details came to light. The first day of classes following the Christmas holiday was January 9, 2013. The LHS pupils became accustomed to their routine. There were two gymnasiums at the school, a larger modern one and an older one. A number of enormous wrestling mats were placed upright and firmly rolled in the dark, dusty corner of the former gym. Kendrick was among the pupils who kept personal items inside the mats in order to avoid paying for lockers. However, the layout had changed since more mats had been added during the interval. Because LHS had a block schedule, classes were held on various days. At precisely 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, January 10, Kendrick was seen entering the former gym on distorted security film, but he was never spotted going anywhere. He never showed up for his next weightlifting class. The school day came to a close, the corridors were deserted, and hours went by. After a freshman basketball game that night, he was meant to return home, but he never did. His phone rang incessantly, but there was no answer. It was midnight. His mother, Jackie Johnson, saw the terrible situation in her bones. She thus filed a missing persons report, like any mother would. Jackie Johnson's heart thumping with fear, she came at the school the following morning, January 11. She begged the officials who issued flyers for missing persons. There wasn't enough time. Then, at around 10:30 a.m., a group of female students were sitting on top of the wrestling mats in the old gym, completing surveys. They were chatting absently when they noticed a pair of socks that were just barely visible through one of the rolled-up carpets. Thinking it was a joke, one female laughed, but her curiosity overcame her. The sight of a body sent chills down her spine as she scaled the bleachers and peered down into the mat. The air thickened and the laughter ceased. The silence in the gym was broken by her scream. A guy student hurried up and attempted to remove Kendrick with shaking hands. He flinched in horror as soon as he touched the body because the smell of decay hit him like a wave. Something horrible had obviously occurred here. Together, a teacher ran forward. The mat was knocked over. Kendrick's body sagged forward, his eyes frozen, in a scream that never left his lips, his face unrecognizable, grotesquely bloated. Chaos broke out in the school. A lockdown was issued by administrators. Away from the horror that was taking place in the old gym, students were led into the new one. Jackie Johnson's world was falling apart somewhere in the midst of the mayhem. The words that would permanently alter her life were said by a voice. His body had been located. For 21 hours, Kendrick had been by himself, suffocating in the darkness. When their son's body was dug up for a second autopsy, Jackie and Kenneth Johnson's sadness gave way to dread because, as it turned out, all of his organs were gone: the heart, lungs, liver, and brain. A terrible farce of justice. His body had been crammed with newspaper in their place. The official diagnosis of asphyxia was directly contradicted by the second autopsy, which found blunt force injury. Later on in the video, this will be clarified. Kendrick had been heard, and it had been covered up by someone. Nevertheless, there are still unresolved doubts about his death. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or had he been killed, silenced, buried, or forgotten? The truth is still hidden 10 years later. However, there is no doubt that someone knows the truth about what actually transpired. Authorities from Lowndes County acted swiftly, interrogating each student present in the gym when Kendrick was discovered. Their tales coincided: the eerie silence of the gym, the blood accumulating beneath Kendrick's head, and the two pairs of shoes, one next to his feet and the other underneath him, were all captured on camera. However, something didn't feel right. There was no blood on the school book or yellow folder that Kendrick had been carrying, nor was there any blood outside the mat. The shoes he had been wearing had none. Tests revealed that the old blood found on a neighboring column wasn't Kendrick's. Bloody tissues discovered in the girls' restroom trash can were identified as belonging to a female student who had experienced a nosebleed. Kendrick's socks, however, were only half removed, his body contorted in a manner that was impossible to describe. The Johnson family rejected the accidental death verdict. They turned to civil rights organizations for assistance. The NAACP and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or SCLC, stepped in. There were protests. Outside the courthouse, Kendrick's parents were also taken into custody for civil disobedience. They were fighting what they thought was a cover-up, and the case was getting out of hand. The Department of Justice intervened in response to growing criticism and began its own inquiry, but even that ended in failure. Two brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, whose father was an FBI agent, were the subject of allegations. They were publicly accused by the Johnsons, which stoked more controversy. However, One of the boys was out of state when Kendrick vanished due to a strong alibi. The case became more ambiguous. Once among Kendrick's strongest supporters, the SCLC and NAACP walked away after their own investigations revealed that his death was indeed an accident. However, that response was rejected by his parents. Was there a terrible accident that claimed Kendrick Johnson's life? Or was his death staged to keep someone safe? There are two sides to a coin, each giving a different tale, and this case is still a mystery. The old gym at Lowndes High School was familiar to Kendrick Johnson. He avoided paying for a locker by concealing his shared pair of footwear inside the rolled-up wrestling mats, which he utilized as makeshift storage like many other students do. He had done it innumerable times before. It was a habit. On January 10, 2013, Kendrick was seen entering the gym by himself on security camera. He was not followed. Nobody witnessed what transpired next. However, detectives think Kendrick's last minutes were a tragic series of ill-advised maneuvers based on the physical evidence. Kendrick, who was 5 feet 10 inches tall, grabbed for the mat that held his shoes, only to discover that it had been moved over the holiday break and was now trapped under a number of others. The gap was barely accessible. He did what he had probably done before. Instead of tipping the mat over, which would have been a noisy move that would have attracted unwanted attention, grasping the side of the mat with his right hand, he climbed in. With his left hand extended to grasp the shoe inside, he dropped himself head first. However, the cramped area made it impossible for him to flex his elbow and raise himself back up as he went further. His muscles ached. Panic struck. He eventually slipped farther down after losing his hold on the edge of the mat. His shoulders were stuck against the mat's walls, trapping him since his body was now completely inverted. Gravity was against him more and more as he struggled, making it harder for him to move. He may have even tried to kick himself free in an attempt to shift his weight. In the process, he knocked his shoes off their soles, and they fell close to his feet. His head was flooded with blood. His surroundings became more gloomy. As his lungs squished beneath his own weight, oxygen levels fell. He suffocated in quiet, trapped and defenseless, alone in a packed student gym, just out of reach of rescue. Kendrick stayed inside the mat, undiscovered, for about 21 hours. Before his mother filed a missing persons report, Kendrick's absence was unquestioned. However, it was already too late. Rigor mortis had already set in by the time his body was ultimately found the next morning. The official decision was accidental positional asphyxia, a poor choice that quickly became fatal. The silent and sneaky murderer is positional asphyxia. It happens when a person's body gets stuck in a way that makes it difficult for them to breathe, which stops their oxygen flow until they suffocate. Positional asphyxia is a prolonged, painful death, in contrast to the spectacular struggle frequently associated with suffocating, in which the victim may not even be aware that they are in danger until it is too late. This condition usually occurs when a person's body is twisted in a way that compresses the chest or stops the lungs from expanding fully, such as when they are trapped in a car, wedged between pieces of furniture, or, as was the case with Kendrick Johnson, discovered upside down inside a rolled-up gym mat. The oxygen levels fall with each short breath, and finally, unconsciousness takes over. Death is certain if assistance is not received in a timely manner. Similar patterns can be seen in medical results from other cases of positional asphyxia. Suffocation symptoms including darkened or discolored skin, fluid buildup in the lungs, and blood leaking from the lips and nostrils are frequently found in victims in abnormal positions. However, the fact that these fatalities can be misconstrued for something else is what makes them so unsettling. However, there was more to the coin. In a rolled-up gym mat, Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead upside down. That much is true. Nothing else in the official story, however, makes sense to his family. The Johnsons have maintained that Kendrick didn't get into the mat by himself ever since his body was found. He stayed upright. He didn't accidentally suffocate. He died. The ensuing cover-up was so calculated and complex that the truth is still hidden years later. From the beginning, it didn't make sense. The way the case was handled was the most obvious red flag. It is blatantly against Georgia law that the coroner, whose responsibility it was to supervise the body and crime scene, was not called for almost 6 hours. Whatever evidence had been present had already been compromised by the time he got there, and the gym was no longer secured. Authorities in Lowndes County made the decision to declare Kendrick's death an accident remarkably quickly. The medical examiner for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ruled out foul play and approved positional asphyxia as the cause of death. The matter was resolved. The Johnsons, however, weren't persuaded, because something much more sinister than an accident occurred inside that gym. There were also concerns about Kendrick's body position. One arm was twisted at his side, the other stretched above his head in an uncomfortable position. Both arms ought to have been lowered if he had been grabbing for his shoes. It was almost impossible for him to have fallen in by accident because of the way the gym mats were stacked. And how did his shoes get up neatly on top of his legs instead of under him, assuming he had gotten inside? Additionally, there was enough blood to raise suspicions. There was a pool of blood beneath his head and a line of blood on a nearby wall. However, officials never put it to the test because they thought it was outdated and irrelevant to the case. There were, of course, his organs, as we already know. Desperate for answers they believed had been denied, Kendrick's parents painfully decided to exhume his body for an independent autopsy months later. The results of the examination of the body were terrible. Newspaper had been used in place of his internal organs. The family's worries were heightened when officials later stated that this was normal practice because of decomposition. The results of the independent autopsy were much more concerning. This fresh autopsy revealed a far more brutal conclusion to Kendrick's life, even though the Georgia Bureau of Investigation had declared his death an accident caused by positional asphyxiation. It showed obvious indications of blunt force damage to the neck, indicating that Kendrick had been hit with enough force to kill him rather than suffocate. 2 distinct autopsies, 2 entirely different findings. Which was the truthful one? His body was delivered that way, the funeral home insisted. Any involvement was denied by the coroner's office. Nobody would or could explain it. The length of time it took for officials to inform the Johnsons of their son's passing was possibly the most horrifying. It was not until long later that Kendrick's family was notified that his body had been found in the morning. They begged for answers, but the police were unresponsive and only provided evasive responses. The parents of Kendrick thought they knew who was to blame. The Johnsons did not consider the death of their son to be an accident. They were certain that he had been killed, and they thought they knew who did it. 2 brothers, Brian and Brandon Bell, who also went to Lowndes High School, were named in their case. They said that their father, an FBI agent, had ordered one of the brothers to entice Kendrick to the gym, where he was viciously assaulted. The lawsuit claimed that a fight over a girl was the motivation. However, the Bell family denied any involvement. According to school records, one of the brothers was apparently in another area of the school on the day Kendrick was last seen alive, while the other was out of town. This served as evidence by the authorities that the brothers had strong alibis. The Johnsons, however, were not persuaded and maintained that the evidence had been falsified to shield the family. They may have had the answers. The motionless, unblinking eyes of the security cameras installed inside the former gym at Lowndes High School, the very location where Kendrick Johnson was discovered dead, may have caught them. However, those responses are absent. Grant Fredericks, a forensic video analyst, discovered something quite disturbing when he looked over the school's camera tape. It was more important to consider what the cameras hadn't recorded than what they had. 2 cameras inside the gym missed a whole hour and 5 minutes, which included Kendrick's last moments. A total of 2 hours and 10 minutes of footage had been lost from 2 additional cameras. The video then cuts back to exactly 1:09 p.m., just in time to see Kendrick walking inside the gym. However, what took place prior to that? Who had entered already? The most important piece of evidence in the whole case, the footage, is just gone, so we don't know. The fact that the camera's timestamps didn't match raised even more red flags. There was a broken timeline that was easy to manipulate because the cameras inside the gym seemed to be operating 10 minutes ahead of the ones outside. In the 1 hour of footage that was missing, a camera outside the gym did catch something significant. A large number of pupils entered the facility. Did they notice anything? Did they answer questions, or were they involved in anything that needed to be kept secret? Fredericks's findings were increasingly troubling as he went deeper into the video recordings. Some of the recordings couldn't be played since they were corrupted. Others had suffered severe image loss due to improper processing. "I can't say why they were done that way," he said, "but they were not done correctly, and they were not done thoroughly. Where the truth ought to have been, there was a digital void, empty spaces, instead of a clear, unquestionable account of Kendrick's last moments. The chain of custody, or rather, its total breakdown, was what made it worse. The video system was not immediately taken over by law police. Rather, they had deferred to the IT department of the school to determine which footage to release. Fredericks issued a warning, saying that you don't want someone who might be accountable to decide what they provide the police. But that's precisely what took place. The video had been taken out by a school staff, not an investigator. 5 days after Kendrick's body was discovered, it was then turned over to the authorities. Anything might have been changed, removed, or changed by then. In those missing minutes, in those corrupted files, in those altered timestamps, somewhere in the digital abyss lies the truth about what happened to Kendrick Johnson. Frederick's conclusion was chilling. Until I have the digital video system in my hand, and I can say everything is intact, and this is what was recorded, I would still be highly suspicious of this. But someone made sure. We would never see the truth if it was caught on camera. Why were there so many unexplored leads? Why did the Bells appear to be exempt from scrutiny? The Johnsons thought their father's strong connections were the reason. Law enforcement held fast to their position while the Johnsons demanded answers. The death of Kendrick was an accident. Officials rejected the family's claims that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation and the sheriff's office handled the matter improperly as unfounded. Nevertheless, unsettling information kept coming to light. The body was moved before authorities arrived, according to a coroner's report, which also characterized the case's management as extremely subpar. Someone had messed with a sealed body bag. Determined to find the truth, authorities refused to comply completely. The Bell brothers were named in a lawsuit brought by the Johnsons in 2015, along with more than 30 other defendants, including police enforcement, school administrators, and medical examiners. The Lowndes County Sheriff's Office was accused of fabricating the incident by putting Kendrick's body underneath the mat to give the impression that it was an accident. But without any confessions, concrete proof, or eyewitnesses, their case collapsed. Still, there were unanswered questions. But investigators refused to back down. Citing a regional crime lab assessment that revealed no serious injuries on Kendrick's body, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation rejected homicide charges. The independent autopsy followed. The Johnsons employed forensic pathologist Dr. William Anderson, who determined that Kendrick's death was due to blunt force injuries to the neck rather than suffocation. He declared it a murder. 2 contradicting reasons of death, 2 autopsies. Which was the real one? The Johnsons have been searching for answers for more than 10 years. They protested, filed lawsuits, and exposed what they see as widespread corruption in Valdosta, Georgia. Kenneth Johnson, Kendrick's father, has stated, "We live here. We know how this town is. We know how they will lie. We know how they will cover up for one another." Desperate for fresh proof, they dug up Kendrick's body twice. The parents' efforts to reveal the truth have cost them thousands of dollars. However, each time they approach, the case becomes more obscure. A federal inquiry was started by the Justice Department, but its results were never made public. The courts ruled that there was insufficient evidence and dismissed important lawsuits. The press went on. The town went on. Kendrick's parents, however, will never, because they think they are aware that their son was killed and that the truth is being concealed by someone, somewhere. The battle for justice is far from ended, yet the truth is still hidden. What then was it? A murder that was well hidden, or a tragic accident? There are still no conclusive answers, neither for Kendrick Johnson's family, nor for those who have followed this case. Years have gone by, yet the truth is still elusive due to missing video, contradicting reports, and rumors of a cover-up. The quiet surrounding Kendrick's killing is louder than ever, and justice is still elusive. Will the family of Kendrick Johnson ever receive the justice they are due? Or will the truth always remain hidden? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. A behavioral tendency known as overprotectiveness occurs when parents or other adult relatives take on an excessive amount of control over a person's life, always protecting them from the outside world. Another important characteristic is the total abdication of personal accountability, which spares the person from having to deal with the fallout from any mistakes or inappropriate actions. The main risk associated with this dynamic is the breakdown of sound personal boundaries. People who are continuously micromanaged in one or more areas of their lives eventually start to think that all of their issues will be resolved. This creates the delusion of immunity from repercussions and an attitude of entitlement. The peaceful and tight-knit hamlet of Mountain City, Tennessee, was rocked by a vicious double crime involving two young parents in 2012. In the end, 4 persons were found guilty of this heinous conduct, but 3 of them were later shown to have been duped by someone with a very specific goal in mind. The Janelle Potter case serves as a chilling illustration of what can occur when unbridled control and compulsive protection go too far and have disastrous results. On January 17, 1982, Janelle Potter was born in a Philadelphia, Pennsylvania suburb. She was the youngest of Marvin and Barbara Potter's 2 daughters. Marvin was a former Marine, and Barbara was a secretary for a small retail business. Janelle grew up with her older sister, Christina, who was 6 years her senior. However, because of the way their parents handled things, the 2 sisters' relationship was difficult and hostile from the beginning. Janelle was delicate and frequently sick from birth due to her early birth. Her parents were very cautious and careful with her, always keeping her safe. As their youngest and most beloved daughter, she was free to do as she pleased and was forgiven for everything as long as she continued to be joyful and smile. The older daughter, Christina, was supposed to assist in taking care of her sibling. She was expected to take care of Janelle's every need at their parents' insistence, making her more of a caregiver than a sibling. Christina started to object to this unjust arrangement as she grew older. She was reprimanded and chastised for pushing back when she demanded her own time and space. Janelle was the focal point of the Potter household. She was treated like a princess, showered with praise, and made to feel that she was genuinely unique. From an early age, her parents closely monitored every aspect of her life, taking every precaution to shield her from any potential danger or error. Janelle was consequently raised in a sort of emotional vacuum, deprived of the opportunity to gain knowledge from experience or deal with the inevitable fallout from her deeds. Marvin and Barbara started to pay more and more attention to Janelle as she grew older, eventually ignoring Christina. Christina disappeared into the distance. She struggled to get even a small portion of her parents' attention and was left on her own. Her achievements were disregarded or underappreciated, despite the fact that she put a lot of effort into her studies, achieved high marks, continued to participate in sports and dance, and succeeded in many other ways. It didn't seem to matter what she did. However, Janelle was fully aware that she was the favorite. She began testing boundaries even as a child, only to discover that there were none for her. No one ever disciplined her for the frequent lies she told. Her parents blindly believed her when she blamed her sister for anything that was damaged or ruined, even though Christina hadn't done anything wrong. She was the one who received reprimands or grounding. When Janelle was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes at the age of 10, her parents' level of supervision and control over her only increased. They got completely overly protective. Barbara, in particular, was mostly responsible for this, and Marvin generally followed her instructions. Janelle was not permitted to go outside with other kids her own age. She couldn't go anyplace by herself. She was always watched over. Janelle struggled academically as soon as she started school. She was deemed disinterested, inattentive, and unwilling to work hard by her teachers. But her parents didn't agree. They said the teachers were out to get her, or blamed her health issues. They consistently reassured her that homework didn't really matter, and never reprimanded her for receiving low grades. At school, Janelle never quite fit in. She always blamed someone else for her arguments with pupils, made up stories, tipped off professors, and engaged in small-scale antics. Almost every day, Barbara and Marvin would show up at the school and confront the teachers and other pupils, asking that their daughter be treated like a queen and given every luxury. Janelle appeared extremely demanding and spoilt to most of those around her due to her frequent tantrums and altercations. Teachers even advocated for her suspension or her expulsion from the school. Her parents, however, never noticed any issues. To them, it was always the fault of others. There was nothing their darling Janelle could do wrong. They believed that she was perfect and could not make a mistake. Christina's parents never took joy in her achievements, despite the fact that she graduated with honors and was admitted into a reputable university. They no longer even acknowledged her existence. Their younger daughter was the center of their life, so Christina decided to take matters into her own hands. She moved out, obtained a job while she was still in school, and became financially independent. She progressively separated from the family because she was tired of being the scapegoat. Janelle grew more dramatic, conceited, and challenging to be around as she grew older. She was always complaining, making demands, and starting arguments. Her mother, who was always quick to protect her in any circumstance and wasn't scared to debate with anyone who dared challenge her daughter, was rarely seen without her. The calm, suburban community didn't exactly embrace the Potters. Most people thought they were strange, and some even felt sorry for Janelle since they thought her emotional health had been severely harmed by her mother's overbearing control. Nevertheless, in order to prevent any drama or dispute, the majority of neighbors decided to keep their distance. College wasn't even an option for Janelle because she had a below-average GPA when she finished from high school. But Barbara didn't seem to mind. She assured Janelle that she didn't have to work or study. Janelle was absolutely content with the fact that they could take care of her completely. She spent her days on the computer and watching TV, and no one ever set time limits for her. Her parents tightly regulated every aspect of her life, even when she was in her 20s. She was not permitted to drive, go on dates, or even socialize out with her classmates. Janelle lacked fundamental social skills, never made her own decisions, and had no friends. She didn't understand personal accountability or repercussion. Citing Janelle's precarious condition, Barbara and Marvin justified their actions as an act of love and protection. Janelle made no protests. She was released from all blame and obligation. No matter what, her parents always gave her praise and shielded her. The Potter family made the decision to move to Mountain City, a quiet, little Tennessee community of just over 3,000 people, in 2006. It was the type of community where almost everyone knew one another, and there was very little crime. At first glance, it appeared to be the ideal location for a peaceful, stress-free existence. They purchased a small but cozy house in a quiet neighborhood. The locals took notice of the visitors right away. The neighbors showed genuine interest in getting to know the new family in town, stopped by to introduce themselves and offered assistance. Everything went well at first. The neighbors even became friends with Barbara, but soon everyone started noting strange behavior from everyone in the house. The adult daughter first came across as courteous and accessible, but Janelle would react with dramatic outbursts or emotional meltdowns if anyone disagreed with her or provided even the smallest criticism. Her mother would then leap in to protect her without even asking what had happened. Marvin established himself as a fixture at neighborhood hangouts, where he was frequently spotted having a drink and telling extravagant stories about his valiant military past. People in the town soon realized that most of these stories were either fabricated or greatly exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were sympathetic to him and called him the village storyteller in jest. Though she didn't appear to know how, Janelle also made an effort to make friends. She eventually discovered a tactic that helped her get the attention she so desperately sought. She started telling people she was very ill, claiming to have a variety of crippling and incurable illnesses. She even revealed to others that she had been given a terminal diagnosis and had not long to live. People took her seriously and felt a great deal of sympathy for someone they believed to be nearing the end of her life. Who would lie about such an event after all? However, as time went on, and she continued to make irrelevant diagnoses, people began to suspect her. Before long, a lot of people realized that her stories were not consistent. Social media has really taken off by the late 2000s. It developed into a location where people could meet new people, reconnect with old acquaintances, and perhaps find love. Still largely confined to her house, Janelle spent endless hours every day on the internet, creating accounts on various platforms. The internet became into a sort of window to the outside world, and it was actually the only one she had. She appeared to have a social life because of it. She stuffed her pages with made-up information about herself, bragging about made-up hobbies, phony achievements, and an exciting lifestyle. To her credit, she managed to pull it off with remarkable inventiveness. Janelle downloaded images from the internet, including concert and party photos, and picked out images where the faces were hidden by shadows or bright lights. After that, she added words and applied filters to each photo to give the impression that she had been there. She occasionally even went so far as to post in-depth accounts of entire events she said she had been to, replete with names, locations, and lengthy narratives. Everything appeared remarkably realistic. Janelle became well known on social media very fast. The story she was selling, one that was full of parties, travel, and thrilling adventures, was easily embraced by people who didn't actually know her. Her profile soon gained thousands of followers after she sent out hundreds of friend requests every day. She got dozens of likes and positive comments on every picture and post she uploaded, which gave her the boost she needed. She had created a whole dream world in which she was successful, well-liked, and surrounded by supportive people all the time, but eventually something started to seem lacking. She became aware that one essential component was missing from her well-constructed online persona: a romantic plot. Janelle immediately made a phony profile, pretending to be a man this time. She used the same process, searching the internet for eye-catching images, editing and applying filters, and then sharing them as though they were her own. That account also became popular, eventually gaining more than 1,000 followers. In order to create the appearance that the two were going to events together, she began sharing party photos from both pages that were exactly the same and tagged the same locations. Janelle used this fake account to post poems, emotional remarks, and praises to herself beneath her images, all of which were staged for her followers to view. Some even commented on how fortunate she was to have such a considerate love partner, expressing envy. Janelle had also joined a local online forum at about the same time. It resembled a message board or town-wide forum where inhabitants of Mountain City exchanged updates, discussed events, and posted local news. Although some users used their real identities, the platform provided anonymity, and many users used aliases. Janelle rarely posted on the forum, although she would occasionally browse it. She mainly just perused conversations. She wasn't as drawn to the platform because she couldn't shine or fake fame there. The members of this group did, after all, know her and were aware of her reputation, which many people thought was strange. When Janelle eventually made her first true friend, she was getting close to 30. She was born and reared in Mountain City and went by Tracy Grimo. Tracy was a well-read, intelligent, and approachable employee at a nearby pharmacy. Janelle started to gradually venture out into the world with Tracy. They would spend every day talking on the phone, hanging out in cafes, taking walks in the park, and shopping at the neighborhood mall. Janelle's parents welcomed Tracy into their home and, for the first time, didn't object to her making friends. Janelle flourished in this new, laid-back environment. She was heard. She no longer had to manipulate or exaggerate in order to command attention. The fact that someone actually cared about her was utterly novel and reassuring. After a while, Tracy introduced Janelle to her wider network of relatives and friends, and before long, the two of them were spending time with a large group of people, rather than just one. Billy Payne, Tracy's stepbrother, was one of those pals. He was young, intelligent, attractive, and quick with a joke. Billy was the type of person who, wherever he went, inherently became the focus of attention. Janelle was enthralled at once. She felt genuine romantic feelings for the first time in her life, but they weren't reciprocal. Janelle had no idea how to casually express affection or flirt. Rather, she yelled for attention and grew obviously agitated when it wasn't given back. Billy was pushed away by her strong and unpredictable behavior. She immediately caught his attention as strange, and he began to avoid her. Janelle started acting in an obsessive preoccupation as her emotions grew stronger. She started showing up wherever Billy happened to be and sending him loving notes on social media, but Billy continued to distance himself. After roughly 6 weeks, he came clean about his relationship with Billie Jean. He declared her to be his girlfriend in front of the entire bunch of friends. Billy gave his new relationship his whole attention after that and ceased spending any time with the group. Janelle, meantime, was falling apart. She was emotional, unpredictable, and demanding, like someone who had lost their favorite item. Her entreaty to Tracy to intervene between her brother and Billie Jean only served to exacerbate tensions between the two friends. The town began to hear rumors that Billy and Billie Jean were engaged at about the same time. The pair was praised by others who described them as a perfect combination. Even on the town's local chat site, their romance became a big issue. Except for Janelle, everyone appeared sincere in their happiness. She didn't think she had just lost a crush. The love of her life had been stolen. That feeling of loss eventually gave way to resentment, which in turn gave way to retaliation. After a while, Janelle made amends with Tracy, her lone friend, and sought assistance in finding a new partner. In agreement, Tracy presented her to Jamie Curd, her cousin. Jamie, an IT specialist at a nearby company, was 7 years Janelle's senior. He had never been very successful in relationships, in part because he was perceived as a little aloof and awkward. He and Janelle might have been a good match on paper, but she had other plans. Janelle devised a strategy because she was afraid her parents would disapprove of her dating someone much older. Under the guise of needing assistance with her computer, installing software, troubleshooting, or setting it up, she invited Jamie around. Every time she lavished him with praise in front of her parents, highlighting the importance of his abilities. Jamie became a welcome regular at Barbara and Marvin's house when they invited him to stay for supper one evening. A month or so later, Janelle told her mother in private that she was attracted to Jamie. She lost little time in moving forward at full speed with her mother's approval. Janelle and Jamie announced their relationship a few days later and started going everywhere together. In actuality, though, Janelle had no genuine feelings for Jamie. She was trying to make Billy envious by using the relationship as a ruse. It was unsuccessful. Billy didn't mind at all. Janelle was able to gain an invitation to Tracy's house for a family dinner while she was still attempting to attract his attention. Clearly wanting to make a statement, she arrived clutching Jamie's hand, but she was in for a nasty surprise of her own. Billy made the shocking announcement that he and Billie Jean were getting married at dinner. He also disclosed that they didn't want to wait long to get married because they were expecting a child. The news was like a lightning strike to Janelle. Her hopes vanished in an instant, and a much darker scheme took their place. A few days after the meal, some unsavory stories started to circulate on the local chat forum in Mountain City. In anonymous posts, Billie Jean was accused of leading a careless life, having dated numerous men in the neighborhood and having previously received treatment for a serious illness. According to the posts, she was now tricking Billy by claiming that he was the father of her child, even though he wasn't. None of it was real, but people love to talk, and rumor spreads quickly in small towns. It was obvious that someone was stoking the flames by making fresh charges to keep the debate going. Billie Jean soon found herself the target of vicious online assaults and outright abuse. Billy supported her in spite of the deluge of criticism and public condemnation. He refused to go since he didn't believe any of it. Together they attempted to protect Billie Jean's reputation, but it soon became apparent that retaliating on social media was futile, so they reported the abuse to the police. They didn't know who was actually responsible at that point. Despite the forum's anonymity feature, local detectives quickly identified the slander campaign's origin. The pair demanded that Janelle stay away and stop all communication as soon as the truth was revealed, and they filed for a restraining order against her. However, the struggle that ensued was just the start of something much more profound. Now surrounded, Janelle made several phony social media profiles. She started sending herself threatening messages, claims of bodily harm, based on those profiles. After showing her parents these texts, she told them she was afraid for her life and believed Billy and Billie Jean were going to hurt her. Marvin and Barbara have complete faith in their daughter. When the family returned to the police, the officers discovered that Janelle was the one who had sent the texts. Nevertheless, the evidence was rejected by her parents. Their belief that their daughter was the victim persisted. Janelle and the couple's tension turned into what could only be called a protracted conflict. Billy and Billie Jean almost always ended up in a furious altercation with a member of the Potter family in town, complete with yelling, accusations, insults, and even threats. Each party requested restraining orders against the others in several police reports. This back and forth continued for almost a full year. After then, things appeared to settle down. Neighbors began to think that the dispute had finally subsided, when it ceased to garner headlines in the town forum. Actually, Janelle had just changed her approach. Rather than more yelling and public altercations, she was getting ready to act. At this point, Barbara started getting emails from a man posing as Chris, a CIA agent. He alerted her to the fact that there was solid evidence that Billy and Billie Jean were planning to hurt Janelle. The threat was genuine, he added, but there wasn't enough hard proof to make arrests. Insisting that Janelle was in grave danger, Chris also started writing to Marvin and Jamie. He underlined the necessity of taking action before the pair could carry out their purported plan. Surprisingly, this enigmatic agent was able to win over Janelle's parents and boyfriend in a matter of weeks. Before long, the four of them were exchanging messages and continuously formulating what they thought was a plan to keep Janelle safe. About a month later, Chris alerted them to the fact that Billy and Billie Jean were actively seeking a person to execute their purported scheme. He supplied a thorough step-by-step breakdown of what needed to be done and warned that time was running short. Following the agent's directions, Jamie and Marvin drove to the residence where Billie Jean, and their 8-month-old baby, Tyler, were sleeping early on January 31, 2012. The family was unaware of what was going to occur. Through a window on the first floor, Jamie and Marvin went into the couple's bedroom. Marvin had a revolver with him that he had stolen from home. He approached the bed in silence and shot Billy in the face, instantly taking his life. Billie Jean was startled by the sound and scurried out of bed in fright and bewilderment. In an attempt to save her son, she hurried to the nursery, but the guys followed her. Before she could even make it to the door, she was shot twice in the back as she was picking up her infant. Little Tyler somehow made it through the trauma. He was traumatized, but not gravely hurt. The two males left the scene of the heinous act. The sound of gunfire startled the neighbors, who promptly called emergency personnel. Within minutes, officers were on the scene. Authorities discovered a terrible scene inside the residence. The body of a young man who had been shot in the head was in one room. In another, a small toddler sat beside his mother's dead body in a pool of blood. The Potter family, who had been embroiled in a savage conflict with the victims for years, was almost instantly identified by police authorities as the source of all the evidence. Marvin and Barbara initially disputed everything, but as the pressure increased, they gave in. They exposed everything, including Jamie's direct role in the incident, the purported conspiracy to harm their daughter, and the so-called CIA agent. Investigators swiftly verified that the emails came from within the Potter's own house after tracking down the IP address associated with Agent Chris's emails. It was revealed that the enigmatic agent was actually Janelle. They had all been duped by her. All four of the people involved were arrested after her frantic attempts to defend herself failed. Jamie promptly consented to cooperate in return for a reduced sentence. He gave a thorough account of what transpired on the morning of the attack. He maintained that he had no idea who Chris was, and that he genuinely thought he was rescue the lady he loved. Jamie received a 25-year prison sentence. The perpetrator of the deadly killings, Marvin Potter, was given 2 life sentences without the chance of release. Barbara, his wife, was found guilty of aiding and abetting the scheme and was sentenced to life in prison. The mastermind, Janelle, entered this with the idea that she could control everyone and get away with it, but her complex plan backfired. She received a life sentence after being found guilty of planning a violent act. Ultimately, she had made her closest friends and family become pawns in a scheme that killed 2 innocent individuals, all while pretending that she was the one in peril. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The woman found here was just one of many who either went missing or suffered abuse at the hands of the man who lived in this house. After 2 years, the decomposing remains of these 11 women were found inside, making neighbors realize that the awful smell lingering in the air wasn't from a sausage factory, but from this very house, and it became known as the True House of Horrors. This case was so disturbing that even after his acquittal, many still believed the so-called Cleveland Strangler had more than 11 victims. That's because several other murders in this town remain unsolved to this day, and all the victims were women. So today, we remember them, because no troubled past can ever justify what they went through. And once you hear the full story, you'll understand exactly why. His name was Anthony Sowell, the man you saw casually describing how he killed his victims in that video. And like many serial killers before him, he had a troubled past. A past that shaped his twisted view of women, seeing them as nothing more than objects he could torture, harass, and kill. Anthony was one of 7 children born to Claudia Garrison, a single mother struggling to raise them all. But tragedy struck when one of Claudia's daughters, Anthony's sister, passed away, leaving behind 7 children of her own with nowhere else to go. They moved in with Claudia, bringing the total number of kids in the household to 14. Now you might have heard the old rhyme about the lady who lived in a shoe and had so many kids she didn't know what to do, but this was no nursery tale. According to Anthony's niece Leona, who was one of the 7 children forced to move in, their time in that house was pure misery. Claudia subjected them to brutal beatings and relentless abuse, while her own 7 children watched from the sidelines. In one of the most horrifying moments of her childhood, Leona recalled how Claudia, the very woman who was supposed to protect and care for her, forced her to strip naked and then brutally beat her. In a later interview, Leona recalls this horrifying experience. But the nightmare didn't stop there. Claudia's own children were reportedly spared from the worst of her wrath, but for Leona and the other girls in the house, the abuse was relentless. Now, according to Leona, one of Claudia's older sons also took part in the cruelty, routinely beating and assaulting the young girls. Tragically, it didn't stop at just one person. It is said that other male relatives living in the house joined in, creating a cycle of unspeakable violence and trauma. Leona also revealed that Anthony Sowell was often silent during these horrific acts. He never intervened. Instead, he would sit back and watch as the abuse happened right in front of him. But what Leona didn't realize was that for Anthony, witnessing mistreatment had become almost normal. Growing up in a home where abuse was a daily occurrence, he began imitating the cruelty he saw. Shockingly, at just 11 years old, he started molesting his own 10-year-old niece, Leona's sister, subjecting her to the same suffering he had witnessed, continuing the cycle of pain that had been ingrained in their home. Fast forward to January 24, 1978, Anthony joined the United States Marine Corps. Surprisingly, he excelled in the military. Over the next 7 years, he built an impressive record, earning multiple good conduct medals, certificates, ribbons, and letters of appreciation. By all accounts, his military career was defined by discipline, hard work, and achievement. Upon his honorable discharge in 1985, Anthony returned home to Cleveland for a while. He managed to live a relatively normal life, but that facade crumbled 4 years later in 1989, when he committed his first known violent crime. It all started with Melvette Stockwell, a 3-month pregnant woman and an S-worker who believed she was simply meeting a new client. On that fateful night, she accompanied Anthony to his home, expecting a routine exchange. Do the job, get paid, and leave. But this wasn't like her other clients. As soon as they stepped inside, the charm disappeared. Anthony's entire demeanor shifted. He suddenly became aggressive, grabbing her before she could react. He tied her hands and feet with zip ties and a belt, gagging her with a rag to keep her from screaming. She was completely at his mercy. But then he stopped. Instead of attacking her right away, he told her he was going to feed her before he killed her. Imagine hearing that. You think you're about to meet your end, but instead your captor is talking about feeding you first. Like you're on some twisted death row. The horror of that moment must have been unimaginable. But then, out of nowhere, Anthony decided to take a nap before going through with his plan. That was her only chance. In a moment of sheer desperation, she managed to break free, escape through a window, and signal for help from the rooftop. A neighbor spotted her and called the police, and when officers arrived, they found her shaking and terrified, but miraculously, she had survived. Anthony was arrested and charged with rape, attempted rape, and kidnapping. In 1989, 3 women from the same street as Anthony had already been murdered. As it turned out, Anthony was already on the authorities' radar, but despite the charges against him, he pleaded guilty to a rape and was sentenced to only 5 to 15 years in prison. While behind bars, Anthony underwent multiple psychological evaluations, yet he continuously insisted he would never commit such acts again. Despite his disturbing past, Anthony managed to convince the system that he had reformed. What's even more chilling is that he was not classified as a sex offender, meaning that when he was released in 2005, he was free to roam the streets of Cleveland, Ohio, just like any other citizen. That same year, he moved into 12,220 Imperial Avenue, a house that would soon become infamous. However, 2 years later, Anthony lost his job at a local factory under mysterious circumstances. Unemployed, he began collecting benefits and making money on the side by working as a scrap metal collector. But as his financial situation deteriorated, so did his mental state. He became more withdrawn, spending most of his time in his house, avoiding neighbors, and becoming more erratic in his behavior. Those who lived nearby noticed a change in him as he looked unkempt, distant, and was no longer the same person they had once known. Then came the turning point. Anthony began a relationship with a woman named Lori, a niece of the governor in Cleveland, and they quickly spiraled into a toxic cycle of heavy drug use, particularly crack. But while Anthony was sinking deeper into addiction, Lori wanted out. And so in 2007, when Anthony was fired from his job at the factory, Lori saw it as her chance to break free. She left him, determined to leave that world behind. Anthony, however, was far from ready to let go. The heartbreak shattered something inside him, sending him into a dark spiral. He stayed behind on Imperial Avenue, but from that moment on, his reclusive tendencies became even more pronounced. He withdrew into himself. His behavior became more unstable, and then the horrors began. That same year, a 10-year-old girl living nearby vanished without a trace. Just months later, another woman, a 33-year-old nursing assistant named Tishana Culver, disappeared. Tishana had struggled with drug addiction, but she was also a dedicated healthcare worker, trying her best to turn her life around. No one reported her missing, no police alerts, no flyers, just another woman gone. 2 months later, 25-year-old LaShonda Long, a mother of 3, also vanished. Then in October of 2008, 45-year-old Michelle Mason, who had 2 sons and was a devoted volunteer for the local AIDS task force, was also reported missing. Her mother, terrified, went to the police in early December. She begged them to look into her daughter's disappearance, but nothing happened. The case remained open, and no one connected the dots. Meanwhile, over on Imperial Avenue, a gut-wrenching stench was growing worse by the day. The entire neighborhood complained, a smell so rancid it made people gag just walking past. And the most disturbing part, Anthony Sowell himself reeked of it. Whenever someone wrinkled their nose and questioned the putrid odor clinging to him, Sowell had a ready excuse. "It's that damn sausage factory next door," he'd say with a shrug, and somehow people believed him. After all, Ray's Sausage had been in business for over 5 decades and, well, it was a meat factory. Maybe it really did stink. But the complaints kept piling up. Eventually, City Hall got involved, sending inspectors to investigate. The pressure was on, and Ray's Sausage was forced to take drastic action, spending over $30,000, 0 cents, on deep cleaning, new ventilation systems, and odor-eliminating technology. And yet, the smell didn't go away. It clung to the air, thick and putrid. By this time, Sowell was unraveling. In early December of 2008, a terrified woman ran straight to a police car parked in the neighborhood, bleeding, shaking, and screaming. She claimed Sowell had attacked her, dragged her inside his house, choked her, and attempted to assault her. When police stormed Sowell's foul-smelling home and arrested him, he had his own version of the story. insisting that she was the criminal, that she had tried to rob him. Both bore scratches and bruises, making it difficult for officers to determine who was telling the truth. Both were arrested, but later released due to insufficient proof. Just a month later, in January of 2009, Kim Smith, a 44-year-old woman who had been caring for her elderly father, disappeared. That year alone, 5 more women, Nancy Cobbs, Imelda Hunter, Janice Webb, Talicia Fortson, and Diane Turner, vanished without a trace. The alarming number of missing women in such a small area didn't go unnoticed by the community. Residents began organizing searches, handing out flyers and trying to bring attention to the disappearances. Shockingly, Anthony himself joined these efforts, blending in with those who were desperately searching for the very women he had taken. Then came October of 2009. A woman named Shawn Morris visited Anthony's house, seemingly unfazed by the overpowering stench that clung to the air. The two spent the evening drinking, using drugs, and talking. Nothing intimate, just casual conversation. The next morning, as she prepared to leave, she realized she had left her ID upstairs. As she walked up to retrieve it, she suddenly heard a chilling click sound from behind her. Before she could react, Anthony lunged at her, attacking her without warning. He overpowered her, assaulted her just like so many before her, and then went through the house, locking all the doors and windows. It became clear that he had no intention of letting her go. But Shawn saw a fleeting moment of opportunity, one she knew she had to take. Summoning all her strength, she threw herself out of a 3rd-story window, crashing 30 feet to the ground below. Anthony, realizing what had happened, bolted downstairs, completely unclothed, desperate to drag her back inside. But this time, fate wasn't on his side. 2 passers-by witnessed the horrifying scene and immediately called 911. Because of them, Shawn was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, including multiple broken bones. Despite the brutal attack, she chose not to speak to the police about what had happened. However, someone else would just a week later. On October 27th, a woman named Latundra Billups came forward to share her own horrifying experience with Anthony Soule. She had been through a terrifying ordeal back in September, one that followed the same pattern as before. She had gone to his house for a drink, only for him to suddenly turn violent. Unlike so many others, she was lucky enough to survive. However, the trauma had kept her silent until now. Finally, in late October, her testimony was enough for authorities to issue both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for Anthony Soule. On October 29, SWAT officers stormed his house, expecting to take Anthony into custody, but what they found was far worse than they could have imagined. Anthony wasn't home, but the stench was overwhelming. Dead flies covered every surface. Then came the grisly discoveries. Decomposing bodies, one after another, some of which had been rotting away for years. The house of horrors that had plagued the neighborhood for so long was finally exposed, and a manhunt was immediately launched. For 2 days, police scoured the city for Anthony Soule. Then, on October 31, as he casually strolled down the street, officers spotted him. They pulled over and cuffed him on the spot. He looked disheveled, with dirt and twigs clinging to his clothes as if he had been sleeping outside, hiding in the bushes for days. But there was no hiding from what had been found in his home. To shed light on Anthony's victims, let's get to know them before their lives were consumed by addiction, because they all had stories, dreams, and struggles. They had every reason to keep going, and there was no reason for them to be murdered. Crystal Dozier, a mother of 7, was 35 years old when she vanished in May 2007. Her son, a U.S. Marine, desperately searched for her, but she wouldn't be found until police unearthed her remains in Anthony's backyard. 2 years later, loved ones recalled that Crystal had turned to drugs after losing one of her children, a pain that consumed her. Despite her struggles, she was a devoted mother who, in another life, could have had a... Deshauna Culver was 33 years old, a trained nursing assistant and cosmetologist who had once envisioned a future helping others. However, tragedy struck when her boyfriend took his own life, sending her into a spiral of grief and addiction. At one point, she lived only 4 houses away from Anthony, unaware of the fate that awaited her. She disappeared in June 2008, leaving behind loved ones who never stopped wondering what had happened to her. LaShonda Long, just 25 years old, was the youngest of Anthony's victims, a mother of 3. She disappeared 3 months after Tishana. No one even filed a missing persons report for her, a heartbreaking reflection of how addiction often isolates its victims from the support they need. Her remains were never fully recovered. Only her skull was found in Anthony's basement. On the other hand, Michelle Mason had fought hard to turn her life around. At 45, she was living with HIV and had battled heroin addiction, but she refused to let her struggles define her. After surviving a shooting, she dedicated her life to helping others, working with an AIDS outreach program and focusing on her children. She disappeared on or around October 4, 2008. Another life full of resilience and hope, cut tragically short. Tonya Carmichael was a mother, a fighter, and tragically the first victim to be identified from Anthony Sole's house of horrors. Though she struggled with substance abuse, her loved ones never stopped caring. When she vanished in December 2008, they knew something was wrong. Tonya's mother wasted no time. She reported her missing within a week, desperate for answers, but the police saw just another black woman with a drug problem and failed to take the case seriously. Even when her abandoned car was found near Sole's neighborhood, they ignored the red flag. Years later, forensic testimony would expose the brutality of her death, strangled with a telephone charger, discarded as if she didn't matter. But Tonya did matter. She was loved, she was missed, and her family never stopped fighting to make sure she wouldn't be forgotten. Kim Yvette Smith, 44, was a caretaker in every sense of the word. She dedicated her life to looking after her ailing father, balancing the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. In January 2009, she disappeared without a trace, leaving her father behind and breaking the hearts of those who knew her. Imelda Amy Hunter, 47, had a life marked by hardships and resilience. Raised in Chicago, she was an avid reader, a girl with dreams before her life. Life took an unexpected turn at just 14. She became pregnant by one of her teachers and gave birth to a child with cerebral palsy who also died. This unimaginable responsibility weighed on her young shoulders, and eventually addiction found its way into her life. Yet she was more than her struggles. She was a mother, a woman who had once been full of promise. Nancy Cobbs was a 44-year-old grandmother, deeply loved and fiercely missed. When she disappeared in April 2009, her family refused to sit idly by. They kicked in the doors of abandoned houses, desperately searching for her. Tragically, her body was only discovered months later, wrapped in 6 plastic bags. Forensic testimony later revealed that she had been strangled with a shoelace, another victim of Anthony's cruelty. Talisha Fortson, 31, had a difficult upbringing, bouncing from foster home to foster home. She frequently ran away, searching for something better, but addiction tightened its grip on her. Like Talisha and Amy, no one even realized she was missing until the bodies began surfacing. Janice Webb, 48, was last seen on June 3, 2009, at her boyfriend's home in Lakewood, Ohio. Just outside Cleveland, a woman with her own battles, she never imagined that crossing paths with Anthony would be her final chapter. Diane Turner, 38, had endured the unthinkable, losing all 6 of her children to the state. The pain of separation pushed her deeper into addiction, but she was still a mother who had once held hope for her family. She was the last of Anthony's victims to disappear. In September 2009, the same month that Latundra Billups, 37, survived his brutal attack. These women were not just victims, they were women who had lived, loved, and endured unimaginable struggles. Their stories deserved to be told, not just as part of Anthony's crimes, but as a reminder of the lives that were stolen and the justice they finally received. What's particularly gut-wrenching is that by the time authorities finally captured Anthony Sole, he was 50 years old, meaning he had already spent decades living freely, committing these crimes unnoticed. His arrest on October 29, 2009, was just the beginning of a long, drawn-out legal battle. Sole's trial was initially scheduled for June 2, 2010, but what followed was a series of postponements. His defense team argued that they needed more time to prepare, review thousands of pages of evidence, and analyze hours of surveillance footage taken from a neighboring property. The trial was pushed to September 7, then to February 14, then to May 2, and finally to June 6, 2011, when proceedings finally began. Soule faced 85 charges, including 11 counts of aggravated murder and 74 counts of rape, kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. His initial plea was not guilty by reason of insanity, but he later changed it to simply not guilty. Despite his attempts to evade responsibility, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Survivors testified, forensic experts detailed the gruesome conditions of his home, and jurors were confronted with horrifying photos of the crime scene. On July 22, 2011, after weeks of testimony, the jury found him guilty on all but 2 counts. The decision was clear. Anthony Soule was a serial killer who had preyed on the most vulnerable women in his community. When it came time for sentencing, the prosecution argued that Soule showed no remorse for his crimes. The jurors agreed. On August 10, they recommended the death penalty, and 2 days later, Judge Dick Ambrose upheld their decision. Soule was officially sentenced to death. On September 14, 2011, he was transferred to death row at Chillicothe Correctional Institution, a stark contrast to the freedom he had once used to terrorize his victims. Soule and his attorneys spent years filing appeal after appeal, arguing that excessive media coverage, a closed courtroom, and poor legal representation had denied him a fair trial. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected his appeal in December 2016, and when he took the case to the United States Supreme Court in 2017, they declined to hear it. By May 2020, Soule had exhausted all legal options. Then, before the state could carry out his execution, fate stepped in. On February 8, 2021, at age 61, Soule died in a prison hospital from an unspecified terminal illness. Some speculated liver failure or cancer, but no official cause was released. He may be gone, but the nightmare he created still lingers, a haunting reminder of how he not only took lives, but lived among the dead, sleeping beside his victims' corpses. The trauma he inflicted didn't just disappear with his death. It still weighs heavy on the community. In fact, in 2021, 5 of Soule's surviving victims bravely shared their stories and spoke publicly, exposing the horrors they endured and the failures that let it happen. And here's the harsh reality. Back then, when Black women went missing, law enforcement barely lifted a finger. And let's be real, this isn't an isolated case. We've covered multiple cases just like this, including another infamous strangler from Charlotte who also murdered 11 Black women. The red flags were everywhere, but officers failed to connect the dots. Was it carelessness? Or did they just not care? Eventually, the city of Cleveland had to answer for its failures, paying out $1,300,000 in settlements to the families of Soule's victims. But here's the question. Was that justice? Or just a price tag for neglect? Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think there were more victims than the ones officially linked to him? Considering the unsolved murders of women in that area, could some of those cases be connected to Soule? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He seemed invisible, boring, forgettable, but behind that dead-eyed stare was a monster who couldn't stop killing even when the bodies started stacking up. Gary Ridgway wasn't flashy. He wasn't a genius. He didn't have a signature catchphrase or a flashy MO. He was just ordinary, a guy who stuttered often while speaking, who clocked into his job at a truck factory, mowed his lawn on weekends, and blended in so well with suburban life that even when he was a prime suspect in a string of grisly murders, the cops couldn't quite make it stick. But don't let the bland exterior fool you. This man murdered 49 confirmed, but he claims the number could be closer to 70, maybe even higher. His victims were young women, often sex workers, often runaways, always vulnerable. Gary strangled them with his bare hands or with crude ligatures like shoelaces, ropes, whatever was around. Then he dumped their bodies near Washington's Green River or in the thick woods nearby, And sometimes he'd come back not to bury them, not to move them, but to violate them again, long after they were dead. It was the early 1980s, and in King County, Washington, bodies were turning up fast. A woman here, another one there, 5 in total, all found in or near the Green River. The media needed a name, and they got one. The Green River Killer, a faceless predator who hunted at night and vanished into the fog by morning. But here's the kicker. The killer was already known to police. Gary Ridgway had been questioned back in 1982. He even passed a lie detector test. The man responsible for one of the biggest murder sprees in U.S. history was right under their noses, and they let him walk free. At home, Ridgway played the part of a devoted family man. He was married multiple times. He was deeply religious. He even tried to preach door to door, but all the while he was searching the red light districts of Seattle, looking for his next victim. And the scariest part is that he'd often bring his young son along for the ride as a human shield. See, I have a kid with me. I'm not a threat. That's the kind of calculated manipulation Ridgway was capable of. Cold, heartless, methodical. Where did this monster come from, you may wonder? Gary Ridgway didn't crawl out of the shadows. He was born in broad daylight in Salt Lake City, Utah, on February 18, 1949. The middle child of 3 boys, Ridgway grew up in a house that looked normal from the outside, but inside it was a wreck. His mother, Mary, was a force of nature, controlling, intense, and terrifying. She ruled the house with a tight grip and wasn't afraid to use a belt or stick when her sons went out of lines drawn by her. His father, a bus driver, wasn't any good, often venting about the filth of sex workers he'd see on his routes. That constant commentary would embed itself into Gary's twisted worldview and fester into a hatred that would lead him to become a nightmare. Gary would later tell psychologists that he felt both anger and sexual attraction toward his mother. The same woman who disciplined him with belts and dominated the house was the subject of his violent fantasies. He even imagined killing her. So far, it sounds like a textbook serial killer origin story. Wait till it gets worse. By high school, Ridgway was already falling behind. He had dyslexia, struggled in class, and got held back a year. His IQ would fluctuate in the low 80s, but what he lacked in smarts, he made up for in something far more sinister. At just 16 years old, he did the unthinkable. He lured a 6-year-old boy into the woods and stabbed him in the ribs, piercing his liver. The boy survived, but Gary Ridgway had made his first real move toward becoming a killer, and no one seemed to notice. No follow-up, no serious consequences, just another angry kid from a rough home. But inside that teenager, something was growing. A rage, a hunger, a compulsion that would eventually take hold and leave dozens of women dead in his wake. Gary Ridgway graduated from Tahi High School in 1969 and did what a lot of young men did back then. He married his teenage girlfriend Claudia Craig and enlisted in the Navy. From the outside, it looked like he had found his calling, but Gary never stayed on the path for long. He was shipped off to Vietnam, where he served on a supply ship and saw combat, but it wasn't the bullets that left a mark, it was the brothels. While overseas, Ridgway racked up frequent flyer miles with local sex workers. He even caught gonorrhea, which infuriated him, but not enough to make him stop. That compulsion was already starting to take hold, and just like that, his first marriage crumbled. Done within a year. Back in the States, Ridgway gave the word double life a whole new meaning. By the time he married his second wife, Marcia Winslow, he'd become intensely religious. He'd read scriptures out loud at home, cry after sermons, and preach door to door like he was on a mission to save souls. But while he was reciting Bible verses by day, he was cruising the streets at night looking for sex workers. His appetite was insatiable. His ex-wives and girlfriends said he demanded sex multiple times a day, often in public places, or even in the same wooded areas where, years later, his victims' bodies would be found. To the outside world, Ridgway was weird but harmless, a bit too intense with religion, maybe a little off, but nothing scary. Behind closed doors, though, Gary was unraveling. He had a sick obsession with prostitutes, and not just lust, it was hatred too, a burning resentment. He admitted in court that he didn't want to pay them, and felt justified in ending their lives. Some believe he was at war with himself, his raw, animalistic urges clashing against his desperate need to feel righteous. That tension between the preacher and the predator would fuel one of the most horrifying murder sprees in American history. While all of this was happening, he had a son with Marcia, a child growing up with a serial killer dad who had no idea what was going on behind the scenes. Gary Ridgway began acting upon his hatred in the summer of 1982. It was then that the lifeless body of his first known victim surfaced along the banks of the Green River. Wrapped around her neck was a piece of clothing tainted with an industrial spray paint, one that wouldn't be analyzed for another 2 decades. At the time, it was just another overlooked detail. But had it been tested, that microscopic trail could have pulled Ridgway into the spotlight much earlier. Instead, he slipped back into the shadows and kept killing. Over the next 2 years, death spread like a plague across King County, Washington, and the Green River became more than just a picnic spot. It became a graveyard. Body after body surfaced along its muddy edges and in dense, mossy woods near Seattle Tacoma International Airport. The victims had one haunting thing in common. They were all young women, many of them sex workers or runaways, the forgotten and discarded of society. They were easy prey, and Gary Ridgway knew it. He stalked Pacific Highway South in his pickup truck, armed with nothing but a disarming smile, a wallet full of cash, and sometimes a photo of his son. In that image, so ordinary, so innocently paternal, drove his victims into a false sense of security. It was part of his carefully crafted trap. Ridgway would coax the women into his truck, drive to secluded areas, and then, after briefly getting intimate, he would strike with terrifying precision. One arm locked across their necks like a vice, the other pulling tight with practiced force. There was no hesitation, no remorse. He squeezed the life out of them slowly, methodically, until their limp bodies sagged in the seat beside him. Often he'd kill them in his home or truck, other times in the middle of the forest, where no one could hear their last gasps. Then he'd dump the corpses in clusters without clothes and twisted among ferns and dirt, sometimes posed in grotesque, degrading ways, their eyes staring up blankly toward the trees. But his brutality didn't end with death. Ridgway revisited his victims' corpses. Sometimes days later, he'd return to their graves like a predator guarding its kill, crawling through branches to lie beside their rotting bodies, violating them again. It wasn't about lust, he later confessed. It was about control. Raping dead bodies meant no resistance, no rejection, no cost. He didn't have to pay them and didn't have to worry about being turned in. The silence of the dead was the only intimacy he craved. He went so far as to contaminate his dump sites, leaving behind cigarette butts and chewed gum from other people, scattering belongings that weren't his, all in an effort to confuse investigators. In some cases, he even transported victims across state lines, dumping bodies in Oregon to muddy the trail. It worked. The body count rose, and the killer stayed hidden behind his mask of normalcy. By 1983, the panic had become undeniable. With 5 women dead and more missing, the Green River Task Force was formed, spearheaded by seasoned officers like Robert Keppel and Dave Reichert. The group was under immense pressure. They were chasing a ghost who left almost no forensic evidence and blended in with blue-collar regulars. Desperate for insight, the task force even turned to Ted Bundy, who, from his prison cell in Florida, offered his own theory. The killer was returning to the bodies for sex. Bundy warned them to stake out fresh dump sites. He wasn't just speculating. He was describing Ridgway's behavior with eerie accuracy. Still, Ridgway eluded capture. He was arrested once in 1982 and again in 2001 for prostitution charges, but released both times. In 1983, 18-year-old Marie Malvar disappeared. Her boyfriend and pimp had trailed the truck. She entered a maroon pickup to a house. That house belonged to Gary Ridgway. The police interviewed him, noted his calm demeanor, and let him go. Other tips named him too, but nothing stuck. A year later, he passed a polygraph test. The man killing women by the dozens was clever enough to beat the machine. What the task force didn't know was that Ridgway was also juggling a personal life that shielded him from suspicion. By 1985, he had met Judith Mawson, a kind, unsuspecting woman who became his third wife. She moved into his modest house in SeaTac where, unknown to her, countless women had died just feet from the bed she slept in. There was no carpet when she moved in. Detectives later told her that's because he'd likely used it to wrap up corpses, but Judith had noticed nothing. Ridgway played the role of a loving, quiet husband. He brought her flowers, mowed the lawn, and held a steady job at the Kenworth truck factory. When he disappeared early in the morning for overtime shifts, Judith never questioned it. Those hours were when he hunted. Curiously, Ridgway's murder spree slowed significantly after marrying Judith. He later told investigators that she made him feel content that he truly loved her, and perhaps that fragile connection was enough to curb the storm inside him. Of his 49 confirmed murders, only 3 occurred after their wedding in 1988. Judith herself once said, "I feel I have saved lives by being his wife and making him happy." But love wasn't enough to bury his past. In 1987, investigators collected saliva and hair samples from Ridgway, storing them in evidence lockers for years. It wasn't until the rise of DNA profiling in the early 2000s that science finally caught up to him. A year later, in November, while he was at work painting trucks at Kenworth, police walked in and arrested him. 2 decades of horror came to a halt on that factory floor. DNA linked Ridgway to the murders of Marcia Chapman, Opal Mills, Cynthia Hines, and Carol Ann Christensen, all of whom had been discarded like trash across King County. Later, 3 more names were added to the indictment: Wendy Caulfield, Deborah Bonner, and Deborah Estes. The link wasn't just semen, it was microscopic spray paint spheres matched exactly to the formula used at Kenworth during Ridgway's tenure. That same paint had clung to clothing wrapped around his first victim's throat. The monster had always been right there, driving among them, smiling at coworkers, quoting Bible verses, killing again and again, and still being lucky enough to head home for dinner. By the summer of 2003, whispers began swirling through Seattle's media. Gary Ridgway, the man behind the worst serial killing spree in American history, might escape the death penalty. The idea sent shockwaves through the public. How could the Green River Killer, a man who had confessed to choking the life out of dozens of women and desecrating their corpses, be allowed to live? The answer is a deal with the devil. Ridgway had spent over 2 decades outsmarting law enforcement, blending into society and leaving a trail of bodies stretching from Washington to Oregon. But now, with the hard evidence finally catching up to him, DNA, paint particles, and recovered remains, he was cornered. His lawyers, led by Anthony Savage, began to negotiate the unthinkable. Ridgway would be spared execution only if he confessed fully to the murders and helped locate the victims still lying in the woods, forgotten. In November 2003, the plea was finalized. The Green River Killer stood in court and admitted to 48 counts of aggravated first-degree murder. But this wasn't a display of remorse. It was a calculated confession delivered in exchange for life. In his signed statement, Ridgway explained how he had committed every murder inside King County, Washington, and transported a few victims to Oregon specifically to throw investigators off his trail. It was a long game of cat and mouse, a game he had nearly won. Deputy Prosecutor Jeffrey Baird acknowledged the scale of the deal. 41 of the 48 victims would never have been connected to Ridgway in court if not for the plea. The case against him had evidence for only 7 murders without his cooperation. The rest would have remained nameless, numbers buried in case files. On December 18, 2003, Ridgway returned to the courtroom, not as a suspect, but as a self-admitted mass murderer. There would be no trial, no debate, just the cold hammer of justice. Judge Richard A. Jones handed down the sentence: 48 life sentences without the possibility of parole, to be served consecutively, 480 additional years, 10 for each victim, for tampering with evidence, while Gary received rightful curses from the victims' families. One statement from a victim's father would break his emotionless facade. In the months that followed, Ridgway led police to 3 more bodies. On August 16, 2003, a hiker found the remains of 16-year-old Pammy Annette Avant dumped off State Route 410. Then, in September, the bodies of Marie Malvar, the woman whose boyfriend had once led police to Ridgway's door, and April Bucha were unearthed in shallow woodland graves. 2 years later, on November 20, a weekend hiker in Issaquah stumbled upon a human skull. DNA would confirm it belonged to Tracy Winston, a 19-year-old who vanished from Northgate Mall in 1983. It was the 49th confirmed victim, and it earned Ridgway one more life sentence. And even decades later, Ridgway's trail of destruction kept unraveling. In 2023, forensic science finally gave a name to a victim long known only as Bone 17. She was a 15-year-old, Lorianne Raspatat, last seen alive in 1982. Her remains had waited nearly 40 years to be identified. Over the course of 5 months, Ridgway sat across from investigators dead-minded and disturbingly calm, unspooling one confession after another. In some interviews, he claimed 65 victims, in others, 71, and he often couldn't remember names, only places, vague appearances, or where he had left their bodies. On February 9, 2004, prosecutors began releasing the videotaped confessions. What the world saw was not a remorseful man, but a cold, matter-of-fact killer talking about strangling women like it was part of his morning routine. He admitted to necrophilia without a flicker of shame. He explained that he buried later victims to stop himself from revisiting them because he feared he might not be able to resist. He confessed to picking prostitutes because they were easy to pick up and because he hated most of them. To Ridgway, they were disposable objects. Their lives meant nothing beyond his brief, violent thrill. With 49 confirmed victims, Ridgway confessed to more confirmed murders than any other serial killer in American history, but investigators and Ridgway himself believe the real number is much higher. Dozens more women may remain missing, their bodies still hidden in forests, ravines, and rivers across the Pacific Northwest. He now lives out his days in Walla Walla State Penitentiary, where he will never again walk free. The Green River Killer is no longer stalking highways. He's locked behind bars. But the scars he left, the empty chairs at dinner tables, the daughters who never came home, the mothers who died not knowing what happened to their children, those remain. When Gary Ridgway entered the Washington State Penitentiary in January 2004, the man who once roamed highways and back roads as a predator was now just another inmate, stripped of power, cloaked in a jumpsuit, and watched around the clock. But Ridgway was no ordinary prisoner. He was placed in solitary confinement, isolated from other inmates not for his safety, but for theirs. Even among rapists and murderers, his name carried a weight of revulsion. His crimes were too depraved, too numerous, too cold-blooded. For over a decade, he rotted behind those stone walls in Walla Walla, but then, in May 2015, he disappeared from Washington, quietly flown across state lines and deposited inside USP Florence, a high-security federal prison in Colorado. The move went mostly unnoticed. Once word spread, the public backlash was quick and furious. Why was the most prolific serial killer in American history being housed out of state, hundreds of miles from the crimes he committed and the families who still demanded justice? Governor Jay Inslee stepped in, so did Corrections Secretary Bernie Warner, and soon the message was clear. Ridgway was too important to move off the map. He still held secrets, answers to open murder investigations, clues buried deep in his decaying memory. On October 24, 2015, Ridgway was flown back to Washington State Penitentiary, chained, watched, and escorted by a chartered plane like some twisted form of royalty. He's remained there ever since. But even now, the story isn't finished. In September 2024, Ridgway was quietly pulled from his cell and transferred back to King County Jail, the place where all of this began. The move was unannounced, unexplained, and shrouded in mystery. For days, he vanished from the penitentiary's records, raising questions among journalists and victims' families. Why now? Why him? What did he still know? The silence only deepened until March 2025, when the sealed transfer order was finally made public. The reason: Ridgway was still leading investigators to bodies. More women, more forgotten graves. Even after 2 decades behind bars, the Green River killers still had secrets to spill, and we may never know all of their names. Many were runaways, prostitutes, or young girls caught in the cracks of society. Women whose disappearances barely made headlines, whose families were told they were probably just out there somewhere. But Ridgway knew better. He hunted them because they were easy to forget. In some confessions, he struggled to remember their faces. He gave investigators vague details. The girl I left by the fence, the one with curly hair, the one I went back to. His victims became ghosts defined only by where they were discarded. Even now, with decades of police work behind it, the Green River case feels unfinished. Some remains were found by hikers, others were uncovered by dogs, a few were discovered only because Ridgway agreed to speak, and some may never be found, buried so deep in the woods they've returned to the earth completely. To this day, the FBI and Washington state investigators believe there are still bodies out there, waiting for someone to remember them, waiting for their name. And that's the final horrific legacy of Gary Ridgway. Not just the number of women he killed, but the silence he left behind. The names that will never be known, the stories that will never be told. Can any punishment ever be enough to make up for the horrors he committed? Or is true justice a pursuit that will forever remain out of reach? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. When the perpetrator of a high-profile crime remains at large, it frequently causes a great deal of public worry and shockwaves through the community. Residents live in constant terror of another incident, and nobody can foresee when or where it will occur. Such horrific legal transgressions may become part of local folklore in small communities, but occasionally, the investigation and the gravity of the infraction result in precedent-setting changes to the criminal justice system, such as the passage of new laws or adjustments to old ones. A young college student called Katie Sepich was the victim of a particularly unsettling act of assault more than 20 years ago in the sleepy town of Las Cruces, New Mexico. It remains one of the scariest and bloodiest events in the city's history to this day. Even though the crime may have been solved quickly, the inquiry took years to complete due to serious delays brought on by justice system inefficiencies. Progress wasn't achieved until Katie's bereaved family intervened and demanded reform. As a result of their efforts, a statute that requires DNA samples from anybody detained in connection with violent or aggressive behavior was introduced, bearing her name. Closing the flaws in the system and avoiding future delays in identifying offenders were the goals of this important step. On July 18, 1981, Catherine Jenna Sepich, or just Katie as her friends knew her, was born in the Las Cruces suburbs of Dona Ana County, New Mexico. She grew up with her younger brother and sister in a loving and close-knit family. As the eldest of 3 siblings, they and Katie had a close relationship. Her parents prioritized education, encouraged each child to discover and develop their unique skills, and were dedicated to instilling strong values in their children. As a committed student who was among the best in her class, Katie stood out at school. She was naturally drawn to the sciences, and when graduation drew near, she focused on New Mexico State University's economics degree. Her parents were overjoyed when she told them about her choice, not only because she was ambitious, but also because the university in Las Cruces was close by, allowing her to visit frequently. Katie decided to rent a tiny apartment with a close friend rather than live in the dorms. Their apartment was located in a residential complex on the ground floor. The distance to college was only 10 minutes by foot, and everyone had a separate bedroom. Katie met Joshua, or Joe as his friends nicknamed him, Bischoff, a fellow student, during her junior year. He was a year older and enrolled in the same university's biochemistry program. There was an immediate connection between them. Within a few months, they had introduced one other to their families, who enthusiastically supported them as their relationship grew rapidly. Joe was born and raised in New Mexico's capital, Albuquerque. After graduating, he intended to go back there and work at his family's company. Given that Katie had 1 year remaining to finish her degree, This meant that they would have to deal with a long-distance relationship for some time. However, Joe proposed right before they left town, and Katie happily accepted after he gave her a stunning, specially created diamond ring. The idea was straightforward. They would marry as soon as she graduated and go to Albuquerque to live together. They could only get together on vacations because Joe had moved to a different city. Nevertheless, despite the distance, they continued to communicate daily. This was the case for almost a whole year. Joe went back to Las Cruces for Labor Day weekend with his fiancée in late August 2003. He remained in the flat that Katie and her friends still shared. The arrangement was cozy, and no one felt like they were invading because each roommate had her own room. The pair had arranged to go to a party at a big house that another student had hired on Saturday, August 30, 2003. Many people planned to remain overnight, and it was one of those large college parties. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary or concerning about the evening. Joe and Katie were ecstatic to see each other again. Since Joe's arrival on Friday, August 29, the couple had been together virtually all the time. They were deeply in love with one another, and they treasured every moment spent together, both physically and emotionally. Joe, Katie, and her roommate went to the park at about 8 o'clock in the evening. It was a bustling, vibrant atmosphere. People were drinking a lot of beer, dancing, and partying. Joe and Katie got into a furious quarrel at one point. Since most of the guests were drunk and focused on having a good time, nobody at the party paid much attention to the specifics of the argument. Katie abruptly made the decision to leave the house where the party was being hosted and returned to her apartment at 3 in the morning because she was upset. Nobody bothered to stop her as she just went out. Partygoers later said that because her possessions were still at the house, they had thought she would return and had not noticed when she had departed. Her pals didn't volunteer to walk her home. The Sepich household got a call by the afternoon of August 31, 2003. When Katie's mother, Jane Sepich, answered, she could hear her daughter's roommate's anxious voice. The caller wanted to know if Katie had visited her relatives. When Jane declined, the friend disclosed that Katie had not returned or gotten in touch with anybody after the party. A sinking feeling that something horrible had transpired was later recalled by Jane. She would never let her oldest daughter disappear without telling someone. The students' relatives and friends were so alarmed that they called the police right once to report the pupil missing and started their own search that same day. As the evening wore on, the local police received another call, this time containing terrible news. A party of hunters had discovered a young woman's body at a municipal landfill close to the town's outskirts. They immediately phoned authorities after being disturbed by the discovery. The victim was in a face-down position, her underwear was ripped, and most of her clothes had been taken off. She had to pull her jeans down to her ankles since they were torn. The scene strongly implied a targeted and severe attack. Because Katie's missing persons report was already on file, authorities assumed the body might be hers, even though no identification was found with her. The woman's arms and back had been severely burned. It would be later determined that the perpetrator had tried to destroy the evidence by dousing the body in gasoline and setting it on fire. But the endeavor was unsuccessful. DNA and other important forensic evidence were left behind, as the fire swiftly extinguished after merely scorching the skin. The Sepich family was devastated when authorities called them to tell them that a woman's body had been found and that it might be Katie. The remains were identified by Katie's father. He recognized his daughter right away, despite the body's state. Every hope that she was still alive was dashed. What many feared was confirmed by an autopsy. Katie had been attacked in a very violent and vicious manner. Mechanical asphyxiation was identified as the cause of death. She had been strangled to death by the perpetrator using just their bare hands. She had battled hard to survive, as evidenced by the defensive wounds on her arms and body. Examiners discovered blood and skin traces beneath her fingernails, indicating that she may have scratched her assailant during the struggle. The DNA of the culprit was extracted by forensic specialists from biological material taken from the body and under her nails. Despite submitting the sample to the National Criminal Database, no matches were discovered. This suggested the person had either never been arrested for a violent crime previously or had never been registered in the system. The fact that there were no signs of a struggle, no blood traces, and none of Katie's clothes or shoes at the scene of the crime made it obvious that the crime had taken place somewhere else. The detectives in charge of the investigation now had to decide where the incident occurred and reduce the number of possible suspects. Katie and her roommate lived in an apartment approximately 1.5 miles from the house where the party was hosted. It would have taken her around half an hour to travel home, since she had set out on foot, but which path did she take? Investigators made the decision to go in every direction and find anyone who could have seen her that evening. Sadly, no eyewitnesses came forward, and no hints were discovered along the route, most likely as a result of Katie walking through empty streets in the middle of the night by herself. One important piece of evidence, nevertheless, was found directly outside her apartment complex. Her right shoe was discovered laying under her unit's window, while the other was discovered nearer the side of the road. Katie seems to have been intoxicated and clearly distraught as she left the party. She lost her handbag, which had her keys and phone, in her hurry, because she probably tried climbing through her bedroom window after realizing she couldn't enter her apartment when she got there. That was the moment of vulnerability when the offender struck. Medical examiners later found tiny pieces of the same gravel stuck in her skin, and signs of a fight were detected in the gravel beneath the glass. Outdoor security cameras weren't as common or dependable in 2003 as they are now. 2 neighboring cameras were able to record a few seconds of Katie's stroll that evening, verifying her approximate path and direction, but it did not help authorities identify the culprit. Frame by frame, the surveillance tapes were analyzed. There was nothing suspicious in sight. Katie wasn't jogging, there were no suspicious cars or people in the area, and it appeared that no one was pursuing her. Based on this, investigators hypothesized that she had met the attacker on the last part of her walk, which sadly had no camera coverage at all. Despite interviewing everyone who had been at the party, which was the final one Katie would ever attend, police were unable to obtain any significant information. Before she got into a fight with her boyfriend Joe, the majority of the guests had left. By the time she left, those who had stayed had either fallen asleep or were too drunk to remember specifics. While some believed Joe would pursue her, others believed she would return. Joe had started flirting with another guest after drinking too much, and that female kissed him, according to Katie's roommate and close friend. The pair got into a fight after Katie witnessed this happen. For almost 10 minutes they engaged in a furious argument. Things appeared to settle down eventually, and most people believed the war was done. However, after approximately half an hour, Katie, who was still clearly in pain, made the decision to go. She probably thought Joe would follow her. It's interesting to note that Joe did pursue Katie that evening, but he quickly returned. She had left her purse on the couch, and when he called her phone, he heard it ringing. Oddly, he continued to phone repeatedly, seemingly oblivious to the ringtone emanating from the person next to him. Detectives became suspicious of this behavior and decided to bring Joe in for a formal interrogation at the station. His uneasiness was more noticeable there. He had a hard time telling the truth. He claimed that although he had followed Katie to ensure her safe return home, he had somehow lost sight of her. He claimed to have reached her building but failed to spot her there, so he just went back to the party. He was unable to provide a clear response when questioned why he didn't try to make sure she entered securely or knock on her door. Joe's behavior changed when detectives told him that biological evidence had been found on the victim and requested that he willingly give a DNA sample. He declined to answer any more questions and promptly requested a lawyer. Suspicion against him was only heightened by that response. At the time, police enforcement needed a court order to force someone to provide a DNA sample, and Joe's lawyer made a concerted effort to keep that from happening. In order to get the proof they required, detectives had to find another lawful method. The night before the event, Joe and Katie had engaged in physical intimacy in her bedroom at the apartment she shared with a friend, as was previously described. Investigators took the bed linens in the hopes of discovering biological material that may be used. Notably, all of the other male partygoers voluntarily cooperated with the authorities and consented to provide a DNA sample in order to clear their names. The material discovered on Katie's body and beneath her fingernails did not match the male DNA traces detected on the bedsheet. Joe willingly consented to submit his own DNA sample after being informed of this. He subsequently clarified that his original refusal was due to his fear of being wrongly implicated. He thought his DNA might still be there, misread because he'd been intimate with Katie that night. The vicious crime committed against a college student in a town that had previously been thought of as calm swiftly rose to the top of the local news cycle. There were rumors that a possible serial predator was moving from state to state, preying on women who were out on their own at night and committing horrible crimes. Investigators understood how serious the issue was. They started a thorough investigation, looking into other incidents of comparable assaults or attempted assaults. A federal request to cross-check DNA from unsolved crimes around the country was also sent out. Finding out if the person responsible for Katie's case has previously committed similar crimes was the aim. They searched the national database but were unable to locate any matches. In the meantime, Las Cruces was experiencing increasing panic as the investigation swiftly came to a standstill. Even though the school year had just started, many young ladies were too afraid to go out on their own, especially after dark, for fear that they would be the next victim of a violent criminal. As long as the culprit was still at large, nobody in the community felt really safe. Robbery was taken into consideration by detectives as a potential motive. Several partygoers remembered that Katie had been wearing her diamond engagement ring, which Joe had given her, that night. However, the ring was not located near the scene and was not found on Katie's body. That was a clear indication that the perpetrator had taken it with them. Despite the fact that no new crimes were committed, ladies all around the city avoided wearing pricey jewelry in public once this information was made public, in an effort to avoid unwanted attention. The public sought justice in Katie's case, and the town's climate remained tense. Nothing was found when local pawn shops were checked. Nowhere in the county had the missing ring been swapped or sold. Tire traces at the landfill close to where Katie's body was dumped, however, provided investigators with an alternative lead. The tire's model and manufacturer may be determined from the tread pattern. They were found to be frequently found on pickup trucks, but without a license plate number, manufacturer, or even color, how might detectives locate a particular car? Once more, the case stagnated. The inquiry into Katie Sepich's case had virtually stalled by early 2004. Then, in July, over a year after she passed away, news of a remarkably identical occurrence that happened in Green Bay, Wisconsin, surfaced. The circumstances of Katie's case had been reflected in the way a young woman had been attacked. After brutally assaulting her and beating her, the assailant attempted to burn her body. Authorities started to assume that a serial criminal might be involved because of the similarities. The Green Bay survivor somehow survived despite the extent of her injuries. Investigators could only hope she would survive and be able to speak when she was taken to the hospital in severe condition. Thankfully, medical professionals were able to stabilize her condition swiftly, and she was healthy enough to talk to investigators in a matter of days. Her story claims that two men of Latino heritage attacked her. After robbing her of her luggage, beating her, and repeatedly attacking her, they started strangling her. She is thought to have lost consciousness, which might have prevented her death. Her assailants tried to burn her body after assuming she was gone, but the flames were extinguished fast. They left without checking. She regained consciousness hours later and crawled to the side of the road, where she was seen by oncoming traffic. Her statement led to the creation of composite sketches of both suspects and their airing on the evening news, along with a request for the public's assistance in identifying the men suspected of being responsible for a series of violent attacks against women. A nearby farmer called the police that very evening. He identified the men in the sketches as Giovanni Niatu and Gregory Morales, two of his seasonal employees. Interestingly, both guys were native to New Mexico and had apparently visited relatives there on occasion. Both of the violent crimes appeared to be close to being solved. DNA samples from the suspects were all that investigators required, but both guys fled when they realized the police were getting close. 3 more months passed until they were apprehended in Atlanta, Georgia. But what followed was a huge disappointment for the team that was investigating Katie's case. The DNA samples taken from Morales and Niatu did not match the profile on Katie Sepich's body, despite the fact that their involvement in the Green Bay attack was undeniable. The crime in Las Cruces had nothing to do with it. Another obstacle was encountered in the investigation of Katie Sepich's case. Her family refused to let the narrative fade into the background, even after over 2 years had passed. By interacting with the public and reminding everyone that a dangerous person was still at large, they maintained the pressure. Then, some 3.5 years after the heinous act, a significant breakthrough was made in December 2006. The unidentified sample taken from Katie's body matched a DNA profile that was uploaded to the national database. Gabrielle Avila, who had previously been convicted of armed robbery, violence against women, and distribution of illegal narcotics, was the owner of the match. Despite having at least 2 significant assault cases in his criminal background, Gabriel had never before been asked to provide a DNA sample for reasons that were still quite concerning. No one had pressed for the extra testing in those cases because his guilt had been shown without forensic proof. Devastating outcomes would result from that oversight. Amazingly, when Avila attempted to assault another lady, he was already taken into custody 2 months after Katie's passing. Unaware that her roommate was present, he had broken through a window into her flat and attacked her while she was asleep. After successfully fending him off, the 2 women used a phone to lock themselves in the bathroom and dialed 911. In spite of this, Gabriel not only escaped harsh punishment, but investigators at the time never even got his DNA. Due to the case's complications and a competent defense lawyer, Avila was released, with a vow not to leave town. Not surprisingly, he vanished shortly after, and the case was quietly withdrawn since there was no official conviction. Additionally, it was discovered that Gabriel was the owner of a pickup truck, which could have been a noteworthy information if it had been investigated at the time. Detectives now focused on his ex-wife, who had been living with him at the time of the crime, as the case gained new momentum. She gave important information and was helpful. Above all, she reported discovering a pricey diamond ring in his truck's glove box. She thought the ring belonged to someone else, perhaps someone Avila was secretly seeing because it was not her size. With the intention of confronting him later, she chose to keep the ring as evidence of his adultery. Before she could do so, however, Gabrielle was taken into custody and, while on bond, vanished once more. The jewelry was given to the police by the woman. Joe had given Katie the exact same custom-made engagement ring. The puzzle's last piece had been put together. The only thing left to do was to persuade the man in charge, who had up to this point maintained his denial of any involvement, to make a confession. However, his attitude changed as soon as detectives put the ring in front of him. Seeing that the odds were against him, he appeared defeated. He assumed the object was long gone, so his main question was how they had located it. Gabriel Avila ultimately made the decision to give his version of events, attempting to minimize his responsibility in the hopes of earning a lower sentence once any remaining suspicions about his involvement were allayed. He claimed that on that fateful night, he had gone to a friend's house to get some illegal drugs, which he promptly took. He offered Katie a lift when he saw her strolling alone down the street on his way back, but she turned him down. According to Avila, he just wanted to make sure she made it home safely and didn't follow her. However, he came closer and attacked her when he noticed her attempting to enter her apartment through the window. He said he didn't intend to hurt her at first, blaming his drug use for his mental impairment. He became aware of the seriousness of what he had done after attacking her. He chose to kill her out of despair and desperation to hide his identity. Gabriel tried to destroy the evidence by burning Katie's body after strangling her with his bare hands, putting it in the bed of his truck, and driving to a landfill outside the city. Thinking she would recognize the ring, he took it off her finger. Unaware that the fire had hardly burnt and that most of the forensic evidence was still in place, he sprayed the body with gasoline, lit it, and then walked away. Almost 4 years after carrying out the heinous deed, Gabriel Avila was finally put on trial in May 2007. He was convicted of homicide, robbery, assault, battery, and violence. He received a sentence of 70 years in prison without the chance of release. However, Katie's parents took it a step further. They battled to enact laws mandating obligatory DNA collection from anybody convicted or even arrested for violent crimes, with the public's strong backing. Avila might have been connected to the murder months after Katie's death, not years later, if that statute had been in effect in 2003. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. At this precise moment, Kimberly made a mistake that gave the cops a significant lead in the murder of her boyfriend. The serious investigation that was about to commence began with the discovery of 31-year-old Gabrielle Montanez's body, shot just outside her apartment. Even though there were several hints that fit the murder's chronology exactly, what transpired next completely upended the case. It all began on July 25, 2017, when a troubling 911 call regarding a fatal gunshot was received by Michigan police at 2:05 a.m. EM. Several troops raced to the site, not knowing what they were getting into. But as soon as they got there, they saw that the shot man was having trouble breathing. Based on experience, this blood trail would show that the victim was not shot at the scene of his discovery. Look under his hat to see whether he has any firearms. In an attempt to save him, the officers performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Paramedics quickly stabilized him and hurried him to the hospital as they arrived. He was taken in for emergency surgery by the hospital's surgeons as soon as he got there. His identity was eventually revealed when they discovered his ID card. He tragically died during the procedure, and his death was formally declared a homicide in spite of the doctor's best efforts. A mourning family, including a mother, wife, and daughter who had always been by his side, were left behind when 31-year-old Gabrielle Juarez Montanez passed away. At the same time, the police began investigating the murder at the crime scene. After making sure nothing had been disturbed, they guarded the entire area and started closely inspecting the location where Gabriel had been shot. The officers thought the blood trail they discovered during their inspection of the area belonged to Gabriel. This trail implied that he had crawled to the location of his discovery rather than being shot. After realizing this, they began searching the area for leads that might enable them to pursue the investigation. They soon realized that there were a number of apartment complexes close by, raising the possibility that someone had heard or seen something. They made the decision to discreetly knock on people's doors and ask them if they knew anything about the shooting. There was also an apartment complex nearby. The cops made the decision to look there as well. One of the men they encountered while knocking on doors was a 911 caller who had actually seen the incident. He said that it was 2 shots. The man instantly ran away on foot, heading east, when he confronted the shooter. Even though this information was crucial, it was insufficient to identify the suspect. The pressure was on and time was running out. The officers were aware that they needed to apprehend the gunman as soon as possible to prevent him from killing anyone else. Following hours of research, the detectives focused on Gabriel's past in an effort to identify any adversaries or potential reasons why he would be the subject of their investigation. As they looked more, they found that Kimberly, also known as Kelsey, was Gabriel's ex-girlfriend. However, that wasn't the only item that caught my attention. They were particularly interested in a previous complaint that Kimberly had made against him. At Kimberly's request, the police had called Gabrielle a few days prior to the shooting. He had shown up unexpectedly and hung around while she was at work, which infuriated her so much that she phoned the police to have him removed. The police initially thought this would have been a minor occurrence, but now they started to question whether it could have grown into something much more serious. They had to talk to Kimberly to find out the truth. Their suspicions about her only intensified as they began investigating her past and located her current residence. They went to her apartment with the search warrant in hand, not knowing what they would discover there or what the results of the inquiry would show. After rapidly assembling a SWAT unit, detectives arrived to her flat. Innumerable options flooded their thoughts as they ascended the stairs warily. Was she the one confined inside the barred walls, or had Kimberly murdered Gabriel? They unlocked the door and started yelling to let everyone inside know they were there and to make sure they weren't going into an unexpected situation. They were shouting for any possible dangers when a woman's voice came from the bedroom. Kimberly was introducing herself. Kimberly stayed in bed when investigators arrived, strangely composed in spite of the commotion and the constant loud fighting. Her inability to respond in the mornings left them wondering if she had actually been asleep or if she was just acting. But finding a clue that could unlock the case was more important than asking Kimberly about her strange behavior. They had to inspect her home for this. The police searched the entire house, but they were unable to find any evidence that clearly connected Kimberly to Gabriel's death. Nevertheless, they had a gut feeling that there was more to the story. In an effort to learn more, they turned to Kimberly and asked her if she had any information. But not only did she discuss her relationship with Gabriel, they were surprised by what she disclosed next. It wasn't shocking that she mentioned that it wasn't the first time she had lost her boyfriend, even though police hadn't yet told her of Gabriel's passing. It caused some grave worries. It implied that she was already aware of Gabriel's killing. They asked her to come to the Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety headquarters to be questioned in order to ascertain exactly how much she knew about the crime. The cops persuaded her to come in for the interview, in spite of her repeated denials. She finally caved and showed up for the interview at the downtown sheriff's office. Kimberly claimed that she had met Gabriel at approximately 12:55 a.m. immediately after she got home from work. Kimberly's interrogation had yielded no important clues, but detectives assumed she was not aware of Gabriel's death and told her watching her intently for the smallest hint that would disprove their suspicions. However, her response was quite different from what they had anticipated. After witnessing Kimberly sob after learning the news, the investigators decided she was not a potential suspect since they believed her feelings were sincere. But they needed a lead, and Kimberly was the only person who could help them discover it. However, obtaining information from her proved to be more difficult than anticipated. Kimberly denied having any knowledge of Gabriel's passing. She did, however, acknowledge having several extramarital encounters while dating Gabriel, which caused him to become deceived. The detectives became suspicious. Could her deceit have contributed to his demise? They questioned her about the night of the murder. After pointing out her adultery with Gabriel, it was implausible that she hadn't heard the gunshots because the incident happened directly outside her home. But when they questioned her further, they discovered that she appeared equally confused about the murder as she did about the house search. Given that Kimberly's lover had just been shot and murdered outside of her apartment, it looked odd that she claimed to have been asleep and had no idea why the police were at her door. They were aware, though, that she was not being completely honest. Investigators had a hazy suspicion that Kimberly's adultery was a crucial line of inquiry to follow in order to learn more about the other men she had been seeing. Karen Riveted, the lead detective, was called in to answer questions. In addition to Gabriel, Kimberly had already disclosed to the other two investigators that she had dated 3 other males. She felt more at ease disclosing that Gabriel had accused her of cheating now that a woman was in charge of the inquiry. The idea that her deceit toward Gabriel may have contributed to this murder is strong. Detective Riveted, however, gave her the photo of the crime scene to ascertain whether she was genuinely unaware of the shooting outside her home or if she was just attempting to avoid the police. Kimberly didn't say anything. When Detective Riveted saw that she would not cooperate, he released her. They turned their attention to other places and started looking for hints in the neighborhood's CCTV cameras. Shortly after, they discovered a CCTV camera diagonally across the crime scene at a petrol station. They wasted little time in going to the gas station in the hopes of making a breakthrough. But as they watched the video, they discovered multiple pieces of evidence that pointed to Kimberly's knowledge of Gabriel's murder. She had actually been present when the shooting occurred. She didn't disclose this information throughout the investigation, but they discovered in the video that her automobile was parked outside the gas station. However, it wasn't the only unsettling aspect. The fact that another man, whom they previously knew, was in her car that day startled the detectives. Considering that Ellis, Kimberly's friend, had a history of running afoul of the law, his location was easy to find. In Kalamazoo, they discovered him sitting on the stairs of a house on a busy block. He had his child with him. They encouraged him to come for an interview at the sheriff's office, but he declined. They had no choice but to question him there, even though it wasn't the best moment for an interview. In the hopes that he would turn himself in after being presented with concrete evidence, detectives began by playing him the CCTV footage from the petrol station where he was obviously caught. Rather, he took an unexpected action. He vehemently disputed that he was the man in the video. Detective Riveted tried to calm him down, and encourage him to talk more, because he could tell he was afraid of being caught. Detectives were unable to extract any useful information from Ellis despite the reference. He did, however, offer an alibi for the murderous day. He maintained that he wasn't on the video and that he had been with his girlfriend Samantha at the time. Detectives now looked to Samantha to confirm his alibi in light of this knowledge. They called her in for interrogation after determining her whereabouts. Detectives found that Samantha and Ellis were no longer together shortly after she was brought in for an interview. In fact, they had met a month prior, which obviously contradicted Ellis's alibi. After then, Samantha was questioned by detectives regarding Gabriel's murder and told that she didn't know anything. They showed her the same CCTV footage from the petrol station where Ellis was caught to make sure she wasn't lying. She eventually said something at that point, stating unequivocally that Ellis was the man in the video. She acknowledged that Ellis was at the gas station, but she denied any knowledge of Gabriel's murderer. She retreated entirely when Detective Rivard urged her to talk to Ellis and get confirmation regarding the murderer. Detectives changed their strategy when Samantha failed to provide a reliable lead. After obtaining a search warrant for Kimberly's vehicle, they were shocked to discover more unsettling than they had anticipated. However, this was nothing compared to what they discovered next: a pile of traffic tickets belonging to Cornell Head, a 21-year-old guy. Given all of the evidence, it appeared that Kimberly knew the identity of the murderer and had full knowledge of the events leading up to the murder. Detectives summoned her in for an interview in light of this. Kimberly broke down and appeared frightened of any repercussions related to Gabriel's murder, but detectives decided to take a chance and pressured her a bit harder, forcing her to talk. Detectives, who were determined to locate the murderer, encouraged her to write down the murderer's name in the hopes that it would ease her into confessing, but what she revealed was a terrifying admission of a more sinister reality. Kimberly had cheated on Gabriel with a man named Cornell. She also said that he was the third person in the car that evening. She picked Cornell and Ellis up after work, and the three of them continued on to McDonald's, then to a gas station, and eventually to Kimberly's house, where they parked the car in the lot. Shortly after, she became alarmed when she noticed Gabriel driving toward her car from the passenger side, where Cornell was seated. She heard 2 gunshots as Gabriel opened the door. The next thing she noticed was Gabriel on the ground, dead. She then ran inside her flat and went into hiding. Detectives quickly located Cornell after confirming that he was the true murderer. They rushed to Chicago to interview him after learning that he had already been arrested there. Detectives discovered that Kimberly had cheated on Cornell in addition to Gabriel. After speaking with Cornell, all along she had been deceiving. Even worse, Cornell was completely unaware of her involvement with him. He was completely taken aback by the news. Cornell, however, changed his account after learning of Kimberly's treachery, asserting that Gabriel had struck him first and that he had only fired in retaliation. But he was not saved by the law. On November 6, 2018, he was found guilty of second-degree murder and given a sentence of 30 to 50 years in jail, plus 2 more years for each of the 2 felony firearm possession convictions. The sad tale of love and betrayal that Gabriel Montanez told ruined not only him but also everyone who knew him. Growing up, his daughter missed him more than anybody else, and each moment felt like a stolen memory that she would never be able to recover. The loss caused by Cornell's crime of passion was irreplaceable, shattering lives and leaving hearts in eternal sadness. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.